Chapter 23. My arrival at Dresden with Matenschi makes me a present Leipzig Kastel Schwerin return to Dresden and departure arrive at Vienna Pekini's vengeance. When I saw myself in the carriage with this pretty girl, who had fallen on me as if from the clouds, I imagined I was intended to shape her destiny. Her tutelary genius must have placed her in my hands, for I felt inclined to do her all the good that lay in my power. But for myself, was it a piece of good or ill luck for me? I formed the question, but felt that time alone could give the answer. I knew that I was still living in my old style, while I was beginning to feel that I was no longer a young man. I was sure that my new companion could not have abandoned herself to me in this manner, without having made up her mind to be complacent. But this was not enough for me. It was my humor to be loved. This was my chief aim. Everything else was only fleeting enjoyment, and as I had not had a love affair since I parted with Zara, I hoped most fervently that the present adventure would prove to be one. Before long I learnt that my companion's name was Matin. This at least was her surname, and I did not feel any curiosity to know the name of the he or she saint whom her godmothers had constituted her patron at the baptismal font. I asked her if she could write French as well as she spoke it, and she showed me a letter by way of sample. It assured me that she had received an excellent education, and this fact increased my pleasure in the conquest I had made. She said she had left Breslau without telling her aunt or her cousin that she was going, perhaps never to return. How about your belongings? Belongings? They were not worth the trouble of gathering together. All I have is included in that small package, which contains a chemise, a pair of stockings, some handkerchiefs, and a few knickknacks. What will your lover say? Alas, I haven't got one to say anything. I cannot credit that. I have had 2 lovers. The first one was a rascal who took advantage of my innocence to seduce me, and then left me when I ceased to present any novelty for him. My second was an honest man, but a poor lieutenant with no prospects of getting on. He has not abandoned me, but his regiment was ordered to Stettin, and since then, we were too poor to write to one another, so we had to suffer in silence. This pathetic history seemed to bear the marks of truth, and I thought it very possible that Matin had only come with me to make her fortune or to do rather better than she had been doing, which would not be difficult. She was 25 years old, and as she had never been out of Breslau before, she would doubtless be delighted to see what the world was like at Dresden. I could not help feeling that I had been a fool to burden myself with the girl, who would most likely cost me a lot of money. But still, I found my conduct excusable, as the chances were 100 to 1 against her accepting the proposal I had been foolish enough to make. In short, I resolved to enjoy the pleasure of having a pretty girl all to myself, and I determined not to do anything during the journey, being anxious to see whether her moral qualities would plead as strongly with me as her physical beauty undoubtedly did. At nightfall, I stopped, wishing to spend the night at the posting station. Matin, who had been very hungry all day, but had not dared to tell me so, ate with an amazing and pleasing appetite, but not being accustomed to wine, she would have fallen asleep at table if I had not begged her to retire. She begged my pardon, assuring me she would not let such a thing occur again. I smiled by way of reply and stayed at the table, not looking to see whether she undressed or went to bed in her clothes. I went to bed myself soon after, and at 5 o'clock was up again to order the coffee and to see that the horses were put in. Matin was lying on her bed with all her clothes on, fast asleep, and perspiring with the heat. I woke her, telling her that another time she must sleep more comfortably, as such heats were injurious to health. She got up and left the room, no doubt to wash, for she returned looking fresh and gay, and bade me good day, and asked me if I would like to give her a kiss. I shall be delighted, I replied, and after kissing her, I made her hurry over the breakfast as I wished to reach Dresden that evening. However, I could not manage it. My carriage broke down and took 5 hours to mend, so I had to sleep at another posting station. Matin undressed this time, but I had the firmness not to look at her. When I reached Dresden, I put up at the Hotel de Saxe, taking the whole of the first floor. My mother was in the country, and I paid her a visit, much to her delight. We made quite an affecting picture, with my arm in a sling. I also saw my brother John and his wife Therese, Roland, and a Roman girl whom I had known before him and who made much of me. I also saw my sister, and I then went with my brother to pay my suit to Count Bruhl and to his wife, the daughter of the Palatin of Chioggia, who was delighted to hear news of her family. I was welcomed everywhere, and everywhere I had to tell the story of my duel. I confess that very little pressing was required, for I was very proud of it. At this period, the states were assembled in Dresden, and Prince Xavier, uncle of the Elector, was regent during his minority. The same evening I went to the opera house, where Pharaoh was played. I played, but prudently, for my capital only consisted of 1,800 ducats. When I came back, we had a good supper, and Matin pleased me both by her appetite and amiability. When we had finished, I affectionately asked her if she would like to share my bed, and she replied as tenderly that she was wholly mine. And so, after passing a voluptuous night, we rose in the morning the best friends in the world. I spent the whole morning in furnishing her toilette. A good many people called on me and wanted to be presented to Matin, but my answer was that, as she was only my housekeeper and not my wife, I could not have the pleasure of introducing her. In the same way, I had instructed her that she was not to let anyone in when I was away. She was working in her room on the linen I had provided for her, aided in her task by a seamstress. Nevertheless, I did not want to make her a slave, so I occasionally took her into the pleasant suburbs of Dresden, where she was at liberty to speak to any of my acquaintances we might meet. This reserve of mine, which lasted for the fortnight we stayed in Dresden, was mortifying for all the young officers in the place, and especially for the Comte de Bellegarde, who was not accustomed to being denied any girl to whom he chose to take a fancy. He was a fine young fellow, of great boldness and even impudence, and one day he came into our room and asked me to give him a dinner just as Matin and myself were sitting down to table. I could not refuse him, and I could not request Matin to leave the room, so from the beginning to the end of the meal he showered his military jokes and attentions on her, though he was perfectly polite the whole time. Matin behaved very well. She was not prudish, nor did she forget the respect she owed to me and indeed to herself. I was accustomed to take a siesta every day after dinner, so half an hour after the conclusion of the meal I stated the fact and begged him to leave us. He asked smilingly if the lady took a siesta too, and I replied that we usually took it together. This made him take up his hat and cane, and as he did so, he asked us both to dine with him the next day. I replied that I never took Matin out anywhere, but that he would be welcome to come and take potluck with us every day if he liked. This refusal exhausted his resources, and he took his leave if not angrily, at least very coldly. My mother returned to her town apartments, which were opposite to mine, and the next day when I was calling on her I noticed the erker, a sort of grating in the Spanish fashion, which indicated my rooms in the hotel. I happened to look in that direction, and I saw Matin at the window standing up and talking to M. de Bellegarde, who was at a neighboring window. This window belonged to a room which adjoined my suite of rooms, but did not belong to it. This discovery amused me. I knew what I was about, and did not fear to be made a cuckold in spite of myself. I was sure I had not been observed, and I was not going to allow any trespassers. I was jealous, in fact, but the jealousy was of the mind, not the heart. I came in to dinner in the highest spirits, and Matin was as gay as myself. I led the conversation up to Bellegarde, and said I believed him to be in love with her. Oh, he is like all officers with girls, but I don't think he is more in love with me than any other girl. Oh, but didn't he come to call on me this morning? Certainly not, and if he had come, the maid would have told him you were out. Did you not notice him walking up and down under the windows? No. This was enough for me. I knew they had laid a plot together. Matin was deceiving me, and I should be cheated in 24 hours unless I took care. At my age, such treason should not have astonished me, but my vanity would not allow me to admit the fact. I dissembled my feelings and caressed the traitress, and then leaving the house I went to the theater where I played with some success and returned home while the second act was in progress. It was still daylight. The waiter was at the door, and I asked him whether there were any rooms besides those which I occupied on the first floor. Yes, 2 rooms, both looking on the street. Tell the landlord that I will take them both. They were taken yesterday evening. By whom? by a Swiss officer, who is entertaining a party of friends to supper here this evening. I said no, more lest I should awaken suspicion, but I felt sure that Bellegarde could easily obtain access to my rooms from his. Indeed, there was a door leading to the room where Matten slept with her maid when I did not care to have her in my room. The door was bolted on her side, but as she was in the plot, there was not much security in this. I went upstairs softly, and finding Matten on the balcony, I said, after some indifferent conversation, that I should like to change rooms. "You shall have my room," I said, "and I will have yours. I can read there and see the people going by." She thought it a very good idea, and added that it would serve us both if I would allow her to sit there when I was out. This reply showed me that Matten was an old hand, and that I had better give her up if I did not wish to be duped. I changed the rooms, and we supped pleasantly together, laughing and talking, and in spite of all her craft, Matten did not notice any change in me. I remained alone in my new room, and soon heard the voices of Bellegarde and his merry companions. I went on to the balcony, but the curtains of Bellegarde's room were drawn, as if to assure me that there was no complot. However, I was not so easily deceived, and I found afterwards that Mercury had warned Jupiter that Amphitryon had changed his room. Next day, a severe headache, a thing from which I seldom suffer, kept me to the house all day. I had myself let blood, and my worthy mother, who came to keep me company, dined with Matten. My mother had taken a weakness for the girl, and had often asked me to let her come and see her, but I had the good sense to refuse this request. The next day I was still far from well, and took medicine, and in the evening, to my horror, I found myself attacked by a fearful disease. This must be a present from Matten, for I had not known anyone else since leaving Leopold. I spent a troubled night, rage and indignation being my principal emotions, and next morning, coming upon Matten suddenly, I found everything in the most disgusting state. The wretched creature confessed she had been infected for the last 6 months, but that she had hoped not to give it me, as she had washed herself carefully whenever she thought I was going to have to do with her. "Wretch, you have poisoned me, but nobody shall know it, as it is by my own fault, and I am ashamed of it. Get up, and you shall see how generous I can be." She got up, and I had all the linen I had given her packed into a trunk. This done, I told my man to take a small room for her at another inn. His errand was soon over, and I then told Matten to go immediately, as I had done with her. I gave her 50 crowns, and made her sign a receipt specifying the reason why I had sent her away, and acknowledging that she had no further claim upon me. The conditions were humiliating, and she wished me to soften them down, but she soon gave in when I told her that unless she signed, I would turn her into the streets as naked as when I found her. "What am I to do here? I don't know anyone. If you like to return to Breslau, I will pay your expenses there." She made no answer, so I sent her away bag and baggage, and merely turned my back on her when she went down on her knees to excite my compassion. I got rid of her without the slightest feeling of pity, for from what she had done to me, and from what she was preparing to do, I considered her as a mere monster, who would sooner or later have cost me my life. I left the inn the following day, and I took a furnished apartment on the first floor of the house where my mother lived for 6 months, and proceeded about my cure. Everyone asked me what I had done with my housekeeper, and I said that having no further need of her services, I had sent her away. A week afterwards, my brother John came to tell me that Bellegarde and 5 or 6 of his friends were on the sick list. Matten had certainly lost no time. "I am sorry for them, but it's their own fault. Why didn't they take more care?" "But the girl came to Dresden with you." "Yes, and I sent her about her business. It was enough for me to keep them off while she was under my charge. Tell them that if they complain of me, they are wrong, and still more wrong to publish their shame. Let them learn discretion and get themselves cured in secrecy if they do not want sensible men to laugh at them. Don't you think I am right? The adventure is not a very honorable one for you. I know it, and that's why I say nothing. I am not such a fool as to proclaim my shame from the housetops. These friends of yours must be simpletons indeed. They must have known that I had good reasons for sending the girl away, and should consequently have been on their guard. They deserve what they got, and I hope it may be a lesson to them. They are all astonished at your being well. You may comfort them by saying that I have been as badly treated as they, but that I have held my tongue, not wishing to pass for a simpleton. Poor John saw he had been a simpleton himself and departed in silence. I put myself under a severe diet, and by the middle of August, my health was re-established. About this time, Prince Adam Czartoryski's sister came to Dresden, lodging with Count Bruhl. I had the honor of paying my court to her, and I heard from her own mouth that her royal cousin had had the weakness to let himself be imposed on by calumnies about me. I told her that I was of Ariosto's opinion that all the virtues are nothing worth unless they are covered with the veil of constancy. You saw yourself when I supped with you, how His Majesty completely ignored me. Your Highness will be going to Paris next year. You will meet me there, and you can write to the king that if I had been burnt in effigy, I should not venture to show myself. The September fair being a great occasion at Leipzig, I went there to regain my size by eating larks, for which Leipzig is justly famous. I had played a cautious but a winning game at Dresden, the result of which had been the gain of some hundreds of ducats, so I was able to start for Leipzig with a letter of credit for 3,000 crowns on the banker Homan, an intelligent old man of upwards of 80. It was of him I heard that the hair of the Empress of Russia, which looked a dark brown or even black, had been originally quite fair. The old banker had seen her at Stettin every day between her 7th and 10th years, and told me that even then they had begun to comb her hair with lead combs and to rub a certain composition into it. From an early age, Catherine had been looked upon as the future bride of the Duke of Holstein, afterwards the hapless Peter Roman III. The Russians are fair as a rule, and so it was thought it that the reigning family should be dark. Here I will note down a pleasant adventure I had at Leipzig. The Princess of Aremberg had arrived from Vienna and was staying at the same hotel as myself. She took a fancy to go to the fair incognito, and as she had a large suite, she dressed up one of her maids as the princess and mingled with her following. I suppose my readers to be aware that this princess was witty and beautiful, and that she was the favorite mistress of the Emperor Francis I. I heard of his masquerade, and leaving my hotel at the same time I followed her till she stopped at a stall, and then going up to her and addressing her as one would any other maid, I asked if that, pointing at the false princess, were really the famous Princess of Aremberg. Certainly, she replied. I can scarcely believe it, for she is not pretty, and she has not the look nor the manners of a princess. Perhaps you are not a good judge of princesses. I have seen enough of them anyhow, and to prove that I am a good judge I say that it is you who ought to be the princess. I would willingly give 100 ducats to spend the night with you. 100 ducats? What would you do if I were to take you at your word? Try me. I lodge at the same hotel as you, and if you can contrive ways and means, I will give you the money in advance, but not till I am sure of my prize, for I don't like being taken in. Very good. Say not a word to anyone, but try to speak with me either before or after supper. If you are brave enough to face certain risks, we will spend the night together. What is your name? Caroline. I felt certain it would come to nothing, but I was glad to have amused the princess, and to have let her know that I appreciated her beauties, and I resolved to go on with the part one was playing. About supper time, I began a promenade near the princess's apartments, stopping every now and then in front of the room where her women were sitting, till one of them came out to ask me if I wanted anything. I want to speak for a moment to one of your companions, to whom I had the pleasure of talking at the fair. You mean Caroline, I expect. Yes. She is waiting on the princess, but she will be out in half an hour. I spent this half hour in my own room and then returned to dance attendance. Before long the same maid to whom I had spoken came up to me and told me to wait in a closet which she showed me, telling me that Caroline would be there before long. I went into the closet, which was small, dark, and uncomfortable. I was soon joined by a woman. This time I was sure it was the real Caroline, but I said nothing. She came in, took my hand, and told me that if I would wait there, she would come to me as soon as her mistress was in bed. Without any light. Of course, or else the people of the house would notice it, and I should not like that. I cannot do anything without light, charming Caroline, and besides, this closet is not a very nice place to pass 5 or 6 hours. There is another alternative, the first room above is mine. I shall be alone, and I swear to you that no one shall come up and make me happy. I have got the 100 ducats here. Impossible, I dare not go upstairs for 1,000,000 ducats. So much the worse for you, as I am not going to stay in this hole which has only a chair in it, if you offer me 1,500,000. Farewell, sweet Caroline. Wait a moment, let me go out first. The sly puss went out quickly enough, but I was as sharp as she, and trod on the tail of her dress so that she could not shut the door after her. So we went out together, and I left her at the door, saying, "Good night, Caroline, you see it was no use." I went to bed well pleased with the incident. The princess, it was plain, had intended to make me pass the night in the hole of a closet, as a punishment for having dared to ask the mistress of an emperor to sleep with me for 100 crowns. 2 days later, as I was buying a pair of lace cuffs, the princess came into the shop with Count Zinzendorf, whom I had known at Paris 12 years before. Just as I was making way for the lady, the count recognized me, and asked me if I knew anything about the Casanova that had fought the duel at Warsaw. "Alas, Count, I am that Casanova, and here is my arm still in a sling." "I congratulate you, my dear fellow. I should like to hear about it." With these words, he introduced me to the princess, asking her if she had heard of the duel. "Yes, I heard something about it in the papers, so this is the hero of the tale. Delighted to make your acquaintance." The princess spoke with great kindness, but with the cool politeness of the court. She did not give me the slightest sign of recognition, and of course I imitated her in her reserve. I visited the count in the afternoon, and he begged me to come and see the princess, who would be delighted to hear the account of my duel from my own lips, and I followed him to her apartment with pleasure. The princess listened to my narrative in stately sort, and her women never looked at me. She went away the day after, and the story went no farther. Towards the end of the fair I received a very unexpected visit from the fair Madame Castelbajac. I was just sitting down to table to eat a dozen larks, when she made her appearance. "What, madams, you here?" "Yes, to my sorrow. I have been here for the last 3 weeks, and have seen you several times, but you have always avoided us." "Who are us?" "Schwerin and myself." "Schwerin is here, is he?" "Yes, and in prison on account of a forged bill. I am sure I do not know what they will do to the poor wretch. He would have been wise to have fled, but it seems as if he wanted to get hanged." "And you have been with him ever since you left England. That is, 3 years ago." "Exactly. Our occupation is robbing, cheating, and escaping from one land to another. Never was a woman so unhappy as I." "For how much is the forged bill?" "For 300 crowns. Do a generous action, M. Casanova, and let bygones be bygones. Deliver the poor wretch from the gallows and me from death, for if he is hanged I shall kill myself." "Indeed, madam, he may hang for me, for he did his best to send me to the gallows with his forged bills, but I confess I pity you. So much, indeed, that I invite you to come to Dresden with me the day after tomorrow, and I promise to give you 300 crowns as soon as Schwerin has undergone the extreme penalty of the law. I can't understand how a woman like you can have fallen in love with a man that has neither face, nor talents, nor wit, nor fortune, for all that he has to boast of is his name of Schwerin. I confess, to my shame, that I never loved him. Ever since the other rogue, Castelbajac, who, by the way, was never married to me, made me know him, I have only lived with him by force, though his tears and his despairs have excited my compassion. If destiny had given me an honest man in his stead, I would have forsaken him long ago, for sooner or later he will be the death of me." "Where do you live?" "Nowhere. I have been turned out into the street with nothing but the clothes on my back. Have compassion on me." With these words, the hapless woman threw herself at my knees and burst into tears. I was much affected. The waiter of the inn stood staring with amazement till I told him to go out. I may safely say that this woman was one of the most handsome in France. She was probably about 26 years old. She had been the wife of a druggist of Montpellier, and had been so unfortunate as to let Castelbajac seduce her. At London her beauty had produced no impression on me, my heart was another's. Nevertheless, she was made to seduce the heart of man. I raised her from her knees, and said I felt inclined to help her, but that in the first place she must calm herself, and in the second share my supper. The waiter brought another bed and put it in my room without receiving any orders to do so. This made me feel inclined to laugh. The appetite with which the poor woman ate, despite her sorrow, reminded me of the matron of Ephesus. When supper was over, I gave her choice. She might either stay in Leipzig and fare as best she might, or I would reclaim her effects, take her with me to Dresden, and pay her 100 gold ducats as soon as I could be certain that she would not give the money to the wretch who had reduced her to such an extremity. She did not ask much time for reflection. She said that it would be no good for her to stay in Leipzig, for she could do nothing for the wretched Schwerin or even keep herself for a day, for she had not got a farthing. She would have to beg or to become a prostitute, and she could not make up her mind to either course. Indeed, she concluded, if you were to give me the 100 ducats this moment, and I used them to free Schwerin, I should be no better off than before, so I accept your generous offer thankfully. I embraced her, promised to get back what her landlord had seized for rent, and then begged her to go to bed, as she was in need of rest. I see, she answered, that either out of liking or for politeness sake you will ask me for those favors which I should be only too happy to grant, but if I allowed that it would be a bad return indeed for your kindness. Look at my linen, and behold in what a state that unhappy wretch has left me. I saw that I ran the risk of being infected again, and thanked her for warning me of the danger I ran. In spite of her faults, she was a woman of feeling, and had an excellent heart, and from these good qualities of hers proceeded all her misfortunes. The next morning I arranged for the redemption of her effects, which cost me 60 crowns of Saxony, and in the afternoon the poor woman saw herself once more in possession of her belongings, which she had thought never to see again. She seemed profoundly grateful, and deplored her state, which hindered her from proving the warmth of her feelings. Such is the way of women. A grateful woman has only one way of showing her gratitude, and that is to surrender herself without reserve. A man is different, but we are differently constituted. A man is made to give, and a woman to receive. The next day, a short while before we left, the broker I had employed in the redemption of the lady's effects told me that the banker, whom Schwerin had cheated, was going to send an express to Berlin to inquire whether the king would object to Count Schwerin, being proceeded against with the utmost rigor of the law. Alas, cried his late mistress, that's what he was most afraid of. It's all up with him. The King of Prussia will pay his debts, but he will end his days at Spandau. Why didn't they put him there before I ever knew him? She left Leipzig with me, and our appearance at Dresden caused a good deal of surprise. She was not a mere girl, like Matin. She had a good appearance and a modest yet distinguished manner. I called her Countess Blassen, and introduced her to my mother and relations, and put her in my best room. I summoned the doctor who had treated me, and made him swear not to disclose the Countess's state, but to tell everyone that he came to see me. I took her to the theater, and it was my humor to have her regarded as a person of distinction. Good treatment soon restored her to health, and by the end of November, she believed herself in a state to reward me for my kindness. The wedding was a secret one, but none the less pleasant, and as if by way of wedding present the next day I heard that the King of Prussia had paid Schwerin's debts, and had him brought to Berlin under a strong escort. If he is alive, the rascal is at Spandau to this day. The time had come for me to pay her the 100 ducats. I told her frankly that I was obliged to go to Portugal, and that I could not make my appearance there in company with a pretty woman without failing in my project. I added that my means would not allow me to pay double expenses for so long a journey. She had received too many proofs of my love to think for a moment that I had got tired of her and wanted to be on with some other woman. She told me that she owed everything to me, while I owed nothing to her, and that all she asked of me was to enable her to return to Montpellier. I have relations there, said she, who will be glad to see me, and I hope that my husband will let me return to him. I am the prodigal son, and I hope to find in him the forgiving father. I told her I would do my utmost to send her home in safety and comfort. Towards the middle of December, I left Dresden with Madame Blassen. My purse only contained 400 ducats, for I had had a run of bad luck at play, and the journey to Leipzig had cost me altogether 300 ducats. I told my mistress nothing of all this, for my only thought was how to please her. We stayed a short while at Prague, and reached Vienna on Christmas Day. We put up at the Red Bull, the Countess Blassen, who had been transformed into a milliner, in one room and I in another, so that we might pass for strangers while continuing our intimacy. The next morning, as we were taking coffee together, two individuals came into the room and asked the rude question, "Who are you, madam?" "My name is Blasson." "Who is this gentleman?" "You had better ask him." "What are you doing at Vienna?" "Taking coffee. I should have thought you could have seen that for yourselves." "If the gentleman is not your husband, you will leave the town within 24 hours. The gentleman is my friend and not my husband, and I shall leave Vienna exactly when I choose, unless you make me go away by force." "Very good. We are aware, sir, that you have a separate room, but that makes no difference." Thereupon one of the policemen entered my room, I following him. "What do you want here?" said I. "I am looking at your bed, and I can see you have not slept in it. That's enough." "The devil! What business have you here at all, and who authorizes such disgraceful proceedings?" He made no reply, but returned to Madame Blasson's room, where they both ordered her to leave Vienna in the course of 24 hours, and then they both left us. "Dress yourself," said I to her, "and tell the French ambassador the whole story. Tell him that you are a milliner, Blasson by name, and that all you want is to go from here to Strasbourg, and from there to Montpellier." While she was dressing, I ordered a carriage and a servant to be in attendance. She returned in an hour's time, and said the ambassador had assured her that she would be left alone, and need not leave Vienna till she thought fit. I took her to Mass in triumph, and then, as the weather was bad, we spent the rest of the day in eating and drinking and sitting by the fire. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the landlord came up and said very politely that he had been ordered by the police to give the lady a room at some distance from mine, and that he was obliged to obey. "I am quite ready to change my room," said Madame Blasson with a smile. "Is the lady to sup alone?" I asked. "I have received no instructions on that point." "Then I will sup with her, and I hope you will treat us well." "You shall be well served, sir." In spite of the detestable and tyrannical police, we spent the last 4 days and nights together in the closest intimacy. When she left, I wanted her to take 50 louis, but she would only have 30, saying that she could travel to Montpellier on that sum and have money in her pocket when she got there. Our parting was an affecting one. She wrote to me from Strasbourg, and we shall hear of her again when I describe my visit to Montpellier. The first day of the year 1767, I took an apartment in the house of a certain Mr. Schroeder, and I took letters of introduction to Madame de Salmer and Madame de Staremberg. I then called on the elder Calsabigi, who was in the service of Prince Kaunitz. This Calsabigi, whose whole body was one mass of eruption, always worked in bed, and the minister, his master, went to see him almost every day. I went constantly to the theater, where Madame Vestris was dancing. On January the 7th or 8th, I saw the Empress Dowager come to the theater dressed in black. She was received with applause, as this was the first appearance she had made since the death of her husband. At Vienna, I met the Comte de la Pérouse, who was trying to induce the Empress to give him 500,000 of florins which Charles Roman VI owed his father. Through him, I made the acquaintance of the Spaniard Las Casas, a man of intelligence, and, what is a rare thing in a Spaniard, free from prejudices. I also met at the Count's house the Venetian Uxelli, with whom I had been at St. Cyprian's College at Murin. He was, at the time of which I write, secretary to the ambassador, Polo Ranieri. This gentleman had a great esteem for me, but my affair with the state inquisitors prevented him from receiving me. My friend Campioni arrived at this date from Warsaw. He had passed through Cracovia. I accommodated him in my apartment with great pleasure. He had an engagement at London, but to my great delight, he was able to spend a couple of months with me. Prince Charles of Curland, who had been at Venice and had been well received by M. de Bragadin and my other friends, had been in Vienna and had left it a fortnight before my arrival to return to Venice. Prince Charles wrote to tell me that there was no bounds to the care and kindness of my Venetian friends, and that he would be grateful to me for all his days. I lived very quietly at Vienna. My health was good, and I thought of nothing but my journey to Portugal, which I intended to take place in the spring. I saw no company of any kind, whether good or ill. I often called on Calsabigi, who made a parade of his atheism, and slandered my friend Metastasio, who despised him. Calsabigi knew it and laughed at him. He was a profound politician and the right hand of Prince Kaunitz. One day after dinner, as I was sitting at table with my friend Campione, a pretty little girl, between 12 and 13, as I should imagine, came into my room with mingled boldness and fear, and made me a low bow. I asked her what she wanted, and she replied in Latin verse to the effect that her mother was in the next room, and that if I liked she would come in. I replied in Latin prose that I did not care about seeing her mother, telling her my reasons with great plainness. She replied with 4 Latin lines, but as they were not to the point, I could see that she had learnt them by heart and repeated them like a parrot. She went on still in Latin versta, tell me that her mother must come in or else the authorities might think I was abusing her. This last phrase was uttered with all the directness of the Latin style. It made me burst out laughing, and I felt inclined to explain to her what she had said in her own language. The little slut told me she was a Venetian, and this putting me at my ease I told her that the authorities would never suspect her of doing such a thing as she was too young. At this the girl seemed to reflect a moment, and then recited some verses from the Priapeia to the effect that unripe fruit is often more piquant than that which is ripe. This was enough to set me on fire, and Campione, seeing that he was not wanted, went back to his room. I drew her gently to me and asked her if her father was at Vienna. She said yes, and instead of repulsing my caresses, she proceeded to accompany my actions with the recital of erotic verses. I sent her away with a fee of 2 ducats, but before she went, she gave me her address written in German with 4 Latin verses beneath, stating that her bedfellow would find her either Hebe or Ganymede, according to his liking. I could not help admiring the ingenuity of her father, who thus contrived to make a living out of his daughters. She was a pretty girl enough, but at Vienna, pretty girls are so common that they often have to starve in spite of their charms. The Latin verses had been thrown in as an attraction in this case, but I did not think she would find it very remunerative in Vienna. Next evening my evil genius made me go and seek her out at the address she had given me. Although I was 42 years old, in spite of the experience I had had, I was so foolish as to go alone. The girl saw me coming from the window, and guessing that I was looking for her, she came down and showed me in. I went upstairs, and when I found myself in the presence of the wretch Picchini, my blood froze in my veins. A feeling of false shame prevented my retracing my steps, as it might have looked as if I had been afraid. In the same room were his pretended wife, Catina, 2 Sclavonic-looking assassins, and the decoy duck. I saw that this was not a laughing matter, so I dissembled to the best of my ability and made up my mind to leave the place in 5 minutes' time. Picchini, swearing and blaspheming, began to reproach me with the manner in which I had treated him in England, and said that his time had come, and that my life was in his hands. One of the 2 Sclavs broke in, and said we must make friends, and so made me sit down, opened a bottle, and said we must drink together. I tried to put as good a face upon it as I could, but I begged to be excused, on which Picchini swore that I was afraid of having to pay for the bottle of wine. "You are mistaken," said I am quite ready to pay. I put my hand in my pocket to take out a ducat without drawing out my purse, but the Sclav told me I need not be afraid, as I was amongst honest people. Again, shame made me yield, and as I had some difficulty in extracting my purse, the Sclav kindly did it for me. Picchini immediately snatched it from his hands and said he should keep it as part compensation for all I had made him endure. I saw that it was a concerted scheme, and said with a smile that he could do as he liked, and so I rose to leave them. The Sclav said we must embrace each other, and on my declaring that to be unnecessary, he and his comrade drew their sabers, and I thought myself undone. Without more ado, I hastened to embrace them. To my astonishment, they let me go, and I went home in a grievous state, and not knowing what else to do went to bed. Volume 6, Spanish Passions. Episode 26, Spain. Chapter 1. I am ordered to leave Vienna the Empress Moderates, but does not annul the orders of Oysky at Munich my stay, ad Augsburg Gasconade at Louisburg the Cologne newspaper, my arrival at Aix-la-Chapelle. The greatest mistake a man that punishes a knave can commit is to leave the said rogue alive, for he is certain to take vengeance. If I had had my sword in the den of thieves, I should no doubt have defended myself, but it would have gone ill with me, 3 against 1, and I should probably have been cut to pieces, while the murderers would have escaped unpunished. At 8 o'clock, Campione came to see me in my bed and was astonished at my adventure. Without troubling himself to compassionate me, we both began to think how we could get back my purse. But we came to the conclusion that it would be impossible, as I had nothing more than my mere assertion to prove the case. In spite of that, however, I wrote out the whole story, beginning with the girl who recited the Latin verses. I intended to bring the document before the police. However, I had not time to do so. I was just sitting down to dinner when an agent of the police came and gave me an order to go and speak to Count Schroetenbach, the Statthalter. I told him to instruct my coachman, who was waiting at the door, and that I would follow him shortly. When I called on the Statthalter, I found him to be a thick-set individual. He was standing up and surrounded by men who seemed ready to execute his orders. When he saw me, he showed me a watch and requested me to note the hour. "I see it. If you are at Vienna at that time tomorrow, I shall have you expelled from the city. Why do you give me such an unjust order? In the first place, I am not here to give you accounts or reasons for my actions. However, I may tell you that you are expelled for playing at games of chance, which are forbidden by the laws under pain of the galleys. Do you recognize that purse and these cards?" I did not know the cards, but I knew the purse which had been stolen from me. I was in a terrible rage, and I only replied by presenting the magistrate with the truthful narrative of what had happened to me. He read it, and then said with a laugh that I was well known to be a man of parts, that my character was known, that I had been expelled from Warsaw, and that as for the document before him, he judged it to be a pack of lies, since in his opinion it was altogether void of probability. "In fine," he added, "you will obey my order to leave the town, and you must tell me where you are going." "I will tell you that when I have made up my mind to go." "What, you dare to tell me that you will not obey? You yourself have said that if I do not go I shall be removed by force." "Very good. I have heard you have a strong will, but here it will be of no use to you. I advise you to go quietly and so avoid harsh measures. I request you to return me that document." "I will not do so. Begone." This was one of the most terrible moments of my life. I shudder still when I think of it. It was only a cowardly love of life that hindered me from running my sword through the body of the Statthalter, who had treated me as if he were a hangman and not a judge. As I went away, I took it into my head to complain to Prince Kaunitz, though I had not the honor of knowing him. I called at his house, and a man I met told me to stay in the antechamber, as the prince would pass through to go to dinner. It was 5 o'clock. The prince appeared, followed by his guests, amongst whom was M. Polo Ranieri, the Venetian ambassador. The prince asked me what he could do for me, and I told my story in a loud voice before them all. "I have received my order to go, but I shall not obey. I implore your highness to give me your protection, and to help me to bring my plea to the foot of the throne." "Write out your petition," he replied, "and I will see that the empress gets it. But I advise you to ask her majesty for a respite, for if you say that you won't obey, she will be predisposed against you. But if the royal grace does not place me in security, I shall be driven away by violence. Then take refuge with the ambassador of your native country." "Alas, my lord, my country has forsaken me. An act of legal though unconstitutional violence has deprived me of my rights as a citizen. My name is Casanova, and my country is Venice." The prince looked astonished and turned to the Venetian ambassador, who smiled and whispered to him for 10 minutes. "It's a pity," said the prince kindly, "that you cannot claim the protection of any ambassador." At these words, a nobleman of colossal stature stepped forward and said I could claim his protection, as my whole family, myself included, had served the prince his master. He spoke the truth, for he was the ambassador of Saxony. "That is Count Vitzthum," said the prince. "Write to the empress, and I will forward your petition immediately. If there is any delay in the answer, go to the count. You will be safe with him until you like to leave Vienna." In the meanwhile, the prince ordered writing materials to be brought me, and he and his guests passed into the dining hall. I give here a copy of the petition, which I composed in less than 10 minutes. I made a fair copy for the Venetian ambassador to send home to the Senate. "Madam, I am sure that if, as your royal and imperial highness were walking in your garden, an insect appealed plaintively to you not to crush it, you would turn aside, and so avoid doing the poor creature any hurt. I, madam, am an insect, and I beg of you that you will order M. Statthalter Schrotenbach to delay crushing me with your Majesty's slipper for a week. Possibly, after that time has elapsed, your Majesty will not only prevent his crushing me, but will deprive him of that slipper, which was only meant to be the terror of rogues, and not of an humble Venetian, who is an honest man, though he escaped from the Leads. In profound submission to your Majesty's will, I remain, Casanova. Given at Vienna, January 21st, 1769. When I had finished the petition, I made a fair draft of it, and sent it in to the prince, who sent it back to me telling me that he would place it in the Empress's hands immediately, but that he would be much obliged by my making a copy for his own use. I did so, and gave both copies to the valet de chambre, and went my way. I trembled like a paralytic, and was afraid that my anger might get me into difficulty. By way of calming myself, I wrote out in the style of a manifesto the narrative I had given to the vile Schrotenbach, and which that unworthy magistrate had refused to return to me. At 7 o'clock Count Witztham came into my room. He greeted me in a friendly manner and begged me to tell him the story of the girl I had gone to see, on the promise of the Latin quatrain referring to her accommodating disposition. I gave him the address and copied out the verses, and he said that was enough to convince an enlightened judge that I had been slandered, but he, nevertheless, was very doubtful whether justice would be done me. What, shall I be obliged to leave Vienna tomorrow? No, the Empress cannot possibly refuse you the week's delay. Why not? Oh, no one could refuse such an appeal as that. Even the prince could not help smiling as he was reading it in his cold way. After reading it, he passed it on to me, and then to the Venetian ambassador, who asked him if he meant to give it to the Empress as it stood. This petition, replied the prince, might be sent to God, if one knew the way, and forthwith he ordered one of his secretaries to fold it up and see that it was delivered. We talked of you for the rest of dinner, and I had the pleasure of hearing the Venetian ambassador say that no one could discover any reason for your imprisonment under the Leads. Your duel was also discussed, but on that point we only knew what has appeared in the newspapers. Oblige me by giving me a copy of your petition. That phrase of Schrotenbach and the slipper pleased me vastly. I copied out the document and gave it him with a copy of my manifesto. Before he left me, the Count renewed the invitation to take refuge with him, if I did not hear from the Empress before the expiration of the 24 hours. At 10 o'clock I had a visit from the Comte de la Perros, the Marquis de las Casas, and Signor Axelli, the secretary of the Venetian embassy. The latter came to ask for a copy of my petition for his chief. I promised he should have it, and I also sent a copy of my manifesto. The only thing which rather interfered with the dignity of this latter piece, and gave it a somewhat comic air, were the 4 Latin verses, which might make people imagine that, after enjoying the girl as Hebe, I had gone in search of her as Ganymede. This was not the case, but the Empress understood Latin and was familiar with mythology, and if she had looked on it in the light I have mentioned, I should have been undone. I made 6 copies of the 2 documents before I went to bed. I was quite tired out, but the exertion had somewhat soothed me. At noon the next day, young Haas, son of the chapel master, and of the famous Tristina, secretary of legation to Count Witztham, came to tell me from the ambassador that nobody would attack me in my own house, nor in my carriage if I went abroad, but that it would be imprudent to go out on foot. He added that his chief would have the pleasure of calling on me at 7 o'clock. I begged M. Haas to let me have all this in writing, and after he had written it out he left me. Thus the order to leave Vienna had been suspended. It must have been done by the sovereign. I have no time to lose, said I to myself. I shall have justice done me, my assassins will be condemned, my purse will be returned with the 200 ducats in it, and not in the condition in which it was shewn to me by the infamous Schrotenbach, who will be punished by dismissal, at least. Such were my castles in Spain, who has not built such. Quod nimis miseri volunt hoc facile credunt, says Seneca, the wish is father to the thought. Before sending my manifesto to the Empress, Prince Kaunitz, and to all the ambassadors, I thought it would be well to call on the Countess of Salmer, who spoke to the sovereign early and late. I had had a letter of introduction for her. She greeted me by saying that I had better give up wearing my arm in a sling, as it looked as if I were a charlatan. My arm must be well enough after 9 months. I was extremely astonished by this greeting, and replied that if it were not necessary I should not wear a sling, and that I was no charlatan. However, I added, I have come to see you on a different matter. Yes, I know, but I will have nothing to do with it. You are all as bad as tomatoes. I gave a turn round and left the room without taking any further notice of her. I returned home feeling overwhelmed by the situation. I had been robbed and insulted by a band of thorough-paced rascals. I could do nothing, justice was denied me, and now I had been made a mock of by a worthless countess. If I had received such an insult from a man, I would have soon made him feel the weight of one arm at all events. I could not bear my arm without a sling for an hour. Pain and swelling set in immediately. I was not perfectly cured till 20 months after the duel. Count Witztham came to see me at 7 o'clock. He said the Empress had told Prince Kaunitz that Schrottenbach considered my narrative as pure romance. His theory was that I had held a bank at faro with sharper's cards and had dealt with both hands, the arm in the sling being a mere pretense. I had then been taken in the act by one of the gamesters, and my unjust gains had been very properly taken from me. My detector had then handed over my purse, containing 40 ducats, to the police, and the money had of course been confiscated. The Empress had to choose between believing Schrottenbach and dismissing him, and she was not inclined to do the latter, as it would be a difficult matter to find him a successor in his difficult and odious task of keeping Vienna clear of human vermin. This is what Prince Kaunitz asked me to tell you, but you need not be afraid of any violence, and you can go when you like. Then I am to be robbed of 200 ducats with impunity. The Empress might at least reimburse me if she does nothing more. Please to ask the prince whether I can ask the sovereign to give me that satisfaction, the least I can demand. I will tell him what you say. If not, I shall leave, for what can I do in a town where I can only drive, and where the government keeps assassins in its pay? You are right. We are all sure that Picchini has calumniated you. The girl who recites Latin verses is well known, but none know her address. I must advise you not to publish your tale as long as you are in Vienna, as it places Schrottenbach in a very bad light, and you see the Empress has to support him in the exercise of his authority. I see the force of your argument, and I shall have to devour my anger. I will leave Vienna as soon as the washerwoman sends home my linen, but I will have the story printed in all its black injustice. The Empress is prejudiced against you, I don't know by whom. I know, though, it is that infernal old hag, Countess Salmer. The next day I received a letter from Count Witztham, in which he said that Prince Kaunitz advised me to forget the 200 ducats, that the girl and her so-called mother had left Vienna to all appearance, as someone had gone to the address and had failed to find her. I saw that I could do nothing, and resolved to depart in peace, and afterwards to publish the whole story and to hang Picchini with my own hands when next I met him. I did neither the one nor the other. About that time, a young lady of the Salis de Coir family arrived at Vienna without any companion. The imperial hangman Schrottenbach ordered her to leave Vienna in 2 days. She replied that she would leave exactly when she felt inclined. The magistrate consigned her to imprisonment in a convent, and she was there still when I left. The emperor went to see her, and the Empress, his mother, asked him what he thought of her. His answer was, I thought her much more amusing than Schrottenbach. Undoubtedly, every man worthy of the name longs to be free, but who is really free in this world? No one. The philosopher, perchance, may be accounted so, but it is at the cost of 2 precious sacrifices at the phantom shrine of liberty. I left the use of my suite of rooms, for which I had paid a month in advance, to Campioni, promising to wait for him at Augsburg, where the law alone is supreme. I departed alone, carrying with me the bitter regret that I had not been able to kill the monster, whose despotism had crushed me. I stopped at Linz on purpose to write to Schrottenbach even a more bitter letter than that which I had written to the Duke of Württemberg in 1760. I posted it myself, and had it registered so as to be sure of its reaching the scoundrel to whom it had been addressed. It was absolutely necessary for me to write this letter, for rage that has no vent must kill at last. From Linz, I had a 3 days' journey to Munich, where I called on Count Gieten Zavoyki, who died at Dresden 7 years ago. I had known him at Venice when he was in want, and I had happily been useful to him. On my relating the story of the robbery that had been committed on me, he no doubt imagined I was in want, and gave me 25 louis. To tell the truth, it was much less than what I had given him at Venice, and if he had looked upon his action as paying back a debt, we should not have been quits. But as I had never wished him to think that I had lent, not given him money, I received the present gratefully. He also gave me a letter for Count Maximilian Lamberg, marshal at the court of the Prince Bishop of Augsburg, whose acquaintance I had the honor of having. There was no theater then in Augsburg, but there were masked balls in which all classes mingled freely. There were also small parties where faro was played for small stakes. I was tired of the pleasure, the misfortune, and the griefs I had had in 3 capitals, and I resolved to spend 4 months in the free city of Augsburg, where strangers have the same privileges as the canons. My purse was slender, but with the economical life I led I had nothing to fear on that score. I was not far from Venice, where 100 ducats were always at my service if I wanted them. I played a little and waged war against the sharpers who have become more numerous of late than the dupes, as there are also more doctors than patients. I also thought of getting a mistress, for what is life without love? I had tried in vain to retrace Gertrude. The engraver was dead, and no one knew what had become of his daughter. 2 or 3 days before the end of the carnival, I went to a hirer of carriages, as I had to go to a ball at some distance from the town. While the horses were being put in, I entered the room to warm my hands, for the weather was very cold. A girl came up and asked me if I would drink a glass of wine. No, said I, and on the question being repeated the monosyllable somewhat rudely. The girl stood still and began to laugh, and I was about to turn angrily away when she said, "I see you do not remember me." I looked at her attentively, and at last I discovered beneath her unusually ugly features the lineaments of Anna Medel, the maid in the engraver's house. "You remind me of Anna Medel," said I. "Alas, I was Anna Medel once. I am no longer an object fit for love, but that is your fault." "Mine?" "Yes, the 400 florins you gave me made Count Fugger's coachman marry me, and he not only abandoned me but gave me a disgusting disease, which was like to have been my death. I recovered my health, but I never shall recover my good looks. I am very sorry to hear all this, but tell me what has become of Gertrude." "Then you don't know that you are going to a ball at her house tonight." "Her house?" "Yes. After her father's death, she married a well-to-do and respectable man, and I expect you will be pleased with the entertainment." "Is she pretty still?" "She is just as she used to be, except that she is 6 years older and has had children." "Is she gallant?" "I don't think so." Anna had spoken the truth. Gertrude was pleased to see me, and introduced me to her husband as one of her father's old lodgers, and I had altogether a pleasant welcome. But on sounding her, I found she entertained those virtuous sentiments which might have been expected under the circumstances. Campioni arrived at Augsburg at the beginning of Lent. He was in company with Binetti, who was going to Paris. He had completely despoiled his wife, and had left her forever. Campioni told me that no one at Vienna doubted my story in the slightest degree. Picchini and the Sclave had disappeared a few days after my departure, and the Statthalter had incurred a great deal of odium by his treatment of me. Campioni spent a month with me, and then went on to London. I called on Count Lamberg and his countess, who, without being beautiful, was an epitome of feminine charm and amiability. Her name before marriage was Countess Datsberg. 3 months after my arrival, this lady, who was enchantée, but did not think her time was due, went with Count Fugger, dean of the chapter, to a party of pleasure at an inn 3/4 of a league from Augsburg. I was present, and in the course of the meal she was taken with such violent pains that she feared she would be delivered on the spot. She did not like to tell the noble canon, and thinking that I was more likely to be acquainted with such emergencies, she came up to me and told me all. I ordered the coachman to put in his horses instantly, and when the coach was ready I took up the countess and carried her to it. The canon followed us in blank astonishment, and asked me what was the matter. I told him to bid the coachman drive fast and not to spare his horses. He did so, but he asked again what was the matter. "The countess will be delivered of a child if we do not make haste." I thought I should be bound to laugh, in spite of my sympathies for the poor lady's pains, when I saw the dean turn green and white and purple, and look as if he were going into a fit, as he realized that the countess might be delivered before his eyes in his own carriage. The poor man looked as grievously tormented as St. Lawrence on his gridiron. The bishop was at Plombier's. They would write and tell him. It would be in all the papers. Quick, coachman, quick. We got to the castle before it was too late. I carried the lady into her room, and they ran for a surgeon and a midwife. It was no good, however, for in 5 minutes the count came out and said the countess had just been happily delivered. The dean looked as if a weight had been taken off his mind. However, he took the precaution of having himself blooded. I spent an extremely pleasant 4 months at Augsburg, supping twice or thrice a week at Count Lamberg's. At these suppers, I made the acquaintance of a very remarkable man-count Thura and Valsamina, then a page in the Prince-Bishop's household, now Dean of Ratisbon. He was always at the Countess, as was also Dr. Algardi, of Bologna, the prince's physician and a delightful man. I often saw at the same house a certain Baron Selenthin, a Prussian officer, who was always recruiting for his master at Augsburg. He was a pleasant man, somewhat in the Gascon style, soft-spoken, and an expert gamester. 5 or 6 years ago I had a letter from him dated Dresden, in which he said that though he was old and had married a rich wife, he repented of having married at all. I should say the same if I had ever chanced to marry. During my stay at Augsburg, several Poles, who had left their country on account of the troubles, came to see me. Amongst others was Arzuewski, the royal prothonotary, whom I had known at St. Petersburg as the lover of poor Madame Langlade. "What a diet, what plots, what counterplots, what misfortunes," said this honest Pole to me. "Happy are they who have nothing to do with it." He was going to Spa, and he assured me that if I followed him I should find Prince Adam's sister, Tomates, and Madame Cati, who had become the manager's wife. I determined to go to Spa, and to take measures so that I might go there with 300 or 400 ducats in my purse. To this intent, I wrote to Prince Charles of Curland, who was at Venice, to send me 100 ducats, and in my letter I gave him an infallible receipt for the Philosopher's Stone. The letter containing this vast secret was not in cipher, so I advised him to burn it after he had read it, assuring him that I possessed a copy. He did not do so, and it was taken to Paris with his order papers when he was sent to the Bastille. If it had not been for the Revolution, my letter would never have seen the light. When the Bastille was destroyed, my letter was found and printed with other curious compositions, which were afterwards translated into German and English. The ignorant fools that abound in the land, where my fate wills that I should write down the chief events of my long and troublous life, these fools, I say, who are naturally my sworn foes, for the ass lies not down with the horse, make this letter an article of accusation against me, and think they can stop my mouth by telling me that the letter has been translated into German and remains to my eternal shame. The ignorant Bohemians are astonished when I tell them that I regard the letter as redounding to my glory, and that if their ears were not quite so long, their blame would be turned into praise. I do not know whether my letter has been correctly translated, but since it has become public property, I shall set it down here in homage to truth, the only God I adore. I have before me an exact copy of the original written in Augsburg in the year 1767, and we are now in the year 1798. It runs as follows. My lord, I hope your highness will either burn this letter after reading it, or else preserve it with the greatest care. It will be better, however, to make a copy in cipher, and to burn the original. My attachment to you is not my only motive in writing. I confess my interest is equally concerned. Allow me to say that I do not wish your highness to esteem me alone for any qualities you may have observed in me. I wish you to become my debtor by the inestimable secret I am going to confide to you. This secret relates to the making of gold, the only thing of which your highness stands in need. If you had been miserly by nature, you would be rich now, but you are generous and will be poor all your days if you do not make use of my secret. Your highness told me at Riga that you would like me to give you the secret by which I transmuted iron into copper. I never did so, but now I shall teach you how to make a much more marvelous transmutation. I should point out to you, however, that you are not at present in a suitable place for the operation, although all the materials are easily procurable. The operation necessitates my presence for the construction of a furnace, and for the great care necessary, far the least mistake will spoil all. The transmutation of Mars is an easy and merely mechanical process, but that of gold is philosophical in the highest degree. The gold produced will be equal to that used in the Venetian sequins. You must reflect, my lord, that I am giving you information which will permit you to dispense with me, and you must also reflect that I am confiding to you my life and my liberty. The step I am taking should ensure your lifelong protection and should raise you above that prejudice which is entertained against the general mass of alchemists. My vanity would be wounded if you refused to distinguish me from the common herd of operators. All I ask you is that you will wait till we meet before undertaking the process. You cannot do it by yourself, and if you employ any other person but myself, you will betray the secret. I must tell you that, using the same materials, and by the addition of mercury and niter, I made the tree of projection for the Marchioness d'Urf and the Princess of Anhalt. Zerbst calculated the profit as 50%. My fortune would have been made long ago if I had found a prince with the control of a mint whom I could trust. Your character enables me to confide in you. However, we will come to the point. You must take 4 ounces of good silver, dissolve in aqua fortis precipitate secundum artem with copper, then wash in lukewarm water to separate the acids. Dry, mix with half an ounce of sal ammoniac, and place in a suitable vessel. Afterwards you must take a pound of alum, a pound of Hungary crystals, 4 ounces of verdigris, 4 ounces of cinnabar, and 2 ounces of sulfur. Pulverize and mix, and place in a retort of such size that the above matters will only half fill it. This retort must be placed over a furnace with 4 draughts, for the heat must be raised to the 4th degree. At first your fire must be slow so as to extract the gross phlegm of the matter, and when the spirit begins to appear, place the receiver under the retort, and Luna with the ammoniac salts will appear in it. All the joinings must be luted with the philosophical luting, and as the spirit comes, so regulate your furnace, but do not let it pass the 3rd degree of heat. So soon as the sublimation begins, then boldly open your 4th vent, but take heed that that which is sublimed pass not into the receiver where is your Luna, and so you must shut the mouth of the retort closely, and keep it so for 24 hours, and then take off your fastenings, and allow the distillation to go on. Then you must increase your fire so that the spirits may pass over, until the matter in the retort is quite desiccated. After this operation has been performed 3 times, then you shall see the gold appear in the retort. Then draw it forth and melt it, adding your corpus perfectum. Melt with it 2 ounces of gold, then lay it in water, and you shall find 4 ounces of pure gold. Such, my lord, is the gold mine for your mint of Mittau, by which, with the assistance of a manager and 4 men, you can assure yourself a revenue of 1,000 ducats a week, and double and quadruple that sum, if your highness chooses to increase the men and the furnaces. I ask your highness to make me your manager. But remember, it must be a state secret, so burn this letter, and if your highness would give me any reward in advance, I only ask you to give me your affection and esteem. I shall be happy if I have reason to believe that my master will also be my friend. My life, which this letter places in your power, is ever at your service, and I know not what I shall do if I ever have cause to repent having disclosed my secret. I have the honor to be, etc. In whatever language this letter may have been translated, if its sense run not as above, it is not my letter, and I am ready to give the lie to all the Murraybows in the world. I have been called an exile, but wrongfully, for a man who has to leave a country by virtue of a letter de cachet is no exile. He is forced to obey a despotic monarch who looks upon his kingdom as his house, and turns out of doors anyone who meets with his displeasure. As soon as my purse swelled to a respectable size, I left Augsburg. The date of my departure was June 14, 1767. I was at Ulm when a courier of the Duke of Württemberg's passed through the town with the news that His Highness would arrive from Venice in the course of 5 or 6 days. This courier had a letter for me. It had been entrusted to him by Prince Charles of Kurland, who had told the courier that he would find me at the Hotel du Raisin in Augsburg. As it happened, I had left the day before, but knowing the way by which I had gone, he caught me up at Ulm. He gave me the letter and asked me if I were the same Casanova who had been placed under arrest and had escaped on account of some gambling dispute with 3 officers. As I was never an adept in concealing the truth, I replied in the affirmative. A Württemberg officer who was standing beside us observed to me in a friendly manner that he was at Stuttgart at the time, and that most people concurred in blaming the 3 officers for their conduct in the matter. Without making any reply, I read the letter, which referred to our private affairs, But as I was reading it, I resolved to tell a little lie, one of those lies which do nobody any harm. "Well, sir," I said to the officer, "His Highness, your sovereign, has listened to reason at last, and this letter informs me of a reparation which is in every way satisfactory. The Duke has created me his private secretary with a salary of 1,200 a year. But I have waited for it a long time. God knows what has become of the 3 officers. They are all at Louisbourg, and is now a colonel. Well, they will be surprised to hear my news, and they will hear it tomorrow, for I am leaving this place in an hour. If they are at Louisbourg, I shall have a triumph, but I am sorry not to be able to accompany you. However, we shall see each other the day after tomorrow." I had an excellent night, and awoke with the beautiful idea of going to Louisbourg, not to fight the 3 officers but to frighten them, triumph over them, and to enjoy a pleasant vengeance for the injury they had done me. I should at the same time see a good many old friends. There was Madame Toscani, the Duke's mistress, Balletti and Vestri, who had married a former mistress of the Duke S. I had sounded the depths of the human heart and knew I had nothing to fear. The Duke was on the point of returning, and nobody would dream of impugning the truth of my story. When he actually did arrive, he would not find me, for as soon as the courier announced his approach, I should go away, telling everybody that I had orders to precede His Highness, and everybody would be duped. I never had so pleasant an idea before. I was quite proud of it, and I should have despised myself if I had failed to carry it into effect. It would be my vengeance on the Duke, who could not have forgotten the terrible letter I had written him, for princes do not forget small injuries as they forget great services. I slept badly the following night, my anxiety was so great, and I reached Louisbourg and gave my name at the town gates, without the addition of my pretended office, for my jest must be matured by degrees. I went to stay at the posting inn, and just as I was asking for the address of Madame Toscani, she and her husband appeared on the scene. They both flung their arms around my neck and overwhelmed me with compliments on my wounded arm and the victory I had achieved. "What victory?" "Your appearance here has filled the hearts of all your friends with joy." "Well, I certainly am in the Duke's service, but how did you find it out?" "It's the common talk. The courier who gave you the letter has spread it all abroad, and the officer who was present and arrived here yesterday morning confirmed it. But you cannot imagine the consternation of your 3 foes. However, we are afraid that you will have some trouble with them, as they have kept your letter of defiance given from Furstenberg." "Why didn't they meet me then?" "2 of them could not go, and the 3rd arrived too late." "Very good. If the Duke has no objection, I shall be happy to meet them one after another, not 3 all at once. Of course, the duel must be with pistols. A sword duel is out of the question with my arm in a sling." "We will speak of that again. My daughter wants to make peace before the Duke comes, and you had better consent to arrangements, for there are 3 of them, and it isn't likely that you could kill the whole 3 one after the other. Your daughter must have grown into a beauty. You must stop with us this evening. You will see her, for she is no longer the Duke's mistress. She is going to get married. If your daughter can bring about an arrangement, I would gladly fall in with it, provided it is an honorable one for me. How is it that you are wearing the sling after all these months?" "I am quite cured, and yet my arm swells as soon as I let it swing loose. You shall see it after dinner, for you must dine with me if you want me to sup with you." Next came Vestri, whom I did not know, accompanied by my beloved Balletti. With them was an officer who was in love with Madame Toscani's 2nd daughter, and another of their circle, with whom I was also unacquainted. They all came to congratulate me on my honorable position in the Duke's service. Balletti was quite overcome with delight. The reader will recollect that he was my chief assistant in my escape from Stuttgart, and that I was once going to marry his sister. Balletti was a fine fellow, and the Duke was very fond of him. He had a little country house with a spare room which he begged me to accept, as he said he was only too proud that the Duke should know him as my best friend. When His Highness came, of course I would have an apartment in the palace. I accepted, and as it was still early, we all went to see the young Toscani. I had loved her in Paris before her beauty had reached its zenith, and she was naturally proud to show me how beautiful she had become. She showed me her house and her jewels, told me the story of her amours with the Duke, of her breaking with him on account of his perpetual infidelities, and of her marriage with a man she despised, but who was forced on her by her position. At dinner time, we all went to the inn, where we met the offending colonel. He was the first to take off his hat, we returned the salute, and he passed on his way. The dinner was a pleasant one, and when it was over I proceeded to take up my quarters with Balletti. In the evening we went to Madame Toscani's, where I saw two girls of ravishing beauty, Madame Toscani's daughter and Vestry's wife, of whom the Duke had had 2 children. Madame Vestry was a handsome woman, but her wit and the charm of her manner enchanted me still more. She had only one fault, she lisped. There was a certain reserve about the manner of M'Deal. Toscani, so I chiefly addressed myself to Madame Vestry, whose husband was not jealous, for he neither cared for her nor she for him. On the day of my arrival, the manager had distributed the parts of a little play which was to be given in honor of the Duke's arrival. It had been written by a local author, in hopes of its obtaining the favor of the court for him. After supper, the little piece was discussed. Madame Vestry played the principal part, which she was prevailed upon to recite. "Your elocution is admirable, and your expression full of spirit," I observed. "But what a pity it is that you do not pronounce the dentals." The whole table scouted my opinion. "It's a beauty, not a defect," said they. "It makes her acting soft and delicate. Other actresses envy her the privilege of what you call a defect." I made no answer, but looked at Madame Vestry. "Do you think I am taken in by all that?" said she. "I think you are much too sensible to believe such nonsense. I prefer a man to say honestly, 'What a pity,' than to hear all that foolish flattery. But I am sorry to say that there is no remedy for the defect." "No remedy?" "No. Pardon me, I have an infallible remedy for your complaint. You shall give me a good hearty blow if I do not make you read the part perfectly by tomorrow, but if I succeed in making you read it as your husband, for example's sake, might read it, you shall permit me to give you a tender embrace." "Very good, but what must I do?" "You must let me weave a spell over your part, that is all. Give it to me. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock I will bring it to you to get my blow or my kiss, if your husband has no objection." "None whatever, but we do not believe in spells." "You are right in a general way, but mine will not fail." "Very good." Madame Vestry left me the part, and the conversation turned on other subjects. I was condoled with on my swollen hand, and I told the story of my duel. Everybody seemed to delight in entertaining me and feasting me, and I went back to Balletti's in love with all the ladies, but especially with Madame Vestry and M'Deal. Toscani. Balletti had a beautiful little girl of 3 years old. "How did you get that angel?" I asked. "There's her mother, and, as a proof of my hospitality, she shall sleep with you tonight." "I accept your generous offer, but let it be tomorrow night." "And why not tonight?" "Because I shall be engaged all night in weaving my spell." "What do you mean? I thought that was a joke." "No, I am quite serious." "Are you a little crazy?" "You shall see. Do you go to bed and leave me a light and writing materials." I spent 6 hours in copying out the part, only altering certain phrases. For all words in which the letter R appeared I substituted another. It was a tiresome task, but I longed to embrace Madame Vestry before her husband. I set about my task in the following manner. The text ran: "Les proceeds de cet homme outrageant, et me deseparant, G dois penser a me debarrasser." For this I substituted: "Cet homme des facens qui m'offensent et me desolant, il faut que G m'en defasse," and so on throughout the piece. When I had finished I slept for 3 hours, and then rose and dressed. Balletti saw my spell, and said I had earned the curses of the young author, as Madame Vestry would no doubt make him write all parts for her without using the letter R. And, indeed, that was just what she did. I called on the actress and found her getting up. I gave her the part, and as soon as she saw what I had done, she burst out into exclamations of delight, and calling her husband showed him my contrivance and said she would never play a part with an R in it again. I promised to copy them all out, and added that I had spent the whole night in amending the present part. "The whole night. Come and take your reward, for you are cleverer than any sorcerer." We must have the author to dinner, and I shall make him promise to write all my parts without the R, or the Duke will not employ him. Indeed, I don't wonder the Duke has made you his secretary. I never thought it would be possible to do what you have done, but I suppose it was very difficult. Not at all. If I were a pretty woman with the like defect, I should take care to avoid all words with an R in them. Oh, that would be too much trouble. Let us bet again, for a box or a kiss, that you can spend a whole day without using an R. Let us begin now. All in good time, said she, but we won't have any steak, as I think you are too greedy. The author came to dinner and was duly attacked by Madame Vestry. She began by saying that it was an author's duty to be polite to actresses, and if any of them spoke with a lisp, the least he could do was to write their parts without the fatal letter. The young author laughed and said it could not be done without spoiling the style. Thereupon Madame Vestry gave him my version of her part, telling him to read it and to say on his conscience whether the style had suffered. He had to confess that my alterations were positive improvements due to the great richness of the French language. And he was right, for there is no language in the world that can compare in copiousness of expression with the French. This trifling subject kept us merry, but Madame Vestry expressed a devout wish that all authors would do for her what I had done. At Paris, where I heard her playing well and lisping terribly, she did not find the authors so obliging, but she pleased the people. She asked me if I would undertake to recompose Zaire, leaving out the R's. Ah, said I, considering that it would have to be in verse and in Voltairean verse, I would rather not undertake the task. With a view to pleasing the actress, the young author asked me how I would tell her that she was charming without using an R. I should say that she enchanted me, made me in an ecstasy, that she is unique. She wrote me a letter, which I still keep, in which the R does not appear. If I could have stayed at Stuttgart, this device of mine might have won me her favors. But after a week of feasting and triumph, the courier came one morning at 10 o'clock and announced that His Highness, the Duke, would arrive at 4. As soon as I heard the news, I told Balletti with the utmost coolness that I thought it would be only polite to meet my lord, and swell his train on his entry into Louisbourg, and as I wished to meet him at a distance of 2 stages, I should have to go at once. He thought my idea an excellent one, and went to order post horses immediately. But when he saw me packing up all my belongings into my trunk, he guessed the truth and applauded the jest. I embraced him and confessed my hardihood. He was sorry to lose me, but he laughed when he thought of the feelings of the Duke and of the 3 officers when they found out the trick. He promised to write to me at Mannheim, where I had decided on spending a week to see my beloved Algardi, who was in the service of the Elector. I had also letters for M. de Sickerigen and Baron Becker, one of the Elector's ministers. When the horses were put in, I embraced Balletti, his little girl, and his pretty housekeeper, and ordered the postilion to drive to Mannheim. When we reached Mannheim, I heard that the court was at Schwetzingen, and I bade the postilion drive on. I found everyone I had expected to see. Algardi had got married, M. de Sickingen was soliciting the position of ambassador to Paris, and Baron Becker introduced me to the Elector. 5 or 6 days after my arrival died Prince Frederick des Dupont, and I will here relate an anecdote I heard the day before he died. Dr. Algardi had attended on the prince during his last illness. I was supping with Versailles, the poet laureate, on the eve of the prince's death, and in the course of supper, Algardi came in. "How is the prince?" said I. "The poor prince, he cannot possibly live more than 24 hours. Does he know it? No, he still hopes. He grieved me to the heart by bidding me tell him the whole truth. He even bade me give my word of honor that I was speaking the truth. Then he asked me if he were positively in danger of death. And you told him the truth?" "Certainly not. I told him his sickness was undoubtedly a mortal one, but that with the help of nature and art wonders might be worked." "Then you deceived him and told a lie." "I did not deceive him. His recovery comes under the category of the possible. I did not want to leave him in despair, for despair would most certainly kill him." "Yes, yes, but you will confess that you told him a lie and broke your word of honor." "I told no lie, for I know that he may possibly be cured." "Then you lied just now." "Not at all, for he will die tomorrow." "It seems to me that your reasoning is a little Jesuitical." "No, it is not. My duty was to prolong my patient's life and to spare him a sentence which would most certainly have shortened it, possibly by several hours. Besides, it is not an absolute impossibility that he should recover, therefore I did not lie when I told him that he might recover, nor did I lie just now when I gave it as my opinion the result of my experience, that he would die tomorrow. I would certainly wager 1,000,000 to 1 that he will die tomorrow, but I would not wager my life. You are right, and yet for all that you deceived the poor man. For his intention in asking you, the question was not to be told a commonplace which he knew as well as you, but to learn your true opinion as to his life or death. But again, I agree with you that, as his physician, you were quite right not to shorten his few remaining hours by telling him the terrible truth. After a fortnight, I left Schwetzingen, leaving some of my belongings under the care of Versailles the poet, telling him I would call for them someday. But I never came, and after a lapse of 31 years Versailles keeps them still. He was one of the strangest poets I have ever met. He affected eccentricity to make himself notorious, and opposed the great Metastasio in everything, writing unwieldy verses which he said gave more scope for the person who set them to music. He had got this extravagant notion from Jumeli. I traveled to Mayence, and thence I sailed to Cologne, where I looked forward to the pleasure of meeting with the burgomaster's wife who disliked General Kettler, and had treated me so well 7 years ago. But that was not the only reason which impelled me to visit that odious town. When I was at Dresden, I had read in a number of the Cologne Gazette that Master Casanova has returned to Warsaw only to be sent about his business again. The king has heard some stories of this famous adventurer, which compel him to forbid him his court. I could not stomach language of this kind, and I resolved to pay Jacques, the editor, a visit, and now my time had come. I made a hasty dinner and then called on the burgomaster, whom I found sitting at table with his fair Mimi. They welcomed me warmly, and for 2 hours I told them the story of my adventures during the last 7 years. Mimi had to go out, and I was asked to dine with them the next day. I thought she looked prettier than ever, and my imagination promised me some delicious moments with her. I spent an anxious and impatient night, and called on my amphitryon at an early hour to have an opportunity of speaking to his dear companion. I found her alone, and began with an ardent caress which she gently repelled, but her face froze my passion in its course. "Time is an excellent doctor," said she, "and it has cured me of a passion which left behind it the sting of remorse. What, the confessional, should only serve as a place wherein to confess our sins of the past, and to implore grace to sin no more. May the Lord save me from repentance, the only source of which is a prejudice. I shall leave Cologne tomorrow. I do not tell you to go. If there is no hope, it is no place for me. May I hope? Never." She was delightful at table, but I was gloomy and distracted. At 7 o'clock next day I set out, and as soon as I had passed the Aix-la-Chapelle gate, I told the postilion to stop and wait for me. I then walked to Jacques S., armed with a pistol and a cane, though I only meant to beat him. The servant showed me into the room where he was working by himself. It was on the ground floor, and the door was open for coolness' sake. He heard me coming in, and asked what he could do for me. "You scoundrelly journalist," I replied, "I am the adventurer Casanova, whom you slandered in your miserable sheet 4 months ago." So saying, I directed my pistol at his head, with my left hand, and lifted my cane with my right. But the wretched scribbler fell on his knees before me with clasped hands, and offered to show me the signed letter he had received from Warsaw, which contained the statements he had inserted in his paper. "Where is this letter?" "You shall have it in a moment." I made way for him to search, but I locked and bolted the door to prevent his escaping. The man trembled like a leaf and began to look for the letter amongst his Warsaw correspondence, which was in a disgraceful state of confusion. I showed him the date of the article in the paper, but the letter could not be found, and at the end of an hour he fell down again on his knees and told me to do what I would to him. I gave him a kick and told him to get up and follow me. He made no reply, and followed me bareheaded till he saw me get into my chaise and drive off, and I have no doubt he gave thanks to God for his light escape. In the evening, I reached Aix-la-Chapelle, where I found Princess Lubomirska, General Roniker, several other distinguished Poles, Tomatis and his wife, and many Englishmen of my acquaintance. Chapter 2. My stay at Spa below the Sword de la Croce Charlotte. Her lying in and death a letter de cachet obliges me to leave Paris in the course of 24 hours. All my friends seemed delighted to see me, and I was well pleased to find myself in such good company. People were on the point of leaving Aix for Spa. Nearly everyone went, and those who stayed only did so because lodgings were not to be had at Spa. Everybody assured me that this was the case, and many had returned after seeking in vain for a mere garret. I paid no attention to all this, and told the princess that if she would come with me I would find some lodging, were it only in my carriage. We accordingly set out the next day, and got to Spa in good time, our company consisting of the princess, the Prothonotary, Roniker, and the Tomatis. Everyone except myself had taken rooms in advance. I alone knew not where to turn. I got out and prepared for the search, but before going along the streets I went into a shop and bought a hat, having lost mine on the way. I explained my situation to the shopwoman, who seemed to take an interest in me, and began speaking to her husband in Flemish or Walloon, and finally informed me that if it were only for a few days, she and her husband would sleep in the shop and give up their room to me. But she said that she had absolutely no room whatever for my man. I haven't got one. All the better, send away your carriage. Where shall I send it? I will see that it is housed safely. How much am I to pay? Nothing, and if you are not too particular, we should like you to share our meals. I accept your offer thankfully. I went up a narrow staircase, and found myself in a pretty little room with a closet, a good bed, suitable furniture, and everything perfectly neat and clean. I thought myself very lucky, and asked the good people why they would not sleep in the closet rather than the shop, and they replied with one breath that they would be in my way, while their niece would not interfere with me. This news about the niece was a surprise to me. The closet had no door, and was not much bigger than the bed which it contained. It was, in fact, a mere alcove without any window. I must note that my hostess and her husband, both of them from Liege, were perfect models of ugliness. It's not within the limits of possibility, I said to myself, for the niece to be uglier than they, but if they allow her to sleep thus in the same room with the first comer, she must be proof against all temptation. However, I gave no sign, and did not ask to see the niece for fear of offense, and I went out without opening my trunk. I told them as I went out that I should not be back till after supper, and gave them some money to buy wax candles and night lights. I went to see the princess with whom I was to sup. All the company congratulated me on my good fortune in finding a lodging. I went to the concert, to the bank at Faro, and to the other gaming saloons, and there I saw the so-called Marquis d'Aragon, who was playing at piquet with an old count of the Holy Roman Empire. I was told about the duel he had had 3 weeks before with a Frenchman who had picked a quarrel with him. The Frenchman had been wounded in the chest, and was still ill. Nevertheless, he was only waiting for his cure to be completed to have his revenge, which he had demanded as he was taken off the field. Such is the way of the French when a duel is fought for a trifling matter. They stop at the first blood and fight the duel over and over again. In Italy, on the other hand, duels are fought to the death. Our blood burns to fire when our adversary's sword opens a vein. Thus stabbing is common in Italy and rare in France, while duels are common in France and rare in Italy. Of all the company at Spa, I was most pleased to see the Marquis Caraccioli, whom I had left in London. His court had given him leave of absence, and he was spending it at Spa. He was brimful of wit and the milk of human kindness, compassionate for the weaknesses of others, and devoted to youth, no matter of what sex, but he knew well the virtue of moderation, and used all things without abusing them. He never played, but he loved a good gamester and despised all dupes. The worthy Marquis was the means of making the fortune of the so-called Marquis d'Aragon, by becoming surety for his nobility and bona fides to a wealthy English widow of 50, who had taken a fancy to him, and brought him her fortune of £60,000 sterling. No doubt the widow was taken with the gigantic form and the beautiful title of d'Aragon, for Dragon, as his name really was devoid of wit and manners, and his legs, which I suppose he kept well covered, bore disgusting marks of the libertine life he had led. I saw the Marquis some time afterwards at Marseille, and a few years later he purchased 2 estates at Modena. His wife died in due course, and according to the English law, he inherited the whole of her property. I returned to my lodging in good time, and went to bed without seeing the niece, who was fast asleep. I was waited on by the ugly aunt, who begged me not to take a servant while I remained in her house, for by her account all servants were thieves. When I awoke in the morning, the niece had got up and gone down. I dressed to go to the wells, and warned my host and hostess that I should have the pleasure of dining with them. The room I occupied was the only place in which they could take their meals, and I was astonished when they came and asked my permission to do so. The niece had gone out, so I had to put my curiosity aside. When I was out, my acquaintances pointed out to me the chief beauties who then haunted the wells. The number of adventurers who flock to Spa during the season is something incredible, and they all hope to make their fortunes. And, as may be supposed, most of them go away as naked as they came, if not more so. Money circulates with great freedom, but principally amongst the gamesters, shopkeepers, moneylenders, and courtesans. The money which proceeds from the gaming table has 3 issues. The first and smallest share goes to the Prince Bishop of Liege. The second and larger portion to the numerous amateur cheats who frequent the place, and by far the largest of all to the coffers of 12 sharpers who keep the tables and are authorized by the sovereign. Thus goes the money. It comes from the pockets of the dupespore moths who burn their wings at Spa. The wells are a mere pretext for gaming, intriguing, and fortune hunting. There are a few honest people who go for amusement, and a few for rest and relaxation after the toils of business. Living is cheap enough at Spa. The table d'hôte is excellent and only costs a small French crown, and one can get good lodging for the like sum. I came home at noon having won a score of louis. I went into the shop, intending to go to my room, but I was stopped short by seeing a handsome brunette of 19 or 20, with great black eyes, voluptuous lips, and shining teeth, measuring out ribbon on the counter. This, then, was the niece, whom I had imagined as so ugly. I concealed my surprise and sat down in the shop to gaze at her and endeavor to make her acquaintance. But she hardly seemed to see me, and only acknowledged my presence by a slight inclination of the head. Her aunt came down to say that dinner was ready, and I went upstairs and found the table laid for 4. The servant brought in the soup, and then asked me very plainly to give her some money if I wanted any wine, as her master and mistress only drank beer. I was delighted with her freedom, and gave her money to buy 2 bottles of Burgundy. The master came up and showed me a gold repeater with a chain also of gold by a well-known modern maker. He wanted to know how much it was worth. 40 louis at the least. A gentleman wants me to give him 20 louis for it, on the condition that I return it tomorrow if he brings me 22. Then I advise you to accept his offer. I haven't got the money. I will lend it you with pleasure. I gave him the 20 louis and placed the watch in my jewel casket. At table the niece sat opposite to me, but I took care not to look at her, and she, like a modest girl, did not say a score of words all through the meal. The meal was an excellent one, consisting of soup, boiled beef, an entree, and a roast. The mistress of the house told me that the roast was in my honor, for, she said, we are not rich people, and we only allow ourselves this luxury on a Sunday. I admired her delicacy, and the evident sincerity with which she spoke. I begged my entertainers to help me with my wine, and they accepted the offer, saying they only wished they were rich enough to be able to drink half a bottle a day. I thought trade was good with you. The stuff is not ours, and we have debts. Besides, the expenses are very great. We have sold very little up to now. Do you only sell hats? No, we have silk handkerchiefs, Paris stockings, and lace ruffs, but they say everything is too dear. I will buy some things for you, and will send all my friends here. Leave it to me, I will see what I can do for you. Mercy, fetch down 1 or 2 packets of those handkerchiefs, and some stockings, large size, for the gentleman has a big leg. Mercy, as the niece was called, obeyed. I pronounced the handkerchief superb and the stockings excellent. I bought a dozen, and I promised them that they should sell out their whole stock. They overwhelmed me with thanks and promised to put themselves entirely in my hands. After coffee, which, like the roast, was in my honor, the aunt told her niece to take care not to awake me in the morning when she got up. She said she would not fail, but I begged her not to take too much trouble over me, as I was a very heavy sleeper. In the afternoon, I went to an armorer's to buy a brace of pistols, and asked the man if he knew the tradesman with whom I was staying. We are cousins german, he replied. Is he rich? Yes, in debts. Why? Because he is unfortunate, like most honest people. How about his wife? Her careful economy keeps him above water. Do you know the niece? Yes, she's a good girl, but very pious. Her silly scruples keep customers away from the shop. What do you think she should do to attract customers? She should be more polite and not play the prude when anyone wants to give her a kiss. She is like that, is she? Try her yourself and you will see. Last week she gave an officer a box on the ear. My cousins scolded her and she wanted to go back to Liege. However, the wife soothed her again. She is pretty enough, don't you think so? Certainly I do, but if she is as cross-grained as you say, the best thing will be to leave her alone. After what I had heard, I made up my mind to change my room. For Mercy had pleased me in such a way that I was sure I should be obliged to pay her a call before long, and I detested Pamela's as heartily as Charpelin's. In the afternoon, I took Arzuewski and Roniker to the shop, and they bought 50 ducats worth of goods to oblige me. The next day, the princess and Madame Tomatis bought all the handkerchiefs. I came home at 10 o'clock and found Mercy in bed as I had done the night before. Next morning, the watch was redeemed, and the hatter returned me 22 louis. I made him a present of the 2 louis and said I should always be glad to lend him money in that way, the profits to be his. He left me full of gratitude. I was asked to dine with Madame Tomatis, so I told my hosts that I would have the pleasure of supping with them, the costs to be borne by me. The supper was good and the burgundy excellent, but Mercy refused to taste it. She happened to leave the room for a moment at the close of the meal, and I observed to the aunt that her niece was charming, but it was a pity she was so sad. She will have to change her ways, or I will keep her no longer. Is she the same with all men? With all. Then she has never been in love. She says she has not, but I don't believe her. I wonder she can sleep so comfortably with a man at a few feet distant. She is not afraid. Mercy came in, bade us good night, and said she would go to bed. I made as if I would give her a kiss, but she turned her back on me and placed a chair in front of her closet so that I might not see her taking off her chemise. My host and hostess then went to bed, and so did I, puzzling my head over the girl's behavior, which struck me as most extraordinary and unaccountable. However, I slept peacefully, and when I awoke the bird had left the nest. I felt inclined to have a little quiet argument with the girl and to see what I could make of her, but I saw no chance of my getting an opportunity. The hatter availed himself of my offer of purse to lend money on pledges, whereby he made a good profit. There was no risk for me in the matter, and he and his wife declared that they blessed the day on which I had come to live with them. On the 5th or 6th day I awoke before Mercy, and only putting on my dressing gown I came towards her bed. She had a quick ear and woke up, and no sooner did she see me coming towards her than she asked me what I wanted. I sat down on her bed and said gently that I only wanted to wish her a good day and to have a little talk. It was hot weather, and she was only covered by a single sheet, and stretching out one arm I drew her towards me and begged her to let me give her a kiss. Her resistance made me angry, and passing an audacious hand under the sheet, I discovered that she was made like other women. But just as my hand was on the spot, I received a fisticuff on the nose that made me see 1,000 stars and quite extinguished the fire of my concupiscence. The blood streamed from my nose and stained the bed of the furious Mercy. I kept my presence of mind and left her on the spot, as the blow she had given me was but a sample of what I might expect if I attempted reprisals. I washed my face in cold water, and as I was doing so Mercy dressed herself and left the room. At last my blood ceased to flow, and I saw to my great annoyance that my nose was swollen in such a manner that my face was simply hideous. I covered it up with a handkerchief and sent for the hairdresser to do my hair, and when this was done my landlady brought me up some fine trout, of which I approved, but as I was giving her the money she saw my face and uttered a cry of horror. I told her the whole story, freely acknowledging that I was in the wrong and begging her to say nothing to her niece. Then, heeding not her excuses, I went out with my handkerchief before my face and visited a house which the Duchess of Richmond had left the day before. Half of the suite she had abandoned had been taken in advance by an Italian marquis. I took the other half, hired a servant, and had my effects transported there from my old lodgings. The tears and supplications of my landlady had no effect whatever upon me. I felt I could not bear the sight of Mercy any longer. In the house into which I had moved I found an Englishman who said he would bring down the bruise in 1 hour and make the discoloration of the flesh disappear in 24. I let him do what he liked, and he kept his word. He rubbed the place with spirits of wine and some drug which is unknown to me, but being ashamed to appear in public in the state I was in, I kept indoors for the rest of the day. At noon, the distressed aunt brought me my trout and said that Mercy was cut to the heart to have used me so, and that if I would come back, I could do what I liked with her. You must feel, I replied, that if I complied with your request, the adventure would become public to the damage of my honor and your business, and your niece would not be able to pass for a devotee any longer. I made some reflections on the blow she had given the officer, much to the aunt's surprise, for she could not think how I had heard of it, and I showed her that, after having exposed me to her niece's brutality, her request was extremely out of place. I concluded by saying that I could believe her to be an accomplice in the fact without any great stretch of imagination. This made her burst into tears, and I had to apologize and to promise to continue forwarding her business by way of consolation, and so she left me in a calmer mood. Half an hour afterwards, her husband came with 25 louis I had lent him on a gold snuff-box set with diamonds, and proposed that I should lend 200 louis on a ring worth 400. It will be yours, he said, if the owner does not bring me 220 louis in a week's time. I had the money and proceeded to examine the stone, which seemed to be a good diamond and would probably weigh 6 carats as the owner declared. The setting was in gold. I consent to give the sum required if the owner is ready to give me a receipt. I will do so myself in the presence of witnesses. Very good, you shall have the money in the course of an hour. I am going to have the stone taken out first. That will make no difference to the owner, as I shall have it reset at my own expense. If he redeems it, the 20 louis shall be yours. I must ask him whether he has any objection to the stone being taken out. Very good, but you can tell him that if he will not allow it to be done, he will get nothing for it. He returned before long with a jeweler, who said he would guarantee the stone to be at least 2 grains over the 6 carats. Have you weighed it? No, but I am quite sure it weighs over 6 carats. Then you can lend the money on it. I cannot command such a sum. Can you tell me why the owner objects to the stone being taken out and put in at my expense? No, I can't, but he does object. Then he may take his ring somewhere else. They went away, leaving me well pleased at my refusal, for it was plain that the stone was either false or had a false bottom. I spent the rest of the day in writing letters and making a good supper. In the morning I was awoke by someone knocking at my door, and on my getting up to open it, what was my astonishment to find Mercy. I let her in and went back to bed and asked her what she wanted with me so early in the morning. She sat down on the bed and began to overwhelm me with apologies. I replied by asking her why, if it was her principle to fly at her lovers like a tiger, she had slept almost in the same room as myself. In sleeping in the closet, said she, I obeyed my aunt's orders, and in striking you, for which I am very sorry, I was but defending my honor, and I cannot admit that every man who sees me is at liberty to lose his reason. I think you will allow that your duty is to respect, and mine to defend my honor. If that is your line of argument, I acknowledge that you are right, but you had nothing to complain of, for I bore your blow in silence, and by my leaving the house you might know that it was my intention to respect you for the future. Did you come to hear me say this? If so, you are satisfied. But you will not be offended if I laugh at your excuses, for after what you have said I cannot help thinking them very laughable. What have I said? That you only did your duty in flattening my nose. If so, do you think it is necessary to apologize for the performance of duty? I ought to have defended myself more gently, but forget everything and forgive me. I will defend myself no more in any way. I am yours and I love you, and I am ready to prove my love. She could not have spoken more plainly, and as she spoke the last words, she fell on me with her face close to mine, which she bedewed with her tears. I was ashamed of such an easy conquest, and I gently withdrew from her embrace, telling her to return after the bruise on my face had disappeared. She left me deeply mortified. The Italian, who had taken half the suite of rooms, had arrived in the course of the night. I asked his name, and was given a card bearing the name of the Marquis Don Antonio della Croce. Was it the Croce I knew? It was very possible. I asked what kind of an establishment he had, and was informed that the Marchioness had a lady's maid, and the Marquis a secretary and 2 servants. I longed to see the nobleman in question. I had not long to wait, for as soon as he heard that I was his neighbor, he came to see me, and we spent 2 hours in telling each other our adventures since we had parted in Milan. He had heard that I had made the fortune of the girl he had abandoned, and in the 6 years that had elapsed, he had been traveling all over Europe, engaged in a constant strife with fortune. At Paris and Brussels, he had made a good deal of money, and in the latter town he had fallen in love with a young lady of rank, whom her father had shut up in a convent. He had taken her away, and she it was whom he called the Marchioness de la Crosse, now 6 months with child. He made her pass for his wife, because, as he said, he meant to marry her eventually. "I have 50,000 francs in gold," said he, "and as much again in jewelry and various possessions. It is my intention to give suppers here and hold a bank, but if I play without correcting the freaks of fortune, I am sure to lose." He intended going to Warsaw, thinking I would give him introductions to all my friends there, but he made a mistake, and I did not even introduce him to my Polish friends at Spa. I told him he could easily make their acquaintance by himself, and that I would neither make nor mar with him. I accepted his invitation to dinner for the same day. His secretary, as he called him, was merely his confederate. He was a clever Veronese named Conti, and his wife was an essential accomplice in Crosse's designs. At noon, my friend the hatter came again with the ring, followed by the owner, who looked like a bravo. They were accompanied by the jeweler and another individual. The owner asked me once more to lend him 200 louis on the ring. My proper course would have been to beg to be excused, then I should have had no more trouble in the matter. But it was not to be. I wanted to make him see that the objection he made to having the stone taken out was an insuperable obstacle to my lending him the money. "When the stone is removed," said I, "we shall see what it really is. Listen to my proposal. If it weighs 26 grains, I will give you not 2 but 300 louis, but in its present condition I shall give nothing at all. You have no business to doubt my word. You insult me by doing so." "Not at all. I have no intentions of the kind. I simply propose a wager to you. If the stone be found to weigh 26 grains, I shall lose 200 louis. If it weighs much less, you will lose the ring." "That's a scandalous proposal. It's as much as to tell me that I am a liar." I did not like the tone with which these words were spoken, and I went up to the chest of drawers where I kept my pistols, and bade him go and leave me in peace. Just then General Roniker came in, and the owner of the ring told him of the dispute between us. The general looked at the ring and said to him, "If anyone were to give me the ring, I should not have the stone taken out, because one should not look a gift horse in the mouth. But if it came to a question of buying or lending, I would not give a crown for it, were the owner an emperor, before the stone was taken out. And I am very much surprised at your refusing to let this be done." Without a word, the knave made for the door, and the ring remained in the hands of my late host. "Why didn't you give him his ring?" said I. "Because I have advanced him 50 louis on it. But if he does not redeem it tomorrow, I will have the stone taken out before a judge, and afterwards I shall sell it by auction. I don't like the man's manners, and I hope you will never bring anyone to my rooms again." The affair came to the following conclusion. The impostor did not redeem the ring, and the leech tradesman had the setting removed. The diamond was found to be placed on a bed of rock crystal, which formed 2/3 of the whole bulk. However, the diamond was worth 50 louis, and an Englishman bought it. A week afterwards the knave met me as I was walking by myself, and begged me to follow him to a place where we should be free from observation, as his sword had somewhat to say to mine. Curiously enough, I happened to be wearing my sword at the time. "I will not follow you," I replied. "The matter can be settled here. We are observed." "All the better. Make haste and draw your sword first. The advantage is with you." "I know it, and so it ought to be. If you do not draw, I will proclaim you to be the coward I am sure you are." At this he drew his sword rapidly and came on, but I was ready to receive him. He began to fence to try my mettle, but I lunged right at his chest and gave him 3 inches of cold steel. I should have killed him on the spot if he had not lowered his sword, saying he would take his revenge at another time. With this he went off, holding his hand to the wound. A score of people were close by, but no one troubled himself about the wounded man, as he was known to have been the aggressor. The duel had no further consequences for me. When I left Spa, the man was still in the surgeon's hands. He was something worse than an adventurer, and all the French at Spa disowned him. But to return to Croce and his dinner. The Marchioness, his wife so-called, was a young lady of 16 or 17, fair-complexioned and tall, with all the manners of the Belgian nobility. The history of her escape is well known to her brothers and sisters, and as her family are still in existence, my readers will be obliged to me for concealing her name. Her husband had told her about me, and she received me in the most gracious manner possible. She showed no signs of sadness or of repentance for the steps she had taken. She was with child for some months and seemed to be near her term, owing to the slimness of her figure. Nevertheless, she had the aspect of perfect health. Her countenance expressed candor and frankness of disposition in a remarkable degree. Her eyes were large and blue, her complexion a roseate hue, her small sweet mouth, her perfect teeth made her a beauty worthy of the brush of Albano. I thought myself skilled in physiognomy, and concluded that she was not only perfectly happy, but also the cause of happiness. But here let me say how vain a thing it is for anyone to pronounce a man or woman to be happy or unhappy from a merely cursory inspection. The young Marchioness had beautiful earrings, and 2 rings, which gave me a pretext for admiring the beauty of her hands. Conti's wife did not cut any figure at all, and I was all eyes for the Marchioness, whose name was Charlotte. I was profoundly impressed by her that I was quite abstracted during dinner. I sought in vain to discover by what merits Croce had been able to seduce 2 such superior women. He was not a fine-looking man, he was not well educated, his manners were doubtful, and his way of speaking by no means seductive. In fine, I saw nothing captivating about him, and yet I could be a witness to his having made 2 girls leave their homes to follow him. I lost myself in conjecture, but I had no premonition of what was to happen in the course of a few weeks. When dinner was over, I took Croce apart and talked seriously to him. I impressed on him the necessity of circumspect conduct, as in my opinion he would be forever infamous if the beautiful woman whom he had seduced was to become wretched by his fault. For the future I mean to trust to my skill in play, and thus I am sure of a comfortable living. Does she know that your revenue is fed solely by the purses of dupes? She knows that I am a gamester, and as she adores me, her will is mine. I am thinking of marrying her at Warsaw before she is confined. If you are in any want of money, look upon my purse as your own. I thanked him, and once more pressed on him the duty of exercising extreme prudence. As a matter of fact, I had no need of money. I had played with moderation, and my profits amounted to nearly 400 louis. When the luck turned against me, I was wise enough to turn my back on the board. Although the bruise that Mercy had given me was still apparent, I escorted the Marchioness to the tables, and there she drew all eyes upon her. She was fond of piquet, and we played together for small stakes for some time. In the end, she lost 20 crowns to me, and I was forced to take the money for fear of offending her. When we went back, we met Croce and Conti, who had both won Conti a score of louis at faro, and Croce more than 100 guineas at pas-sticks, which he had been playing at a club of Englishmen. I was more lively at supper than dinner, and excited Charlotte to laughter by my wit. Henceforth the Poles and the Tomatis only saw me at intervals. I was in love with the fair Marchioness, and everybody said it was very natural. When a week had elapsed, Croce, finding that the pigeons would not come to be plucked, despite the suppers he gave, went to the public room and lost continually. He was as used to loss as to gain, and his spirits were unaltered. He was still gay, still ate well and drank better, and caressed his victim, who had no suspicions of what was going on. I loved her, but did not dare to reveal my passion, fearing lest it should be unrequited. And I was afraid to tell her of Croce's losses, lest she should put down my action to some ulterior motive. In fine, I was afraid to lose the trust she had already begun to place in me. At the end of 3 weeks, Conti, who had played with prudence and success, left Croce and set out for Verona with his wife and servant. A few days later, Charlotte dismissed her maid, sending her back to Liege, her native town. Towards the middle of September, all the Polish party left the Spa for Paris, where I promised to rejoin them. I only stayed for Charlotte's sake. I foresaw a catastrophe, and I would not abandon her. Every day Croce lost heavily, and at last he was obliged to sell his jewelry. Then came Charlotte's turn. She had to give up her watches, earrings, her rings, and all the jewels she had. He lost everything, but this wonderful girl was as affectionate as ever. To make a finish, he despoiled her of her lace and her best gowns, and then selling his own wardrobe, he went to his last fight with fortune, provided with 200 louis. He played like a madman, without common sense or prudence, and lost all. His pockets were empty, and seeing me he beckoned to me, and I followed him out of the spa. "My friend," he began, "I have two alternatives. I can kill myself this instant, or I can fly without returning to the house. I shall embrace the latter and go to Warsaw on foot, and I leave my wife in your hands, for I know you adore her. It must be your task to give her the dreadful news of the pass to which I have come. Have a care of her, she is too good by far for a poor wretch like me. Take her to Paris, and I will write to you there at your brother's address. I know you have money, but I would die rather than accept a single louis from you. I have still 2 or 3 pieces left, and I assure you that I am richer at the present moment than I was 2 months ago. Farewell. Once more I commend Charlotte to your care. I would that she had never known me." With these words he shed tears, and embracing me went his way. I was stupefied at what lay before me. I had to inform a pregnant woman that the man she dearly loved had deserted her. The only thought that supported me in that moment was that it would be done for love of her, and I felt thankful that I had sufficient means to secure her from privation. I went to the house and told her that we might dine at once, as the Marquis would be engaged till the evening. She sighed, wished him luck, and we proceeded to dine. I disguised my emotions so well that she conceived no suspicion. After the meal was over, I asked her to walk with me in the garden of the Capuchin monastery, which was close at hand. To prepare her for the fatal news, I asked her if she would approve of her lover exposing himself to assassination for the sake of bidding adieu to her rather than making his escape. "I should blame him for doing so," she replied. "He ought to escape by all means, if only to save his life for my sake. Has my husband done so? Speak openly to me. My spirit is strong enough to resist even so fatal a blow, for I know I have a friend in you. Speak." "Well, I will tell you all. But first of all, remember this. You must look upon me as a tender father who will never let you want, so long as life remains to him. In that case, I cannot be called unfortunate, for I have a true friend. Say on." I told all that Croce had told me, not omitting his last words. "I commend Charlotte to your care. I would that she had never known me." For a few minutes she remained motionless, as one turned into stone. By her attitude, by her labored and unequal breath, I could divine somewhat of the battle between love and anger and sorrow and pity that was raging in the noble breast. I was cut to the heart. At last she wiped away the big tears that began to trickle down her cheeks, and turning to me sighed and said, "Dear friend, since I can count on you, I am far indeed from utter misery. I swear to you, Charlotte, that I will never leave you till I place you again in your husband's hands, provided I do not die before. That is enough. I swear eternal gratitude, and to be as submissive to you as a good daughter ought to be." The religion and philosophy with which her heart and mind were fortified, though she made no parade of either, began to calm her spirit, and she proceeded to make some reflections on Croce's unhappy lot, but all in pity, not in anger, excusing his inveterate passion for play. She had often heard from Croce's lips the story of the Marseille girl whom he had left penniless in an inn at Milan, commending her to my care. She thought it something wonderful that I should again be intervening as the tutelary genius, but her situation was much the worse, for she was with child. "There's another difference," I added, "for I made the fortune of the first by finding her an honest husband, whereas I should never have the courage to adopt the same method with the second. While Croce lives, I am no man's wife but his. Nevertheless, I am glad to find myself free." When we were back in the house, I advised her to send away the servant and to pay his journey to Byssanion, where she had taken him. Thus all unpleasantness would be avoided. I made her sell all that remained of her poor lover's wardrobe, as also his carriage, for mine was a better one. She showed me all she had left, which only amounted to some sets of linen and 3 or 4 dresses. We remained at Spa without going out of doors. She could see that my love was a tenderer passion than the love of a father, and she told me so, and that she was obliged to me for the respect with which I treated her. We sat together for hours, she folded in my arms, whilst I gently kissed her beautiful eyes and asked no more. I was happy in her gratitude and in my powers of self-restraint. When temptation was too strong, I left the beautiful girl till I was myself again, and such conquests made me proud. In the affection between us, there was somewhat of the purity of a man's first love. I wanted a small traveling cap, and the servant of the house went to my former lodging to order one. Mercy brought several for me to choose from. She blushed when she saw me, but I said nothing to her. When she had gone, I told Charlotte the whole story, and she laughed with all her heart when I reminded her of the bruise on my face when we first met, and informed her that Mercy had given it me. She praised my firmness in rejecting her repentance, and agreed with me in thinking that the whole plan had been concerted between her and her aunt. We left Spa without any servant, and when we reached Liege we took the way of the Ardennes, as she was afraid of being recognized if we passed through Brussels. At Luxembourg we engaged a servant, who attended on us till we reached Paris. All the way Charlotte was tender and affectionate, but her condition prescribed limits to her love, and I could only look forward to the time after her delivery. We got down at Paris at the Hotel Montmorency, in the street of the same name. Paris struck me quite as a new place. Madame d'Urf was dead, my friends had changed their houses and their fortunes, the poor had become rich and the rich poor, new streets and buildings were rising on all sides. I hardly knew my way about the town. Everything was dearer, poverty was rampant, and luxury at its highest pitch. Perhaps Paris is the only city where so great a change could take place in the course of 5 or 6 years. The first call I made was on Madame du Roumain, who was delighted to see me. I repaid her the money she had so kindly lent me in the time of my distress. She was well in health, but harassed by so many anxieties and private troubles that she said Providence must have sent me to her to relieve her of all her griefs by my Kabbalah. I told her that I would wait on her at any hour or hours, and this, indeed, was the least I could do for the woman who had been so kind to me. My brother had gone to live in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Both he and his wife, who remained constant to him despite his physical disability, were overjoyed to see me and entreated me to come and stop with them. I told them I should be glad to do so, as soon as the lady who had traveled with me had got over her confinement. I did not think proper to tell them her story, and they had the delicacy to refrain from questioning me on the subject. The same day I called on Princess Lubomirska and Tomatis, begging them not to take it amiss if my visits were few and far between, as the lady they had seen at Spa was approaching her confinement and demanded all my care. After the discharge of these duties, I remained constantly by Charlotte's side. On October 8th, I thought it would be well to take her to Madame Lamar, a midwife who lived in the Faubourg Saint-Denis, and Charlotte was of the same opinion. We went together, she saw the room, the bed, and heard how she would be tended and looked after, for all of which I would pay. At nightfall we drove to the place, with a trunk containing all her effects. As we were leaving the Rue Montmorency, our carriage was obliged to stop to allow the funeral of some rich man to go by. Charlotte covered her face with her handkerchief, and whispered in my ear, "Dearest, I know it is a foolish superstition, but to a woman in my condition such a meeting is of evil omen." "What, Charlotte? I thought you were too wise to have such silly fears. A woman in childbed is not a sick woman, and no woman ever died of giving birth to a child except some other disease intervened. Yes, my dear philosopher, it is like a duel. There are 2 men in perfect health, when all of a sudden there comes a sword thrust, and one of them is dead. That's a witty idea, but bid all gloomy thoughts go by, and after your child is born and we have placed it in good hands, you shall come with me to Madrid, and there I hope to see you happy and contented." All the way I did my best to cheer her, for I knew only too well the fatal effects of melancholy on a pregnant woman, especially in such a delicate girl as Charlotte. When I saw her completely settled, I returned to the hotel, and the next day I took up my quarters with my brother. However, as long as my Charlotte lived, I only slept at his house, for from 9 in the morning till after midnight I was with my dear. On October 13th, Charlotte was attacked with a fever which never left her. On the 17th, she was happily delivered of a boy, which was immediately taken to the church and baptized at the express wishes of the mother. Charlotte wrote down what its name was to be: Jacques after me, Charles after her, son of Antonio della Croce and of Charlotte de, she gave her real name. When it was brought from the church, she told Madame Lamar to carry it to the Foundling Hospital, with the certificate of baptism in its linen. I vainly endeavored to persuade her to leave the care of the child to me. She said that if it lived, the father could easily reclaim it. On the same day, October 18th, the midwife gave me the following certificate, which I still possess. It was worded as follows: We, J.B. Dorival, Counselor to the King, Commissary of the Chatelet, formerly Superintendent of Police in the city of Paris, do certify that there has been taken to the hospital for children a male infant, appearing to be 1 day old, brought from the Faubourg Saint-Denis by the midwife Lamar, and bearing a certificate of baptism to the effect that its name is Jacques Charles, son of Antonio della Croce and of Charlotte de. Wherefore, we have delivered the above certificate at our office in the city of Paris, this 18th day of October, in the year of our Lord, 1767, at 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Dorival. If any of my readers have any curiosity to know the real name of the mother, I have given them the means of satisfying it. After this, I did not leave the bed of the invalid for a single instant. In spite of all the doctor's care, the fever increased, and at 5 o'clock in the morning of October 26th, she succumbed to it. An hour before she sighed her last, she bade me the last farewell in the presence of the venerable ecclesiastic who had confessed her at midnight. The tears which gather fast as I write these words are probably the last honors I shall pay to this poor victim of a man who is still alive, and whose destiny seemed to be to make women unhappy. I sat weeping by the bed of her I loved so dearly, and in vain Madame Lamar tried to induce me to come and sit with her. I loved the poor corpse better than all the world outside. At noon, my brother and his wife came to see me. They had not seen me for a week and were getting anxious. They saw the body lovely in death, they understood my tears, and mingled theirs with mine. At last, I asked them to leave me, and I remained all night by Charlotte's bed, resolved not to leave it till her body had been consigned to the grave. The day before this morning of unhappy memory, my brother had given me several letters, but I had not opened any of them. On my return from the funeral, I proceeded to do so, and the first one was from M. Dandolo, announcing the death of M. de Bragadin, but I could not weep. For 22 years M. de Bragadin had been as a father to me, living poorly, and even going into debt that I might have enough. He could not leave me anything, as his property was entailed, while his furniture and his library would become the prey of his creditors. His 2 friends, who were my friends also, were poor, and could give me nothing but their love. The dreadful news was accompanied by a bill of exchange for 1,000 crowns, which he had sent me 24 hours before his death, foreseeing that it would be the last gift he would ever make me. I was overwhelmed, and thought that fortune had done her worst to me. I spent 3 days in my brother's house without going out. On the 4th, I began to pay an assiduous court to Princess Lubomirska, who had written the king, her brother, a letter that must have mortified him, as she proved beyond a doubt that the tales he had listened to against me were mere calumny. But your kings do not allow so small a thing to vex or mortify them. Besides, Stanislas Augustus had just received a dreadful insult from Russia. Ripnin's violence in kidnapping the 3 senators who had spoken their minds at the Diet was a blow which must have pierced the hapless king to the heart. The princess had left Warsaw more from hatred than love, though such was not the general opinion. As I had decided to visit the court of Madrid before going to Portugal, the princess gave me a letter of introduction to the powerful Count of Aranda. And the Marquis Caraccioli, who was still at Paris, gave me 3 letters, one for Prince de la Catolica, the Neapolitan ambassador at Madrid, one for the Duke of Lausada, the king's favorite and Lord High Steward, and a third for the Marquis Mora Pignatelli. On November 4th, I went to a concert with a ticket that the princess had given me. When the concert was halfway through, I heard my name pronounced, accompanied by scornful laughter. I turned round and saw the gentleman who was speaking contemptuously of me. It was a tall young man sitting between 2 men advanced in years. I stared him in the face, but he turned his head away and continued his impertinencies, saying, amongst other things, that I had robbed him of 1,000,000 francs at least by my swindling his late aunt, the Marchioness d'Urf. "You are an impudent liar," I said to him, "and if we were out of this room, I would give you a kick to teach you to speak respectfully." With these words, I made my way out of the hall, and on turning my head round, I saw that the two elderly men were keeping the young blockhead back. I got into my carriage and waited some time, and as he did not come, I drove to the theater and chanced to find myself in the same box as Madame Valville. She informed me that she had left the boards and was kept by the Marquis de Brunel. "I congratulate you and wish you good luck. I hope you will come to supper at my house. I should be only too happy, but unfortunately I have an engagement, but I will come and see you if you will give me your address." So saying, I slipped into her hand a rouleau, it being the 50 louis I owed her. "What is this?" "The money you lent me so kindly at Königsberg. This is neither the time nor the place to return it. I will only take it at my own house, so please do not insist." I put the money back into my pocket, she gave me her address, and I left her. I felt too sad to visit her alone. 2 days later, as I was at table with my brother, my sister-in-law, and some young Russians whom he was teaching to paint, I was told that a Chevalier of St. Louis wanted to speak to me in the antechamber. I went out, and he handed me a paper without making any preface. I opened the document and found it was signed Louis. The great king ordered me to leave Paris in 24 hours and his realm of France within 3 weeks, and the reason assigned was, "It is our good pleasure." Chapter 3. My departure from Paris. My journey to Madrid. The Count of Aranda, the Prince de la Catolica, the Duke of Losada, Mengza Balmadam Pichonadana, Ignazia. "Well, Chevalier," I said, "I have read the little note, and I will try and oblige His Majesty as soon as possible. However, if I have not time to get away in 24 hours, His Majesty must work his dread will on me." "My dear sir, the 24 hours are a mere formality. Subscribe the order and give me a receipt for the letter de cachet, and you can go at your convenience. All I ask of you is that you give me your word of honor not to go to the theaters or public places of amusement on foot." "I give you my word with pleasure." I took the Chevalier to my room and gave him the necessary acknowledgment, and with the observation that he would be glad to see my brother, whom he knew already, I led him into the dining room and explained with a cheerful face the purport of his visit. My brother laughed and said, "But M. Buhat, this news is like March and Lent. It was quite unnecessary. My brother was going in the course of a week." "All the better. If the minister had been aware of that, he would not have troubled himself about it." "Is the reason known?" "I have heard something about a proposal to kick a gentleman, who, though young, is too exalted a person to be spoken to in such a manner." "Why, Chevalier," said I, "the phrase is a mere formality like the 24 hours, for if the impudent young rascal had come out, he would have met me, and his sword should have been sufficient to ward off any kicks." I then told the whole story, and Buhat agreed that I was in the right throughout, adding that the police were also in the right to prevent any encounter between us. He advised me to go next morning and tell the tale to M. de Sartine, who knew me, and would be glad to have the account from my own lips. I said nothing, as I knew the famous superintendent of police to be a dreadful sermonizer. The letter de cachet was dated November 6th, and I did not leave Paris till the 20th. I informed all my friends of the great honor His Majesty had done me, and I would not hear of Madame du Roumain appealing to the king on my behalf, though she said she felt certain she could get the order revoked. The Duc de Choiseul gave me a posting passport dated November 19th, which I still preserve. I left Paris without any servant, still grieving, though quietly, over Charlotte's fate. I had 100 louis in cash and a bill of exchange on Bordeaux for 8,000 francs. I enjoyed perfect health and almost felt as if I had been rejuvenated. I had need of the utmost prudence and discretion for the future. The deaths of M. de Bragadin and Madame d'Urf had left me alone in the world, and I was slowly but steadily approaching what is called a certain age, when women begin to look on a man with coldness. I only called on Madame Valville on the eve of my departure, and found her in a richly furnished house and her casket well filled with diamonds. When I proposed to return her the 50 louis, she asked me if I had got 1,000, and on learning that I had only 500, she refused the money absolutely and offered me her purse, which I in my turn refused. I have not seen the excellent creature since then, But before I left, I gave her some excellent advice as to the necessity of saving her gains for the time of her old age, when her charms would be no more. I hope she has profited by my counsel. I bade farewell to my brother and my sister-in-law at 6 o'clock in the evening, and got into my chaise in the moonlight, intending to travel all night so as to dine next day at Orleans, where I wanted to see an old friend. In half an hour I was at Berglareny, and there I began to fall asleep. At 7 in the morning I reached Orleans. Fair and beloved France that went so well in those days, despite letters de cachet, despite corvies, despite the people's misery and the king's good pleasure, dear France, where art thou now? Thy sovereign is the people now, the most brutal and tyrannical sovereign in the world. You have no longer to bear the good pleasure of the sovereign, but you have to endure the whims of the mob and the fancies of the republic, the ruin of all good government. A republic presupposes self-denial and a virtuous people. It cannot endure long in our selfish and luxurious days. I went to see Baudin, a dancer, who had married Madame Joffre, one of my 1,000 mistresses whom I had loved 22 years ago and had seen later at Turin, Paris, and Vienna. These meetings with old friends and sweethearts were always a weak or rather a strong point with me. For a moment, I seemed to be young again, and I fed once more on the delights of long ago. Repentance was no part of my composition. Baudin and his wife, who was rather ugly than old-looking, and had become pious to suit her husband's tastes, thus giving to God the devil's leavings. Baudin, I say, lived on a small estate he had purchased, and attributed all the agricultural misfortunes he met with in the course of the year to the wrath of an avenging deity. I had a fasting dinner with them, for it was Friday, and they strictly observed all the rules of the church. I told them of my adventures of the past years, and when I had finished, they proceeded to make reflections on the faults and failings of men who have not God for a guide. They told me what I knew already, that I had an immortal soul, that there was a God that judged it righteously, and that it was high time for me to take example by them, and to renounce all the pomps and vanities of the world. And turn Capuchin, I suppose. You might do much worse. Very good, but I shall wait till my beard grows the necessary length in a single night. In spite of their silliness, I was not sorry to have spent 6 hours with these good creatures who seemed sincerely repentant and happy in their way, and after an affectionate embrace, I took leave of them and traveled all night. I stopped at Chanteloup to see the monument of the taste and magnificence of the Duc de Choiseul, and spent 24 hours there. A gentlemanly and polished individual, who did not know me, and for whom I had no introduction, lodged me in a fine suite of rooms, gave me supper, and would only sit down to table with me after I had used all my powers of persuasion. The next day he treated me in the same way, gave me an excellent dinner, showed me everything, and behaved as if I were some prince, though he did not even ask my name. His attentions even extended to seeing that none of his servants were at hand when I got into my carriage and drove off. This was to prevent my giving money to any of them. The castle on which the Duc de Choiseul had spent such immense sums had in reality cost him nothing. It was all owing, but he did not trouble himself about that in the slightest degree, as he was a sworn foe to the principle of meum and tuum. He never paid his creditors and never disturbed his debtors. He was a generous man, a lover of art and artists, to whom he liked to be of service, and what they did for him he looked upon as a grateful offering. He was intellectual, but a hater of all detail and minute research, being of a naturally indolent and procrastinating disposition. His favorite saying was, "There's time enough for that." When I got to Poitiers, I wanted to push on to Vivonne. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and 2 girls endeavored to dissuade me from this course. "It's very cold," said they, "and the road is none of the best. You are no courier, sup here, we will give you a good bed, and you shall start again in the morning." I have made up my mind to go on, but if you will keep me company at supper, I will stay. That would cost you too dearly. Never too dear, quick I make up your minds. Well, we will sup with you. Then lay the table for 3, I must go on in an hour. In an hour, you mean 3, sir. Papa will take 2 hours to get you a good supper. Then I will not go on, but you must keep me company all night. We will do so, if Papa does not object. We will have your chaise put into the coach-house. These 2 minxes gave me an excellent supper, and were a match for me in drinking as well as eating. The wine was delicious, and we stayed at table till midnight, laughing and joking together, though without overstepping the bounds of propriety. About midnight, the father came in jovially and asked me how I had enjoyed my supper. "Very much," I answered, "but I have enjoyed still more the company of your charming daughters." "I am delighted to hear it. Whenever you come this way they shall keep you company, but now it is past midnight, and time for them to go to bed." I nodded my head, for Charlotte's death was still too fresh in my memory to admit of my indulging in any voluptuous pleasures. I wished the girls a pleasant sleep, and I do not think I should even have kissed them if the father had not urged me to do this honor to their charms. However, my vanity made me put some fire into the embrace, and I have no doubt they thought me a prey to vain desires. When I was alone, I reflected that if I did not forget Charlotte, I was a lost man. I slept till 9 o'clock, and I told the servant that came to light my fire to get coffee for 3 and to have my horses put in. The 2 pretty girls came to breakfast with me, and I thanked them for having made me stay the night. I asked for the bill, and the eldest said it was in round figures a louis apiece. I showed no sign of anger at this outrageous fleecing, but gave them 3 louis with the best grace imaginable and went on my way. When I reached Angoulême, where I expected to find Noël, the King of Prussia's cook, I only found his father, whose talents in the matter of pates was something prodigious. His eloquence was as fervent as his ovens. He said he would send his pates all over Europe to any address I liked to give him. "What, to Venice, London, Warsaw, St. Petersburg? To Constantinople, if you like. You need only give me your address, and you need not pay me till you get the pates." I sent his pates to my friends in Venice, Warsaw, and Turin, and everybody thanked me for the delicious dish. Noël had made quite a fortune. He assured me he had sent large consignments to America, and with the exception of some losses by shipwreck, all the pates had arrived in excellent condition. They were chiefly made of turkeys, partridges, and hare, seasoned with truffles, but he also made pates de foie gras of larks and of thrushes, according to the season. In 2 days I arrived at Bordeaux, a beautiful town coming only second to Paris, with respect to Lyon be it said. I spent a week there, eating and drinking of the best, for the living there is the choicest in the world. I transferred my bill of exchange for 8,000 francs to a Madrid house and crossed the lands, passing by Mont-de-Marsan, Bayonne, and Saint-Jean-de-Luz, where I sold my post-chaise. From Saint-Jean-de-Luz I went to Pampeluna by way of the Pyrenees, which I crossed on muleback, my baggage being carried by another mule. The mountains struck me as higher than the Alps. In this I may possibly be wrong, but I am certain that the Pyrenees are the most picturesque, fertile, and agreeable of the two. At Pampeluna, a man named Andrea Capello took charge of me and my luggage, and we set out for Madrid. For the first 20 leagues the traveling was easy enough, and the roads as good as any in France. These roads did honor to the memory of M. de Gages, who had administered Navarre after the Italian War, and had, as I was assured, made the road at his own expense. 20 years earlier I had been arrested by this famous general, but he had established a claim on posterity greater than any of his victories. These laurels were dyed in blood, but the maker of a good road is a solid benefactor of all posterity. In time this road came to an end, and thenceforth it would be incorrect to say that the roads were bad, for, to tell the truth, there were no roads at all. There were steep ascents and violent descents, but no traces of carriage wheels, and so it is throughout the whole of Old Castile. There are no good inns, only miserable dens scarce good enough for the muleteers, who make their beds beside their animals. Signor, or rather Senor, Andrea tried to choose the least wretched inns for me, and after having provided for the mules he would go round the entire village to get something for me to eat. The landlord would not stir. He showed me a room where I could sleep if I liked, containing a fireplace, in which I could light a fire if I thought fit, but as to procuring firewood or provisions, he left that all to me. Wretched Spain. The sum asked for a night's accommodation was less than a farmer would ask in France or Germany for leave to sleep in his barn, but there was always an extra charge of a paisetta por el ruido. The paisetta is worth 4 reals, about 21 French sous. The landlord smoked his paper cigarette nonchalantly enough, blowing clouds of smoke into the air with immense dignity. To him, poverty was as good as riches, his wants were small, and his means sufficed for them. In no country in Europe do the lower orders live so contentedly on a very little as in Spain. 2 ounces of white bread, a handful of roast chestnuts or acorns, called bellotas in Spanish, suffice to keep a Spaniard for a day. It is his glory to say, when a stranger is departing from his abode, "I have not given myself any trouble in waiting on him." This proceeds in part from idleness and in part from Castilian pride. A Castilian should not lower himself, they say, by attending on a gavacho, by which name the Spaniards know the French, and, indeed, all foreigners. It is not so offensive as the Turkish appellation of dog or the damned foreigner of the English. Of course, persons who have traveled or have had a liberal education do not speak in this way, and a respectable foreigner will find reasonable Spaniards as he will find reasonable Turks and Englishmen. On the second night of my journey I slept at Agreda, a small and ugly town, or rather village. Their sister Marie d'Agreda became so crazy as to write a life of the Virgin, which she affirmed to have been dictated to her by the Mother of the Lord. The state inquisitors had given me this work to read when I was under the Leads, and it had nearly driven me mad. We did 10 Spanish leagues a day, and long and weary leagues they seemed to me. One morning I thought I saw a dozen Capuchins walking slowly in front of us, but when we caught them up I found they were women of all ages. "Are they mad?" I said to Signor Andrea. "Not at all. They wear the Capuchin habit out of devotion, and you would not find a chemise on one of them." There was nothing surprising in their not having chemises, for the chemise is a scarce article in Spain, but the idea of pleasing God by wearing a Capuchin's habit struck me as extremely odd. I will here relate an amusing adventure which befell me on my way. At the gate of a town not far from Madrid I was asked for my passport. I handed it over and got down to amuse myself. I found the chief of the customs house engaged in an argument with a foreign priest who was on his way to Madrid and had no passport for the capital. He showed one he had had for Bilbao, but the official was not satisfied. The priest was a Sicilian, and I asked him why he had exposed himself to being placed in this disagreeable predicament. He said he thought it was unnecessary to have a passport in Spain when one had once journeyed in the country. "I want to go to Madrid," said he to me, "and hope to obtain a chaplaincy in the house of a grandee. I have a letter for him." "Show it, they will let you pass then." "You are right." The poor priest drew out the letter and showed it to the official, who opened it, looked at the signature, and absolutely shrieked when he saw the name Squillace. "What, Senor Abbé, you are going to Madrid with a letter from Squillace, and you dare to show it." The clerks, constables, and hangers-on, hearing that the hated Squillace, who would have been stoned to death if it had not been for the king's protection, was the poor abbé's only patron, began to beat him violently, much to the poor Sicilian's astonishment. I interposed, however, and after some trouble I succeeded in rescuing the priest, who was then allowed to pass, as I believe, as a set-off against the blows he had received. Squillace was sent to Venice as Spanish ambassador, and in Venice he died at an advanced age. He was a man designed to be an object of intense hatred to the people. He was simply ruthless in his taxation. The door of my room had a lock on the outside, but none on the inside. For the first and second night, I let it pass, but on the third I told Senor Andrea that I must have it altered. "Senor Don Jacob, you must bear with it in Spain, for the Holy Inquisition must always be at liberty to inspect the rooms of foreigners. But what in the devil's name does your cursed Inquisition want? For the love of God, Senor Jacob, speak not thus. If you were overheard, we should both be undone." Well, what can the Holy Inquisition want to know? Everything. It wants to know whether you eat meat on fast days, whether persons of opposite sexes sleep together, if so, whether they are married, and if not married it will cause both parties to be imprisoned. In fine, Senor Don Jaime, the Holy Inquisition is continually watching over our souls in this country. When we met a priest bearing the viaticum to some sick man, Senor Andrea would tell me imperatively to get out of my carriage, and then there was no choice but to kneel in the mud or dust as the case might be. The chief subject of dispute at that time was the fashion of wearing breeches. Those who wore breeks were imprisoned, and all tailors making breeches with breeks were severely punished. Nevertheless, people persisted in wearing them, and the priests and monks preached in vain against the indecency of such a habit. A revolution seemed imminent, but the matter was happily settled without effusion of blood. An edict was published and affixed to the doors of all the churches, in which it was declared that breeches with breaks were only to be worn by the public hangman. Then the fashion passed away, for no one cared to pass for the public executioner. By little and little I got an insight into the manners of the Spanish nation, as I passed through Guadalixara and Alcala, and at length arrived at Madrid. Guadalixara, or Guadalajara, is pronounced by the Spaniards with a strong aspirate, the X and J having the same force. The vowel D, the queen of letters, reigns supreme in Spain. It is a relic of the old Moorish language. Everyone knows that the Arabic abounds in Ds, and perhaps the philologists are right in calling it the most ancient of languages, since the A is the most natural and easy to pronounce of all the letters. It seems to me very mistaken to call such words as a child, anda, almanda, acard, agricaramba, alcantara, etc. barbarous, for the sonorous ring with which they are pronounced renders the Castilian the richest of all modern languages. Spanish is undoubtedly one of the finest, most energetic, and most majestic languages in the world. When it is pronounced, or rotundo, it is susceptible of the most poetic harmony. It would be superior to the Italian if it were not for the 3 guttural letters, in spite of what the Spaniards say to the contrary. It is no good remonstrating with them. Quisquis emet ranum, ranum puret esse dianum. As I was entering the gate of Alcala, my luggage was searched, and the clerks paid the greatest attention to my books, and they were very disappointed only to find the Iliad in Greek and a Latin Horace. They were taken away, but 3 days after, they were returned to me at my lodging in the Rue de la Croix, where I had gone in spite of Senor Andrea, who had wanted to take me elsewhere. A worthy man whom I had met in Bordeaux had given me the address. One of the ceremonies I had to undergo at the gate of Alcala displeased me in the highest degree. A clerk asked me for a pinch of snuff, so I took out my snuff box and gave it him, but instead of taking a pinch, he snatched it out of my hands and said, "Senor, this snuff will not pass in Spain. It was French rapé," and after turning it out on the ground, he gave me back the box. The authorities are most rigorous on the matter of this innocent powder, and in consequence, an immense contraband trade is carried on. The spies employed by the Spanish snuff makers are always on the lookout after foreign snuff, and if they detect anyone carrying it, they make him pay dearly for the luxury. The ambassadors of foreign powers are the only persons exempted from the prohibitions. The king who stuffs into his enormous nose 1 enormous pinch as he rises in the morning wills that all his subjects buy their snuff of the Spanish manufacturers. When Spanish snuff is pure, it is very good, but at the time I was in Spain, the genuine article could hardly be bought for its weight in gold. By reason of the natural inclination towards forbidden fruit, the Spaniards are extremely fond of foreign snuff and care little for their own. Thus snuff is smuggled to an enormous extent. My lodging was comfortable enough, but I felt the want of a fire as the cold was more trying than that of Paris, in spite of the southern latitude. The cause of this cold is that Madrid is the highest town in Europe. From whatever part of the coast one starts, one has to mount to reach the capital. The town is also surrounded by mountains and hills, so that the slightest touch of wind from the north makes the cold intense. The air of Madrid is not healthy for strangers, especially for those of a full habit of body. The Spaniards it suits well enough, for they are dry and thin and wear a cloak even in the dog days. The men of Spain dwell mentally in a limited horizon, bounded by prejudice on every side. But the women, though ignorant, are usually intelligent, while both sexes are the prey of desires, as lively as their native air, as burning as the sun that shines on them. Every Spaniard hates a foreigner, simply because he is a foreigner, but the women avenge us by loving us, though with great precautions, for your Spaniard is intensely jealous. They watch most jealously over the honor of their wives and daughters. As a rule, the men are ugly, though there are numerous exceptions, while the women are pretty and beauties are not uncommon. The southern blood in their veins inclines them to love, and they are always ready to enter into an intrigue and to deceive the spies by whom they are surrounded. The lover who runs the greatest dangers is always the favorite. In the public walks, the churches, the theaters, the Spanish women are always speaking the language of the eyes. If the person to whom it is addressed knows how to seize the instant, he may be sure of success, but if not, the opportunity will never be offered him again. I required some kind of heat in my room and could not bear a charcoal brazier, so I incited an ingenious tinsmith to make me a stove with a pipe going out of the window. However, he was so proud of his success that he made me pay dearly. Before the stove was ready, I was told where I might go and warm myself an hour before noon and stay till dinner time. It is called La Puerta del Sol, the Gate of the Sun. It is not a gate, but it takes its name from the manner in which the source of all heat lavishes his treasures there and warms all who come and bask in his rays. I found a numerous company promenading there, walking and talking, but it was not much to my taste. I wanted a servant who could speak French, and I had the greatest difficulty in getting one, and had to pay dearly, for in Madrid the kind of man I wanted was called a page. I could not compel him to mount behind my carriage, nor to carry a package, nor to light me by night with a torch or lantern. My page was a man of 30 and terribly ugly, but this was a recommendation, as his ugliness secured him from the jealous suspicions of husbands. A woman of rank will not drive out without one of these pages seated in the forepart of her carriage. They are said to be more difficult to seduce than the strictest of duennas. I was obliged to take one of these rascally tribe into my service, and I wish he had broken his leg on his way to my house. I delivered all my introductions, beginning with the letter from Princess Lubomirska to the Count of Aranda. The Count had covered himself with glory by driving the Jesuits out of Spain. He was more powerful than the king himself, and never went out without a number of the royal guardsmen about him, whom he made to sit down at his table. Of course, all the Spaniards hated him, but he did not seem to care much for that. A profound politician, and absolutely resolute and firm, he privately indulged in every luxury that he forbade to others, and did not care whether people talked of it or not. He was a rather ugly man, with a disagreeable squint. His reception of me was far from cordial. "What do you want in Spain?" he began. To add fresh treasures to my store of experience, by observing the manners and the customs of the country, and if possible to serve the government with such feeble talents as I may possess. "Well, you have no need of my protection. If you do not infringe the laws, no one will disturb you. As to your obtaining employment, you had better go to the representative of your country. He will introduce you at court and make you known." "My lord, the Venetian ambassador will do nothing for me. I am in disgrace with the government. He will not even receive me at the embassy." "Then I would advise you to give up all hopes of employment, for the king would begin by asking your ambassador about you, and his answer would be fatal. You will do well to be satisfied with amusing yourself." After this I called on the Neapolitan ambassador, who talked in much the same way. Even the Marquis of Moras, one of the most pleasant men in Spain, did not hold out any hopes. The Duke of Losada, the high steward and favorite of his Catholic Majesty, was sorry to be disabled from doing me any service in spite of his good will, and advised me in some way or other to get the Venetian ambassador to give me a good word, in spite of my disgrace. I determined to follow his advice, and wrote to M. Dandolo, begging him to get the ambassador to favor me at the Spanish court, in spite of my quarrel with the Venetian government. I worded my letter in such a way that it might be read by the inquisitors themselves, and calculated on its producing a good impression. After I had written this letter, I went to the lodging of the Venetian ambassador, and presented myself to the secretary, Gaspar Sodrini, a worthy and intelligent man. Nevertheless, he dared to tell me that he was astonished at my hardihood in presenting myself at the embassy. "I have presented myself, sir, that my enemies may never reproach me for not having done so. I am not aware that I have ever done anything which makes me too infamous to call on my ambassador. I should have credited myself with much greater hardihood if I had left without fulfilling this duty. But I shall be sorry if the ambassador views my proceedings in the same light as yourself, and puts down to temerity what was meant for a mark of respect. I shall be none the less astonished if His Excellency refuses to receive me on account of a private quarrel between myself and the state inquisitors, of which he knows no more than I do, and I know nothing. You will excuse my saying that he is not the ambassador of the state inquisitors, but of the republic of which I am a subject. For I defy him, and I defy the inquisitors to tell me what crime I have committed that I am to be deprived of my rights as a Venetian citizen. I think that, While it is my duty to reverence my prince in the person of my ambassador, it is his duty to afford me his protection." This speech had made Sodrini blush, and he replied, "Why don't you write a letter to the ambassador, with the arguments you have just used to me? I could not write to him before I know whether he will receive me or not. But now, as I have reason to suppose that his opinions are much the same as your own, I will certainly write to him. I do not know whether His Excellency thinks as I do or not, and, in spite of what I said to you, it is just possible that you do not know my own opinions on the question. But write to him, and he may possibly give you an audience. I shall follow your advice, for which I am much obliged." When I got home, I wrote to His Excellency all I had said to the secretary, and the next day I had a visit from Count Manucci. The Count proved to be a fine-looking young man of an agreeable presence. He said that he lived in the embassy, that His Excellency had read my letter, and though he grieved not to receive me publicly, he should be delighted to see me in private, for he both knew and esteemed me. Young Manucci told me that he was a Venetian, and that he knew me by name, as he often heard his father and mother lamenting my fortune. Before long, it dawned upon me that this Count Manucci was the son of that Jean-Baptiste Manucci who had served as the spy of the state inquisitors, and had so adroitly managed to get possession of my books of magic, which were in all probability the chief corpus delicti. I did not say anything to him, but I was certain that my guess was correct. His mother was the daughter of a valet de chamber, and his father was a poor mechanic. I asked the young man if he were called Count at the embassy, and he said he bore the title in virtue of a warrant from the Elector Palatine. My question showed him that I knew his origin, and he began to speak openly to me. And knowing that I was acquainted with the peculiar tastes of M. de Mosnigo, the ambassador, he informed me laughingly that he was his pathic. "I will do my best for you," he added, and I was glad to hear him say so, for an Alexis should be able to obtain almost anything from his Corydon. We embraced, and he told me as we parted that he would expect me at the embassy in the afternoon, to take coffee in his room. The ambassador, he said, would certainly come in as soon as he heard of my presence. I went to the embassy, and had a very kind reception from the ambassador, who said he was deeply grieved not to be able to receive me publicly. He admitted that he might present me at court without compromising himself, but he was afraid of making enemies. "I hope soon to receive a letter from a friend of mine, which will authorize your Excellency producing me. I shall be delighted, in that case, to present you to all the Spanish ministers." This Mosnigo was the same that acquired such a reputation at Paris by his leanings to pederasty, a vice or taste which the French hold in horror. Later on, Mosnigo was condemned by the Council of 10 to 10 years, imprisonment for having started on an embassy to Vienna without formal permission. Maria Theresa had intimated to the Venetian government that she would not receive such a character, as his habits would be the scandal of her capital. The Venetian government had some trouble with Mosnigo, and as he attempted to set out for Vienna, they exiled him and chose another ambassador, whose morals were as bad, save that the new ambassador indulged himself with Hebe and not Ganymede, which threw a veil of decency over his proceedings. In spite of his reputation for pederasty, Mosnigo was much liked at Madrid. On one occasion, I was at a ball, and a Spaniard, noticing me with Manucci, came up to me and told me with an air of mystery that that young man was the ambassador's wife. He did not know that the ambassador was Manucci's wife. In fact, he did not understand the arrangement at all. Where ignorance is bliss. Etc. However, in spite of the revolting nature of this vice, it has been a favorite one with several great men. It was well known to the ancients, and those who indulged in it were called hermaphrodites, which symbolizes not a man of two sexes, but a man with the passions of the two sexes. I had called 2 or 3 times on the painter Mengs, who had been painter in ordinary to His Catholic Majesty for 6 years, and had an excellent salary. He gave me some good dinners. His wife and family were at Rome, while he basked in the royal favors at Madrid, enjoying the unusual privilege of being able to speak to the king whenever he would. At Mengs's house, I made the acquaintance of the architect Sabatini, an extremely able man whom the king had summoned from Naples to cleanse Madrid, which was formerly the dirtiest and most stinking town in Europe, or, for the matter of that, in the world. Sabatini had become a rich man by constructing drains, sewers, and closets for a city of 14,000 houses. He had married by proxy the daughter of Vanvitelli, who was also an architect at Naples, but he had never seen her. She came to Madrid about the same time as myself. She was a beauty of 18, and no sooner did she see her husband than she declared she would never be his wife. Sabatini was neither a young man nor a handsome one, but he was kind-hearted and distinguished. And when he told his young wife that she would have to choose between him and a nunnery, she determined to make the best of what she thought a bad bargain. However, she had no reason to repent of her choice. Her husband was rich, affectionate, and easygoing, and gave her everything she wanted. I sighed and burned for her in silence, not daring to declare my love, for while the wound of the death of Charlotte was still bleeding, I also began to find that women were beginning to give me the cold shoulder. By way of amusing myself, I began to go to the theater and the masked balls to which the Count of Aranda had established. They were held in a room built for the purpose and named Los Scanos del Peril. A Spanish play is full of absurdities, but I rather relished the representations. The autos sacramentals were still represented, they were afterwards prohibited. I could not help remarking the strange way in which the boxes are constructed by order of the wretched police. Instead of being boarded in front, they are perfectly open, being kept up by small pillars. A devotee once said to me at the theater that this was a very wise regulation, and he was surprised that it was not carried into force in Italy. Why so? Because lovers, who feel sure that no one in the pit can see them, may commit improprieties. I only answered with a shrug of the shoulders. In a large box opposite to the stage sat Los Padres of the Holy Inquisition to watch over the morals of actors and audience. I was gazing on them when of a sudden the sentinel at the door of the pit called out Dios. And at this cry all the actors and all the audience, men and women, fell down on their knees and remained kneeling till the sound of a bell in the street ceased to be heard. This bell betokened that a priest was passing by carrying the viaticum to some sick man. I felt very much inclined to laugh, but I had seen enough of Spanish manners to refrain. All the religion of the Spaniard is in outward show and ceremony. A profligate woman, before yielding to the desires of her lover, covers the picture of Christ, or the Virgin, with a veil. If the lover laughed at this absurdity, he would run a risk of being denounced as an atheist, and most probably by the wretched woman who had sold him her charms. In Madrid, and possibly all over Spain, a gentleman who takes a lady to a private room in an inn must expect to have a servant in the room the whole of the time, that he may be able to swear that the couple took no indecent liberties with each other. In spite of all, profligacy is rampant at Madrid, and also the most dreadful hypocrisy, which is more offensive to true piety than open sin. Men and women seem to have come to an agreement to set the whole system of surveillance utterly at naught. However, commerce with women is not without its dangers. Whether it be endemic or a result of dirty habits, one has often good reason to repent the favors one has obtained. The masked ball quite captivated me. The first time I went to see what it was like, and it only cost me a doubloon, about 11 francs, but ever after it cost me 4 doubloons, for the following reason. An elderly gentleman, who sat next me at supper, guessed I was a foreigner by my difficulty in making myself understood by the waiter, and asked me where I had left my lady friend. I have not got one. I came by myself to enjoy this delightful and excellently managed entertainment. Yes, but you ought to come with a companion, then you could dance. At present you cannot do so, as every lady has her partner, who will not allow her to dance with anyone else. Then I must be content not to dance, for, being a stranger, I do not know any lady whom I can ask to come with me. As a stranger you would have much less difficulty in securing a partner than a citizen of Madrid. Under the new fashion, introduced by the Count of Aranda, the masked ball has become the rage of all the women in the capital. You see there are about 200 of them on the floor tonight. Well, I think there are at least 4,000 girls in Madrid who are sighing for someone to take them to the ball, for, as you may know, no woman is allowed to come by herself. You would only have to go to any respectable people, give your name and address, and ask to have the pleasure of taking their daughter to the ball. You would have to send her a domino, mask, and gloves, and you would take her and bring her back in your carriage. And if the father and mother refused, then you would make your bow and go, leaving them to repent of their folly. For the girl would sigh and weep and moan, bewail parental tyranny, call heaven to witness the innocency of going to a ball, and finally go into convulsions. This oration, which was uttered in the most persuasive style, made me quite gay, for I scented an intrigue from afar. I thanked the masked, who spoke Italian very well and promised to follow his advice and to let him know the results. I shall be delighted to hear of your success, and you will find me in the box, where I shall be glad if you will follow me now, to be introduced to the lady who is my constant companion. I was astonished at so much politeness and told him my name and followed him. He took me into a box where there were 2 ladies and an elderly man. They were talking about the ball, so I put in a remark or two on the same topic, which seemed to meet with approval. One of the 2 ladies, who retained some traces of her former beauty, asked me, in excellent French, what circles I moved in. I have only been a short time in Madrid, and not having been presented at court I really know no one. Really, I quite pity you. Come and see me, you will be welcome. My name is Pichona, and anybody will tell you where I live. I shall be delighted to pay my respects to you, madam. What I liked best about the spectacle was a wonderful and fantastic dance which was struck up at midnight. It was the famous fandango, of which I had often heard, but of which I had absolutely no idea. I had seen it danced on the stage in France and Italy, but the actors were careful not to use those voluptuous gestures which make it the most seductive in the world. It cannot be described. Each couple only dances 3 steps, but the gestures and the attitudes are the most lascivious imaginable. Everything is represented, from the sigh of desire to the final ecstasy. It is a very history of love. I could not conceive a woman refusing her partner anything after this dance, for it seemed made to stir up the senses. I was so excited at this bacchanalian spectacle that I burst out into cries of delight. The masker who had taken me to his box told me that I should see the fandango danced by the gitanas with good partners. But, I remarked, does not the Inquisition object to this dance? Madame Pichona told me that it was absolutely forbidden, and would not be danced unless the Count of Aranda had given permission. I heard afterwards that, on the Count forbidding the fandango, the ballroom was deserted with bitter complaints, and on the prohibition being withdrawn everyone was loud in his praise. The next day I told my infamous page to get me a Spaniard who would teach me the fandango. He brought me an actor, who also gave me Spanish lessons, for he pronounced the language admirably. In the course of 3 days, the young actor taught me all the steps so well that, by the confession of the Spaniards themselves, I danced it to perfection. For the next ball, I determined to carry the masker's advice into effect, but I did not want to take a courtesan or a married woman with me, and I could not reasonably expect that any young lady of family would accompany me. It was St. Anthony's Day, and passing the church of the Soledad I went in, with the double motive of hearing Mass and of procuring a partner for the next day's ball. I noticed a fine-looking girl coming out of the confessional, with contrite face and lowered eyes, and I noted where she went. She knelt down in the middle of the church, and I was so attracted by her appearance that I registered a mental vow to the effect that she should be my first partner. She did not look like a person of condition, nor, so far as I could see, was she rich, and nothing about her indicated the courtesan, though women of that class go to confession in Madrid like everybody else. When Mass was ended, the priest distributed the Eucharist, and I saw her rise and approach humbly to the holy table and there receive the communion. She then returned to the church to finish her devotions, and I was patient enough to wait till they were over. At last she left, in company with another girl, and I followed her at a distance. At the end of a street her companion left her to go into her house, and she, retracing her steps, turned into another street and entered a small house, 1 story high. I noted the house and the street, Caldes de Zinjano, and then walked up and down for half an hour, that I might not be suspected of following her. At last I took courage and walked in, and on my ringing a bell, I heard a voice. "Who is there?" "Honest folk," I answered, according to the custom of the country, and the door was opened. I found myself in the presence of a man, a woman, the young devotee I had followed, and another girl, somewhat ugly. My Spanish was bad, but still it was good enough to express my meaning, and, hat in hand, I informed the father that, being a stranger, and having no partner to take to the ball, I had come to ask him to give me his daughter for my partner. supposing he had a daughter. I assured him that I was a man of honor, and that the girl should be returned to him after the ball in the same condition as when she started. "Senor," said he, "there is my daughter, but I don't know you, and I don't know whether she wants to go. I should like to go, if my parents will allow me." "Then you know this gentleman." "I have never seen him, and I suppose he has never seen me." "You speak the truth, Senora." The father asked me my name and address, and promised I should have a decisive answer by dinner time, if I dined at home. I begged him to excuse the liberty I had taken, and to let me know his answer without fail, so that I might have time to get another partner if it were unfavorable to me. Just as I was beginning to dine, my man appeared. I asked him to sit down, and he informed me that his daughter would accept my offer, but that her mother would accompany her and sleep in the carriage. I said that she might do so if she liked, but I should be sorry for her on account of the cold. "She shall have a good cloak," said he, and he proceeded to inform me that he was a cordwainer. "Then I hope you will take my measure for a pair of shoes." "I daren't do that. I'm an hidalgo, and if I were to take anyone's measure, I should have to touch his foot, and that would be a degradation. I am a cobbler, and that is not inconsistent with my nobility." "Then, will you mend me these boots?" "I will make them like new, but I see they want a lot of work. It will cost you a peso duro, about 5 francs. I told him that I thought his terms very reasonable, and he went out with a profound bow, refusing absolutely to dine with me. Here was a cobbler who despised bootmakers because they had to touch the foot, and they, no doubt, despised him because he touched old leather. Unhappy pride, how many forms it assumes, and who is without his own peculiar form of it. The next day I sent to the gentleman cobblers a tradesman with dominoes, masks, and gloves, but I took care not to go myself nor to send my page, for whom I had an aversion which almost amounted to a presentiment. I hired a carriage to seat 4, and at nightfall I drove to the house of my pious partner, who was quite ready for me. The happy flush on her face was a sufficient index to me of the feelings of her heart. We got into the carriage with the mother, who was wrapped up in a vast cloak, and at the door of the dancing room we descended, leaving the mother in the carriage. As soon as we were alone, my fair partner told me that her name was Donna Ignazia. Chapter 4. My amours with Donna Ignazia, my imprisonment at Buen Retiro, my triumphi, am commended to the Venetian ambassador by one of the state inquisitors. We entered the ballroom and walked round several times. Donna Ignazia was in such a state of ecstasy that I felt her trembling and augured well for my amorous projects. Though liberty, nay, license, seemed to reign supreme, there was a guard of soldiers ready to arrest the first person who created any disturbance. We danced several minuets and square dances, and at 10 o'clock we went into the supper room, our conversation being very limited all the while, she not speaking for fear of encouraging me too much, and I on account of my poor knowledge of the Spanish language. I left her alone for a moment after supper and went to the box, where I expected to find Madame Pichona, but it was occupied by maskers who were unknown to me, so I rejoined my partner, and we went on dancing the minuets and quadrilles till the fandango was announced. I took my place with my partner, who danced it admirably and seemed astonished to find herself so well supported by a foreigner. This dance had excited both of us, so, after taking her to the buffet and giving her the best wines and liqueurs procurable, I asked her if she were content with me. I added that I was so deeply in love with her that unless she found some means of making me happy, I should undoubtedly die of love. I assured her that I was ready to face all hazards. "By making you happy," she replied, "I shall make myself happy too. I will write to you tomorrow, and you will find the letter sewn into the hood of my domino. You will find me ready to do anything, fair Ignazia, if you will give me hope." At last the ball was over, and we went out and got into the carriage. The mother woke up, and the coachman drove off, and I, taking the girl's hands, would have kissed them. However, she seemed to suspect that I had other intentions, and held my hands clasped so tightly that I believe I should have found it a hard task to pull them away. In this position, Donna Ignazia proceeded to tell her mother all about the ball and the delight it had given her. She did not let go my hands till we got to the corner of their street, when the mother called out to the coachman to stop, not wishing to give her neighbors occasion for slander by stopping in front of their own house. The next day I sent for the domino, and in it I found a letter from Donna Ignacia, in which she told me that a Don Francisco de Ramos would call on me, that he was her lover, and that he would inform me how to render her and myself happy. Don Francisco wasted no time, for the next morning at 8 o'clock my page sent in his name. He told me that Donna Ignacia, with whom he spoke every night, she being at her window and he in the street, had informed him that she and I had been at the ball together. She had also told him that she felt sure I had conceived a fatherly affection for her, and she had consequently prevailed upon him to call on me, being certain that I would treat him as my own son. She had encouraged him to ask me to lend him 100 doubloons, which would enable them to get married before the end of the carnival. I am employed at the mint, he added, but my present salary is a very small one. I hope I shall get an increase before long, and then I shall be in a position to make Ignacia happy. All my relations live at Toledo, and I have no friends at Madrid, so when we set up our only friends will be the father and mother of my wife and yourself, for I am sure you love her like a daughter. You have probed my heart to its core, I replied, but just now I am awaiting remittances and have very little money about me. You may count on my discretion, and I shall be delighted to see you whenever you care to call on me. The gallant made me a bow and took his departure in no good humor. Don Francisco was a young man of 22, ugly and ill-made. I resolved to nip the intrigue in the bud, for my inclination for Donna Ignacia was of the lightest description, and I went to call on Madame Pichona, who had given me such a polite invitation to come and see her. I had made inquiries about her, and had found out that she was an actress and had been made rich by the Duke of Medinaceli. The Duke had paid her a visit in very cold weather, and finding her without a fire, as she was too poor to buy coals, had sent her the next day a silver stove, which he had filled with 100,000 pesos duros in gold, amounting to 300,000 francs in French money. Since then, Madame Pichona lived at her ease and received good company. She gave me a warm reception when I called on her, but her looks were sad. I began by saying that, as I had not found her in her box on the last ball night, I had ventured to come to inquire after her health. I did not go, said she, for on that day died my only friend the Duke of Medinaceli. He was ill for 3 days. I sympathize with you. Was the Duke an old man? Hardly 60. You have seen him. He did not look his age. Where have I seen him? Did he not bring you to my box? You don't say so. He did not tell me his name, and I never saw him before. I was grieved to hear of his death. It was in all probability a misfortune for me, as well as Madame Pichona. All the Duke's estate passed to a son of miserly disposition, who in his turn had a son who was beginning to evince the utmost extravagance. I was told that the family of Medinaceli enjoys 30 titles of nobility. One day a young man called on me to offer me, as a foreigner, his services in a country which he knew thoroughly. I am Count Marazzini de Plaisance, he began. I am not rich, and I have come to Madrid to try and make my fortune. I hope to enter the bodyguard of His Catholic Majesty. I have been indulging in the amusements of the town ever since I came. I saw you at the ball with an unknown beauty. I don't ask you to tell me her name, but if you are fond of novelty, I can introduce you to all the handsomest girls in Madrid. If my experience had taught me such wholesome lessons as I might have expected, I should have shown the impudent rascal the door. Alas! I began to be weary of my experience and the fruits of it. I began to feel the horrors of a great void. I had need of some slight passion to while away the dreary hours. I therefore made this Mercury welcome, and told him I should be obliged by his presenting me to some beauties, neither too easy nor too difficult to access. Come with me to the ball, he rejoined, and I will show you some women worthy of your attention. The ball was to take place the same evening, and I agreed. He asked me to give him some dinner, and I agreed to that also. After dinner he told me he had no money, and I was foolish enough to give him a doubloon. The fellow, who was ugly, blind of one eye, and full of impudence, showed me a score of pretty women, whose histories he told me, and seeing me to be interested in one of them he promised to bring her to a procuress. He kept his word, but he cost me dear, for the girl only served for an evening's amusement. Towards the end of the carnival, the noble Don Diego, the father of Donna Ignacia, brought me my boots, and the thanks of his wife and himself for the pleasure I had given her at the ball. She is as good as she is beautiful, said I. She deserves to prosper, and if I have not called on her, it is only that I am anxious to do nothing which could injure her reputation. Her reputation, Señor Caballero, is above all reproach, and I shall be delighted to see you whenever you honor me with a call. The carnival draws near to its end, I replied, and if Donna Ignacia would like to go to another ball, I shall be happy to take her again. You must come and ask her yourself. I will not fail to do so. I was anxious to see how the pious girl, who had tried to make me pay 100 doubloons for the chance of having her after her marriage, would greet me, so I called the same day. I found her with her mother, rosary in hand, while her noble father was botching old boots. I laughed inwardly at being obliged to give the title of Don to a cobbler who would not make boots because he was an hidalgo. Hidalgo, meaning noble, is derived from higo de albo, son of somebody, and the people, whom the nobles call higos de nade, sons of nobody, often revenge themselves by calling the nobles hidputas, that is to say, sons of harlots. Donna Ignacia rose politely from the floor, where she was sitting cross-legged, after the Moorish fashion. I have seen exalted ladies in this position at Madrid, and it is very common in the antechambers of the court and the palace of the Princess of the Asturias. The Spanish women sit in church in the same way, and the rapidity with which they can change this posture to a kneeling or a standing one is something amazing. Donna Ignacia thanked me for honoring her with a visit, adding that she would never have gone to the ball if it had not been for me, and that she never hoped to go to it again, as I had doubtless found someone else more worthy of my attentions. I have not found anyone worthy to be preferred before you, I replied, and if you would like to go to the ball again, I should be most happy to take you. The father and mother were delighted with the pleasure I was about to give to their beloved daughter. As the ball was to take place the same evening, I gave the mother a doubloon to get a mask and domino. She went on her errand, and, as Don Diego also went out on some business, I found myself alone with the girl. I took the opportunity of telling her that if she willed I would be hers, as I adored her, but that I could not sigh for long. What can you ask, and what can I offer, since I must keep myself pure for my husband? You should abandon yourself to me without reserve, and you may be sure that I should respect your innocence. I then proceeded to deliver a gentle attack, which she repulsed, with a serious face. I stopped directly, telling her that she would find me polite and respectful, but not in the least affectionate, for the rest of the evening. Her face had blushed a vivid scarlet, and she replied that her sense of duty obliged her to repulse me in spite of herself. I liked this metaphysical line of argument. I saw that I had only to destroy the idea of duty in her, and all the rest would follow. What I had to do was to enter into an argument, and to bear away the prize directly I saw her at a loss for an answer. If your duty, I began, forces you to repulse me in spite of yourself, your duty is a burden on you. If it is a burden on you, it is your enemy, and if it is your enemy, why do you suffer it thus lightly to gain the victory? If you were your own friend, you would at once expel this insolent enemy from your coasts. That may not be. Yes, it may, only shut your eyes. Like that. Yes. I immediately laid hands on a tender place. She repulsed me, but more gently and not so seriously as before. You may, of course, seduce me, she said, but if you really love me, you will spare me the shame. Dearest Ignacia, there is no shame in a girl giving herself up to the man she loves. Love justifies all things. If you do not love me, I ask nothing of you. But how shall I convince you that I am actuated by love and not by complacence? Leave me to do what I like, and my self-esteem will help me to believe you. But as I cannot be certain that you will believe me, my duty plainly points to a refusal. Very good, but you will make me sad and cold. Then I shall be sad too. At these encouraging words I embraced her, and obtained some solid favors with one hearty hand. She made no opposition, and I was well pleased with what I had got, and for a first attempt I could not well expect more. At this juncture, the mother came in with the dominoes and gloves. I refused to accept the change, and went away to return in my carriage, as before. Thus the first step had been taken, and Donna Ignacia felt it would be ridiculous not to join in with my conversation at the ball, which all tended to procuring the pleasure of spending our nights together. She found me affectionate all the evening, and at supper I did my best to get her everything she liked. I made her see that the part she had at last taken was worthy of praise and not blame. I filled her pockets with sweets and put into my own pockets 2 bottles of ratafia, which I handed over to the mother, who was asleep in the carriage. Donna Ignazia gratefully refused the quadruple I wished to give her, saying that if it were in my power to make such presents, I might give the money to her lover whenever he called on me. Certainly, I answered, but what shall I say to prevent his taking offense? Tell him that it is on account of what he asked you. He is poor, and I am sure he is in despair at not seeing me in the window tonight. I shall tell him I only went to the ball with you to please my father. Donna Ignazia, a mixture of voluptuousness and piety, like most Spanish women, danced the fandango with so much fire that no words could have expressed so well the joys that were in store for me. What a dance it is! Her bosom was heaving and her blood all aflame, and yet I was told that for the greater part of the company the dance was wholly innocent and devoid of any intention. I pretended to believe it, but I certainly did not. Ignazia begged me to come to Mass at the Church of the Soledad the next day at 8 o'clock. I had not yet told her that it was there I had seen her first. She also asked me to come and see her in the evening, and said she would send me a letter if we were not left alone together. I slept till noon, and was awoke by Marazzini, who came to ask me to give him some dinner. He told me he had seen me with my fair companion the night before, and that he had vainly endeavored to find out who she was. I bore with this singularly misplaced curiosity, but when it came to his saying that he would have followed us if he had had any money, I spoke to him in a manner that made him turn pale. He begged pardon, and promised to bridle his curiosity for the future. He proposed a party of pleasure with the famous courtesan Spiletta, whose favors were dear, but I declined, for my mind was taken up with the fair Ignazia, whom I considered a worthy successor to Charlotte. I went to the church, and she saw me when she came in, followed by the same companion as before. She knelt down at 2 or 3 paces from me, but did not once look in my direction. Her friend, on the other hand, inspected me closely. She seemed about the same age as Ignazia, but she was ugly. I also noticed Don Francisco, and as I was going out of the church my rival followed me, and congratulated me somewhat bitterly on my good fortune in having taken his mistress a second time to the ball. He confessed that he had been on our track the whole evening, and that he should have gone away well enough pleased if it had not been for the way in which we danced the fandango. I felt this was an occasion for a little gentle management, and I answered humouredly that the love he thought he noticed was wholly imaginary, and that he was wrong to entertain any suspicions as to so virtuous a girl as Donna Ignazia. At the same time, I placed an ounce in his hand, begging him to take it on account. He did so with an astonished stare, and calling me his father and guardian angel, swore an eternal gratitude. In the evening, I called on Don Diego, where I was regaled with the excellent ratafia I had given the mother, and the whole family began to speak of the obligations Spain owed to the Count of Aranda. "No exercise is more healthful than dancing," said Antonia, the mother, and before his time balls were strictly forbidden. In spite of that, he is hated for having expelled Los Padres de la Compagnia de Jesus and for his sumptuary regulations. But the poor bless his name, for all the money produced by the balls goes to them. "And thus," said the father, "to go to the ball is to do a pious work." "I have 2 cousins," said Ignazia, "who are perfect angels of goodness. I told them that you had taken me to the ball, but they are so poor that they have no hope of going. If you like, you can make them quite happy by taking them on the last day of the carnival. The ball closes at midnight, so as not to profane Ash Wednesday." "I shall be happy to oblige you, all the more as your lady mother will not be obliged to wait for us in the carriage." "You are very kind, but I shall have to introduce you to my aunt, she is so particular. When she knows you, I am sure she will consent, for you have all the air of discretion. Go and see her today, she lives in the next street, and over her door you will see a notice that lace is washed within. Tell her that my mother gave you the address. Tomorrow morning, after Mass, I will see to everything else, and you must come here at noon to agree as to our meeting on the last day of the carnival." I did all this, and the next day I heard that it was settled. "I will have the dominoes ready at my house," I said, "and you must come in at the back door. We will dine in my room, mask, and go to the ball. The eldest of your cousins must be disguised as a man. I won't tell her anything about that, for fear she might think it a sin, but once in your house you will have no difficulty in managing her. The younger of the two cousins was ugly, but looked like a woman, whereas the elder looked like an ugly dressed man in woman's clothes. She made an amusing contrast with Donna Ignacia, who looked most seductive when she laid aside her air of piety. I took care that everything requisite for our disguises should be at hand in a neighboring closet, unbeknown to my rascally page. I gave him a piece of money in the morning, and told him to spend the last day of the carnival according to his own taste, as I should not require his services till noon the day after. I ordered a good dinner and a waiter to serve it at the tavern, and got rid of Marazzini by giving him a doubloon. I took great pains over the entertainment I was to give the two cousins and the fair Ignacia, whom I hoped that day to make my mistress. It was all quite a novelty for me. I had to do with 3 devotees, 2 hideous and the third ravishingly beautiful, who had already had a foretaste of the joys in store for her. They came at noon, and for an hour I discoursed to them in a moral and unctuous manner. I had taken care to provide myself with some excellent wine, which did not fail to take effect on the 3 girls, who were not accustomed to a dinner that lasted 2 hours. They were not exactly inebriated, but their spirits were worked up to a pitch they had never attained before. I told the elder cousin, who might be 25 years old, that I was going to disguise her as a man. Consternation appeared on her features, but I had expected as much, and Donna Ignacia told her she was only too lucky, and her sister observed that she did not think it could be a sin. If it were a sin, said I, do you suppose that I should have suggested it to your virtuous sister? Donna Ignacia, who knew the legendarium by heart, corroborated my assertion by saying that the blessed Saint Marina had passed her whole life in man's clothes, and this settled the matter. I then burst into a very high-flown eulogium of her intellectual capacity, so as to enlist her vanity in the good cause. Come with me, said I, and do you ladies wait here. I want to enjoy your surprise when you see her in man's clothes. The ugly cousin made a supreme effort and followed me, and when she had duly inspected her disguise, I told her to take off her boots and to put on white stockings and shoes, of which I had provided several pairs. I sat down before her, and told her that if she suspected me of any dishonorable intentions, she would commit a mortal sin, as I was old enough to be her father. She replied that she was a good Christian, but not a fool. I fastened her garters for her, saying that I should never have supposed she had so well-shapen and so white a leg, which compliment made her smile in a satisfied manner. Although I had a fine view of her thighs, I observed no traces of a blush on her face. I then gave her a pair of my breeches, which fitted her admirably, though I was 5 inches taller than she, but this difference was compensated by the posterior proportions, with which, like most women, she was bountifully endowed. I turned away to let her put them on in freedom, and having given her a linen shirt, she told me she had finished before she had buttoned it at the neck. There may possibly have been a little coquetry in this, as I buttoned the shirt for her, and was thus gratified with a sight of her splendid breast. I need not say whether she was pleased or not at my refraining from complimenting her upon her fine proportions. When her toilette was finished, I surveyed her from head to foot, and pronounced her to be a perfect man, with the exception of one blemish. I am sorry for that. Will you allow me to arrange your shirt so as to obviate it? I shall be much obliged, as I have never dressed in man's clothes before. I then sat down in front of her, and, after unbuttoning the fly, arranged the shirt in a proper manner. In doing so, I allowed myself some small liberties, but I toyed with such a serious air that she seemed to take it all as a matter of course. When I had put on her domino and mask, I led her forth, and her sister and Donna Ignacia congratulated her on her disguise, saying that anybody would take her for a man. Now it's your turn, I said to the younger one. Go with him, said the elder. Don Jaime is as honest a man as you will find in Spain. There was really not much to be done to the younger sister, her disguise being simply a mask and domino. But as I wanted to keep Ignacia a long time, I made her put on white stockings, change her kerchief, and a dozen other trifles. When she was ready, I brought her forth, and Donna Ignacia, noticing that she had changed her stockings and kerchief, asked her whether I were as expert at dressing a lady as at turning a lady into a gentleman. "I don't know," she replied. "I did everything for myself." Next came the turn of Don Diego's daughter, and as soon as I had her in the closet, I did my pleasure on her, she submitting with an air that seemed to say, "I only give in because I can't resist." Wishing to save her honor, I withdrew in time, but in the second combat, I held her for half an hour to my arms. However, she was naturally of a passionate disposition, and nature had endowed her with a temperament able to resist the most vigorous attacks. When decency made us leave the closet, she remarked to her cousins, "I thought I should never have done. I had to alter the whole fit of the domino." I admired her presence of mind. At nightfall, we went to the ball, at which the fandango might be danced ad libitum by a special privilege, but the crowd was so great that dancing was out of the question. At 10, we had supper, and then walked up and down, till all at once the two orchestras became silent. We heard the church clocks striking midnight. The carnival was over, and Lent had begun. This rapid transition from wantonness to devotion, from paganism to Christianity, has something startling and unnatural about it. At 59 minutes past 11, the senses are all aglow. Midnight sounds, and in a minute they are supposed to be brought low, and the heart to be full of humble repentance. It is an absurdity, an impossibility. I took the three girls to my house to take off their dominoes, and we then escorted the two cousins home. When we had left them for a few minutes, Donna Ignazia told me that she would like a little coffee. I understood her, and took her to my house, feeling sure of 2 hours of mutual pleasure. I took her to my room, and was just going out to order the coffee when I met Don Francisco, who asked me plainly to let him come up, as he had seen Donna Ignazia go in with me. I had sufficient strength of mind to conceal my rage and disappointment, and told him to come in, adding that his mistress would be delighted at this unexpected visit. I went upstairs, and he followed me, and I showed him into the room, congratulating the lady on the pleasant surprise. I expected that she would play her part as well as I had played mine, but I was wrong. In her rage, she told him that she would never have asked me to give her a cup of coffee if she had foreseen this piece of importunity, adding that if he had been a gentleman, he would have known better than to intrude himself at such an hour. In spite of my own anger, I felt that I must take the poor devil's part. He looked like a dog with a tin kettle tied to his tail. I tried to calm Donna Ignazia, telling her that Don Francisco had seen us by a mere accident, and that it was I who had asked him to come upstairs in the hope of pleasing her. Donna Ignazia feigned to be persuaded and asked her lover to sit down, but she did not speak another word to him, confining her remarks to me, saying how much she had enjoyed the ball, and how kind I had been to take her cousins. After he had taken a cup of coffee, Don Francisco bade us a good night. I told him I hoped he would come and see me before Lent was over, but Donna Ignazia only vouchsafed him a slight nod. When he had gone, she said, sadly enough, that she was sorry he had deprived us both of our pleasure, and that she was sure Don Francisco was still hanging about the place, and that she dared not expose herself to his vengeance. "So take me home, but if you love me, come and see me again. The trick the stupid fellow has played me shall cost him dear. Are you sure I don't love him?" "Quite certain, for you love me too well to love anybody else." Donna Ignazia gave me a hasty proof of her affection, and I escorted her home, assuring her that she would be the sole object of my thoughts as long as I stayed at Madrid. The next day I dined with Mengs, and the day after that I was accosted in the street by an ill-looking fellow who bade me follow him to a cloister, as he had something of importance to communicate to me. As soon as he saw that we were unobserved, he told me that the alcalde Mesa was going to pay me a visit that same night with a band of police, of whom, he added, I am one. He knows you have concealed weapons in your room. He knows, or thinks he knows, certain other things which authorize him to seize your person and to take you to the prison where persons destined for the galleys are kept. I give you all this warning because I believe you to be a man of honor. Despise not my advice, but look to yourself, and get into some place of security. I credited what he told me, as the circumstance of my having arms was perfectly true, so I gave the man a doubloon, and instead of calling on Donna Ignazia, as I intended, I went back to my lodging, and after putting the weapons under my cloak, I went to Mengs's, leaving word at the café to send me my page as soon as he came back. In Mengs's house, I was safe, as it belonged to the king. The painter was an honest fellow, but proud and suspicious in excess. He did not refuse me an asylum for the night, but he told me that I must look out for some other refuge, as the alcalde must have some other accusation against me, and that knowing nothing of the merits or demerits of the case, he could not take any part in it. He gave me a room and we supped together, discussing the matter all the time, I persisting that the possession of arms was my only offense, and he replying that if it were so I should have awaited the alcalde fearlessly, as it stood to reason that a man had a right to keep defensive weapons in his own room. To this I answered that I had only come to him to avoid passing the night in prison, as I was certain that the man had told me the truth. Tomorrow I shall look out for another lodging. I confessed, however, that it would have been wiser of me to leave my pistols and musket in my room. Yes, and you might have remained there yourself. I did not think you were so easily frightened. As we were arguing it over, my landlord came and said that the alcalde with 30 constables had been to my apartment and had broken open the door. He had searched everything, but unsuccessfully, and had gone away after sealing the room and its contents. He had arrested and imprisoned my page on the charge of having warned me. For otherwise, he said, the Venetian gentleman would never have gone to the house of Chevalier Mengs, where he is out of my power. At this, Mengs agreed that I had been right in believing my informant's tale, and he added that the first thing in the morning I should go and protest my innocence before the Count of Aranda, but he especially urged on me the duty of defending the poor page. My landlord went his way, and we continued the discussion, Mengs insisting on the page's innocence, till at last I lost all patience and said, "My page must be a thorough-paced scoundrel. The magistrate's arresting him for warning me is an absolute proof that he knew of my approaching arrest. What is a servant who does not warn his master under such circumstances but a rascal? Indeed, I am absolutely certain that he was the informer, for he was the only person who knew where the arms were concealed." Mengs could find no answer to this and left to go to bed. I did the same and had an excellent night. Early the next morning, the great Mengs sent me linen and all the requisites of the toilette. His maid brought me a cup of chocolate, and his cook came to ask if I had permission to eat flesh meat. In such ways, a prince welcomes a guest and bids him stay, but such behavior in a private person is equivalent to a hint to go. I expressed my gratitude and only accepted a cup of chocolate and one handkerchief. My carriage was at the door, and I was just taking leave of Mengs when an officer appeared on the scene and asked the painter if the Chevalier de Casanova was in his house. "I am the Chevalier de Casanova," said I. "Then I hope you will follow me of your own free will to the prison of Buen Retiro. I cannot use force here, for this house is the king's, but I warn you that in less than an hour the Chevalier Mengs will have orders to turn you out, and then you will be dragged to prison, which would be unpleasant for you. I therefore advise you to follow me quietly and to give up such weapons as you may possess. The Chevalier Mengs will give you the weapons in question. I have carried them with me for 11 years. They are meant to protect me on the highways. I am ready to follow you, but first allow me to write 4 notes. I shall not be half an hour. I can neither allow you to wait nor to write, but you will be at liberty to do so after you have reached the prison." "Very good, then I am ready to follow you, for I have no choice. I shall remember Spanish justice." I embraced Mengs, had the weapons put into my carriage, and got in with the officer, who seemed a perfect gentleman. He took me to the castle of Buen Retiro, formerly a royal palace and now a prison. When my conductor had consigned me to the officer of the watch, I was handed over to a corporal, who led me into a vast hall on the ground floor of the building. The stench was dreadful, and the prisoners were about 30, 10 of them being soldiers. There were 10 or 12 large beds, some benches, no tables, and no chairs. I asked a guard to get me some pens, ink, and paper, and gave him a duro for the purpose. He took the coins smilingly and went away, but he did not return. When I asked his brethren what had become of him, they laughed in my face. But what surprised me the most was the sight of my page and Marazzini, who told me in Italian that he had been there for 3 days, and that he had not written to me as he had a presentiment that we should soon meet. He added that in a fortnight's time we should be sent off under a heavy escort to work in some fortress, though we might send our pleas to the government, and might possibly be let out after 3 or 4 years' imprisonment. "I hope," he said, "not to be condemned before I am heard. The alcalde will come and interrogate you tomorrow, and your answers will be taken down, that's all. You may then be sent to hard labor in Africa. Has your case been heard yet?" "They were at me about it for 3 hours yesterday." "What kind of questions did they ask you?" "They wished to know what banker furnished me with money for my expenses. I told them I had not got a banker, and that I lived by borrowing from my friends in the expectation of becoming one of the king's bodyguard. They then asked me how it was that the Parmese ambassador knew nothing about me, and I replied that I had never been presented to him. "Without the favor of your ambassador," they objected, "you could never join the royal guard, and you must be aware of that, but the king's majesty shall give you employment where you will stand in need of no commendation." And so the alcalde left me. "If the Venetian ambassador does not interpose in your behalf, you will be treated in the same way." I concealed my rage and sat down on a bed, which I left after 3 hours, as I found myself covered with the disgusting vermin which seem endemic in Spain. The very sight of them made me sick. I stood upright, motionless, and silent, devouring the bile which consumed me. There was no good in talking, I must write, but where was I to find writing materials? However, I resolved to wait in silence. My time must come, sooner or later. At noon, Marazzini told me that he knew a soldier for whose trustworthiness he would answer, and who would get me my dinner if I gave him the money. "I have no appetite," I replied, "and I am not going to give a farthing to anyone till the stolen crown is restored to me." He made an uproar over this piece of cheating, but the soldiers only laughed at him. My page then asked him to intercede with me, as he was hungry and had no money wherewith to buy food. "I will not give him a farthing. He is no longer in my service, and would to God I had never seen him." My companions in misery proceeded to dine on bad garlic soup and wretched bread, washed down by plain water, 2 priests and an individual who was styled corregidor accepted, and they seemed to fare very well. At 4 o'clock, one of Mengs's servants brought me a dinner which would have sufficed for 4. He wanted to leave me the dinner and come for the plates in the evening, but not caring to share the meal with the vile mob around me, I made him wait till I had done and come again at the same time the next day, as I did not require any supper. The servant obeyed. Marazzini said rudely that I might at least have kept the bottle of wine, but I gave him no answer. At 5 o'clock, Manucci appeared, accompanied by a Spanish officer. After the usual compliments had passed between us, I asked the officer if I might write to my friends, who would not allow me to stay much longer in prison if they were advised of my arrest. "We are no tyrants," he replied. "You can write what letters you like." "Then," said I, "as this is a free country, is it allowable for a soldier who has received certain moneys to buy certain articles to pocket the money and appropriate it to his own use?" "What is his name?" The guard had been relieved, and no one seemed to know who or where he was. "I promise you, sir," said the officer, "that the soldier shall be punished and your money restored to you, and in the meanwhile you shall have pens, ink, paper, a table, and a candle immediately." "And I," added Manucci, "promise you that one of the ambassador's servants shall wait on you at 8 o'clock to deliver any letters you may write." I took 3 crowns from my pocket, and told my fellow prisoners that the first to name the soldier who had deceived me should have the money. Marazzini was the first to do so. The officer made a note of the man's name with a smile. He was beginning to know me. I had spent 3 crowns to get back 1, and could not be very avaricious. Manucci whispered to me that the ambassador would do his best in a confidential way to get my release, and that he had no doubt of his success. When my visitors were gone, I sat down to write, but I had need of all my patience. The rascally prisoners crowded round me to read what I was writing, and when they could not understand it, they were impudent enough to ask me to explain it to them. Under the pretext of snuffing the candle, they put it out. However, I bore with it all. One of the soldiers said he would keep them quiet for a crown, but I gave him no answer. In spite of the hell around me, I finished my letters and sealed them up. They were no studied or rhetorical epistles, but merely the expression of the fury with which I was consumed. I told Mosnigo that it was his duty to defend a subject of his prince, who had been arrested and imprisoned by a foreign power on an idle pretext. I showed him that he must give me his protection unless I was guilty, and that I had committed no offense against the law of the land. I reminded him that I was a Venetian, in spite of my persecution at the hands of the state inquisitors, and that being a Venetian, I had a right to count on his protection. To Don Emmanuel de Roda, a learned scholar and the Minister of Justice, I wrote that I did not ask any favor but only simple justice. "Serve God and your master," said I. "Let his Catholic Majesty save me from the hands of the infamous alcalde who has arrested me, an honest and a law-abiding man who came to Spain trusting in his own innocence and the protection of the laws. The person who writes to you, my lord, has a purse full of doubloons in his pocket. He has already been robbed and fears assassination in the filthy den in which he has been imprisoned." I wrote to the Duke of Losada, requesting him to inform the king that his servants had subjected to vile treatment a man whose only fault was that he had a little money. I begged him to use his influence with his Catholic Majesty to put a stop to these infamous proceedings. But the most vigorous letter of all was the one I addressed to the Count of Aranda. I told him plainly that if this infamous action went on, I should be forced to believe that it was by his orders, since I had stated in vain that I came to Madrid with an introduction to him from a princess. "I have committed no crime," I said. "What compensation am I to have when I am released from this filthy and abominable place? Set me at liberty at once, or tell your hangmen to finish their work, for I warn you that no one shall take me to the galleys alive." According to my custom, I took copies of all the letters, and I sent them off by the servant whom the all-powerful Manucci dispatched to the prison. I passed such a night as Dante might have imagined in his vision of hell. All the beds were full, and even if there had been a spare place, I would not have occupied it. I asked in vain for a mattress, but even if they had brought me one, it would have been of no use, for the whole floor was inundated. There were only 2 or 3 chamber utensils for all the prisoners, and everyone discharged his occasions on the floor. I spent the night on a narrow bench without a back, resting my head on my hands. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Manucci came to see me. I looked upon him as my providence. I begged him to take me down to the guardroom and give me some refreshment, for I felt quite exhausted. My request was granted, and as I told my sufferings, I had my hair done by a barber. Manucci told me that my letters would be delivered in the course of the day, and observed, smilingly, that my epistle to the ambassador was rather severe. I showed him copies of the 3 others I had written, and the inexperienced young man told me that gentleness was the best way to obtain favors. He did not know that there are circumstances in which a man's pen must be dipped in gall. He told me confidentially that the ambassador dined with Aranda that day, and would speak in my favor as a private individual, adding that he was afraid my letter would prejudice the proud Spaniard against me. "All I ask of you," said I, "is not to tell the ambassador that you have seen the letter I wrote to the Count of Aranda." He promised he would keep the secret. An hour after his departure, I saw Donna Ignazia and her father coming in, accompanied by the officer who had treated me with such consideration. Their visit cut me to the quick. Nevertheless, I felt grateful, for it showed me the goodness of Don Diego's heart and the love of the fair devotee. I gave them to understand, in my bad Spanish, that I was grateful for the honor they had done me in visiting me in this dreadful situation. Donna Ignazia did not speak, she only wept in silence, but Don Diego gave me clearly to understand that he would never have come to see me unless he had felt certain that my accusation was a mistake or an infamous calumny. He told me he was sure I should be set free, and that proper satisfaction would be given me. "I hope so," I replied, "for I am perfectly innocent of any offense." I was greatly touched when the worthy man slipped into my hands a rouleau, telling me it contained 12 quadruples, which I could repay at my convenience. It was more than 1,000 francs, and my hair stood on end. I pressed his hand warmly and whispered to him that I had 50 in my pocket, which I was afraid to show him, for fear the rascals around might rob me. He put back his rouleau and bade me farewell in tears, and I promised to come and see him as soon as I should be set at liberty. He had not sent in his name, and as he was very well dressed, he was taken for a man of importance. Such characters are not altogether exceptional in heroic Spain. It is a land of extremes. At noon, Mengs's servant came with a dinner that was choicer than before, but not so plentiful. This was just what I liked. He waited for me to finish and went away with the plates, carrying my heartiest thanks to his master. At 1 o'clock, an individual came up to me and bade me follow him. He took me to a small room where I saw my carbine and pistols. In front of me was the alcalde Mesa, seated at a table covered with documents, and a policeman stood on each side of him. The alcalde told me to sit down and to answer truly such questions as might be put to me, warning me that my replies would be taken down. I do not understand Spanish well, and I shall only give written answers to any questions that may be asked of me in Italian, French, or Latin. This reply, which I uttered in a firm and determined voice, seemed to astonish him. He spoke to me for an hour, and I understood him very well, but he only got one reply. I don't understand what you say. Get a judge who understands one of the languages I have named, and I will write down my answers. The alcalde was enraged, but I did not let his ill humor or his threats disturb me. Finally, he gave me a pen and told me to write my name, profession, and business in Spain in Italian. I could not refuse him this pleasure, so I wrote as follows. My name is Jacques Casanova. I am a subject of the Republic of Venice, by profession a man of letters, and in rank a knight of the Golden Spur. I have sufficient means, and I travel for my pleasure. I am known to the Venetian ambassador, the Count of Aranda, the Prince de la Catolica, the Marquis of Moras, and the Duke of Losada. I have offended in no manner against the laws of His Catholic Majesty, but in spite of my innocence, I have been cast into a den of thieves and assassins by magistrates who deserve a 10 times greater punishment. Since I have not infringed the laws, His Catholic Majesty must know that he has only one right over me, and that is to order me to leave his realms, which order I am ready to obey. My arms, which I see before me, have traveled with me for the last 11 years. I carry them to defend myself against highwaymen. They were seen when my effects were examined at the gate of Alcala and were not confiscated, which makes it plain that they have served merely as a pretext for the infamous treatment to which I have been subjected. After I had written out this document, I gave it to the alcalde, who called for an interpreter. When he had had it read to him, he rose angrily and said to me, "Valga me Dios, you shall suffer for your insolence." With this threat he went away, ordering that I should be taken back to prison. At 8 o'clock, Manucci called and told me that the Count of Aranda had been making inquiries about me of the Venetian ambassador, who had spoken very highly in my favor, and expressed his regret that he could not take my part officially on account of my being in disgrace with the state inquisitors. "He has certainly been shamefully used," said the Count, "but an intelligent man should not lose his head. I should have known nothing about it, but for a furious letter he has written me, and Don Emmanuel de Roda and the Duke of Losada have received epistles in the same style. Casanova is in the right, but that is not the way to address people. If he really said I was in the right, that is sufficient. He said it sure enough. Then he must do me justice, and as to my style, everyone has a style of their own. I am furious, and I wrote furiously. Look at this place. I have no bed, the floor is covered with filth, and I am obliged to sleep on a narrow bench. Don't you think it is natural that I should desire to eat the hearts of the scoundrels who have placed me here? If I do not leave this hell by tomorrow, I shall kill myself or go mad." Manucci understood the horrors of my situation. He promised to come again early the next day and advised me to see what money would do towards procuring a bed, but I would not listen to him, for I was suffering from injustice and was therefore obstinate. Besides, the thought of the vermin frightened me, and I was afraid for my purse and the jewels I had about me. I spent a second night worse than the first, going to sleep from sheer exhaustion, only to awake and find myself slipping off the bench. Manucci came before 8 o'clock, and my aspect shocked him. He had come in his carriage, bringing with him some excellent chocolate, which in some way restored my spirits. As I was finishing it, an officer of high rank, accompanied by 2 other officers, came in and called out, "M. de Casanova." I stepped forward and presented myself. "Chevalier," he began, "the Count of Aranda is at the gate of the prison. He is much grieved at the treatment you have received. He only heard about it through the letter you wrote him yesterday, and if you had written sooner your pains would have been shorter. Such was my intention, Colonel, but a soldier. I proceeded to tell him the story of the swindling soldier, and on hearing his name, the colonel called the captain of the guard, reprimanded him severely, and ordered him to give me back the crown himself. I took the money laughingly, and the colonel then ordered the captain to fetch the offending soldier and to give him a flogging before me. This officer, the emissary of the all-powerful Aranda, was Count Royas, commanding the garrison of Buin Retiro. I told him all the circumstances of my arrest and of my imprisonment in that filthy place. I told him that if I did not get back that day my arms, my liberty, and my honor, I should either go mad or kill myself. Here, I said, I can neither rest nor sleep, and a man needs sleep every night. If you had come a little earlier, you would have seen the disgusting filth with which the floor was covered. The worthy man was taken aback with the energy with which I spoke. I saw his feelings and hastened to say, "You must remember, Colonel, that I am suffering from injustice and am in a furious rage. I am a man of honor, like yourself, and you can imagine the effect of such treatment on me." Manucci told him, in Spanish, that in my normal state I was a good fellow enough. The colonel expressed his pity for me and assured me that my arms should be restored to me, and my liberty too, in the course of the day. "Afterwards," said he, "you must go and thank His Excellency the Count of Aranda, who came here expressly for your sake. He bade me tell you that your release would be delayed till the afternoon, that you may have full satisfaction for the affront you have received, if it is an affront, for the penalties of the law only dishonor the guilty. In this instance, the alcalde Mesa has been deceived by the rascal who was in your service." "There he is," said I. "Be good enough to have him removed, or else, in my indignation, I might kill him." "He shall be taken away this moment," he replied. The colonel went out, and 2 minutes later 2 soldiers came in and took the rogue away between them. I never saw him again, and never troubled myself to inquire what had become of him. The colonel begged me to accompany him to the guardroom to see the thieving soldier flogged. Manucci was at my side, and at some little distance stood the Count of Aranda, surrounded by officers and accompanied by a royal guard. The business kept us there for a couple of hours. Before leaving me, the colonel begged me to meet Mengs at dinner at his house. When I returned to my filthy prison, I found a clean armchair, which I was informed had been brought in for me. I sat down in it immediately, and Manucci left me, after embracing me again and again. He was my sincere friend, and I can never forgive myself the stupidity which made me offend him grievously. He never forgave me, at which I am not surprised, but I believe my readers will agree with me in thinking that he carried his vengeance too far. After the scene which had taken place, the vile crowd of prisoners stood gazing at me in stupid silence, and Marazzini came up to me and begged me to use my offices for him. Dinner was brought me as usual, and at 3 o'clock the alcalde Mesa appeared and begged me to follow him, as he had received orders to take me back to my lodging, where he hoped I should find everything in perfect order. At the same time he showed me my arms, which one of his men was going to bring to my house. The officer of the guard returned me my sword. The alcalde, who was in his black cloak, put himself on my left hand, and thus I was escorted home with a guard of 30 constables. The seals were removed from my apartment, and after a brief inspection, I pronounced that everything was in perfect order. If you had not a rascal and a traitor, who shall end his days in the galleys, in your service, Senor Caballero, you would never have written down the servants of His Catholic Majesty as scoundrels. Senor Alcalde, my indignation made me write the same sentence to 4 of His Majesty's ministers. Then I believed what I wrote, but I do so no longer. Let us forget and forgive, but you must confess that if I had not known how to write a letter, you would have sent me to the galleys. Alas, it is very likely. I need not say that I hastened to remove all traces of the vile prison where I had suffered so much. When I was ready to go out, my first grateful visit was paid to the noble cobbler. The worthy man was proud of the fulfillment of his prophecy, and glad to see me again. Donna Ignazia was wild with delight perhaps, she had not been so sure of my release and, when Don Diego heard of the satisfaction that had been given me, he said that a grandee of Spain could not have asked for more. I begged the worthy people to come and dine with me, telling them that I would name the day another time, and they accepted gladly. I felt that my love for Donna Ignazia had increased immensely since our last meeting. Afterwards, I called on Mengs, who with his knowledge of Spanish law expected nothing less than to see me. When he heard of my triumphant release, he overwhelmed me with congratulations. He was in his court dress, an unusual thing with him, and on my asking him the reason, he told me that he had been to Don Emmanuel de Rodas to speak on my behalf, but had not succeeded in obtaining an audience. He gave me a Venetian letter which had just arrived for me. I opened it and found it was from M. Dandolo and contained an enclosure for M. de Mosnigo. M. Dandolo said that on reading the enclosed letter the ambassador would have no more scruples about introducing me, as it contained a recommendation from one of the inquisitors on behalf of the three. When I told Mengs of this, he said it was now in my power to make my fortune in Spain, and that now was the time when all the ministers would be only too anxious to do something for me to make me forget the wrongs I had received. I advise you, he said, to take the letter to the ambassador immediately. Take my carriage. After what you have undergone for the last few days, you cannot be in a walking humor. I had need of rest, and told Mengs that I would not sup with him that night, but would dine with him the next day. The ambassador was out, so I left the letter with Manucci, and then drove home and slept profoundly for 12 hours. Manucci came to see me the next day in high spirits, and told me that M. Girolamo Zulian had written to the ambassador on behalf of M. Dumula, informing him that he need not hesitate to countenance me, as any articles the tribunal might have against me were in no degree prejudicial to my honor. The ambassador, he continued, proposes to introduce you at court next week, and he wants you to dine with him today. There will be a numerous company at dinner. I am engaged to Mengs. No matter, he shall be asked as well. You must come. Consider the effect of your presence at the ambassador's the day after your triumph. You are right. Go and ask Mengs, and tell the ambassador that I have much pleasure in accepting his invitation. Chapter 5. Campamanes Olivide Sierra, Morna Aranjus Mengs the Marquis, Grimaldi Toledo Madame Pelixium, returned to Madrid. Different circumstances in my life seem to have combined to render me somewhat superstitious. It is a humiliating confession, and yet I make it. But who could help it? A man who abandons himself to his whims and fancies is like a child playing with a billiard cue. It may make a stroke that would be an honor to the most practiced and scientific player, and such are the strange coincidences of life which, as I have said, have caused me to become superstitious. Fortune, which under the humbler name of luck seems but a word, is a very divinity when it guides the most important actions of a man's life. Always it has seemed to me that this divinity is not blind, as the mythologists affirm. She had brought me low only to exalt me, and I found myself in high places only, as it seems, to be cast into the depths. Fortune has done her best to make me regard her as a reasoning, almighty power. She has made me feel that the strength of my will is as nothing before this mysterious power, which takes my will and molds it, and makes it a mere instrument for the accomplishment of its decrees. I could not possibly have done anything in Spain without the help of the representative of my country, and he would not have dared to do anything for me without the letter I had just given him. This letter, in its turn, would probably have had but slight effect if it had not come to hand so soon after my imprisonment, which had become the talk of the town, through the handsome satisfaction the Count of Aranda had given me. The letter made the ambassador sorry that he had not interposed on my behalf, but he hoped people would believe that the Count would not have acted as he did if it had not been for his interposition. His favorite, Count Manucci, had come to ask me to dinner. As it happened, I was engaged to Mengs, which obtained an invitation for the painter and flattered his vanity excessively. He fancied that the invitation proceeded from gratitude, and it certainly smoothed away the mortification he had felt at seeing me arrested in his house. He immediately wrote to the effect that he would call upon me with his carriage. I called on the Count of Aranda, who kept me waiting for a quarter of an hour, and then came in with some papers in his hand. He smiled when he saw me and said, "Your business is done. Stay, here are 4 letters, take them and read them over again." Why should I read them again? This is the document I gave the alcalde. I know that. Read, and confess that you should not have written so violently, in spite of the wrongs that vexed you. I crave your pardon, my lord, but a man who meditates suicide does not pick terms. I believed that your excellency was at the bottom of it all. Then you don't know me. Go and thank Don Emmanuel de Rhoda, who wants to know you, and I shall be glad if you will call once on the alcalde, not to make him an apology, for you owe him none, but as an act of politeness to salve over the hard things you said of him. If you write the history of Princess Lubomirska, I hope you will tell her that I did my best for you. I then called on Colonel Royas, who told me that I had made a great mistake in saying that I was satisfied. What could I claim? Everything: dismissal of the alcalde and compensation to the tune of 50,000 duros. Spain is a country where a man may speak out save in the matters which the Holy Inquisition looks after. This colonel, now a general, is one of the pleasantest Spaniards I have ever met. I had not long returned to my lodging when Mengs called for me in his carriage. The ambassador gave me a most gracious reception, and overwhelmed Mengs with compliments for having endeavored to shelter me. At dinner, I told the story of my sufferings at Buen Retiro, and the conversation I had just had with the Count of Aranda, who had returned me my letters. The company expressed a desire to see them, and everyone gave an opinion on the matter. The guests were Abbé Bigliardi, the French consul, Don Rodriguez de Campomanes, and the famous Don Pablo d'Olivides. Everyone spoke his mind, and the ambassador condemned the letters as too ferocious. On the other hand, Campomanes approved them, saying that they were not abusive and were wonderfully adapted to my purpose, namely, to force the reader to do me prompt justice, were the reader to be the king himself. Olivides and Bigliardi echoed this sentiment. Mengs sided with the ambassador and begged me to come and live with him, so as not to be liable to any more inconveniences from spying servants. I did not accept this invitation till I had been pressed for some time, and I noted the remark of the ambassador, who said I owed Mengs this reparation for the indirect affront he had received. I was delighted to make the acquaintance of Campomanes and Olivides, men of intellect and of a stamp very rare in Spain. They were not exactly men of learning, but they were above religious prejudices, and were not only fearless in throwing public scorn upon them, but even labored openly for their destruction. It was Campomanes who had furnished Aranda with all the damaging matter against the Jesuits. By a curious coincidence, Campomanes, the Count of Aranda, and the general of the Jesuits were all squint-eyed. I asked Campomanes why he hated the Jesuits so bitterly, and he replied that he looked upon them in the same light as the other religious orders, whom he considered a parasitical and noxious race, and would gladly banish them all, not only from the peninsula but from the face of the earth. He was the author of all the pamphlets that had been written on the subject of Mortmain, and as he was an intimate friend of the ambassador, M. Mosnigo had furnished him with an account of the proceedings of the Venetian Republic against the monks. He might have dispensed with this source of information if he had read the writings of Father Paul Sarpi on the same subject. Quick-sighted, firm, with the courage of his opinions, Campomanes was the fiscal of the Supreme Council of Castile, of which Aranda was president. Everyone knew him to be a thoroughly honest man who acted solely for the good of the state. Thus statesmen and officials had warm feelings of respect for him, while the monks and bigots hated the sound of his name, and the Inquisition had sworn to be his ruin. It was said openly that he would either become a bishop or perish in the cells of the Holy Brotherhood. The prophecy was only partly fulfilled. 4 years after my visit to Spain, he was incarcerated in the dungeons of the Inquisition, but he obtained his release after 3 years' confinement by doing public penance. The leprosy, which eats out the heart of Spain, is not yet cured. Olivides was still more harshly treated, and even Aranda would have fallen a victim if he had not had the good sense to ask the king to send him to France as his ambassador. The king was very glad to do so, as otherwise he would have been forced to deliver him up to the infuriated monks. Charles Roman III, who died a madman, was a remarkable character. He was as obstinate as a mule, as weak as a woman, as gross as a Dutchman, and a thorough-paced bigot. It was no wonder that he became the tool of his confessor. At the time of which I am speaking, the cabinet of Madrid was occupied in a curious scheme. 1,000 Catholic families had been enticed from Switzerland to form a colony in the beautiful but deserted region called the Sierra Morna, well known all over Europe by its mention in Don Quixote. Nature seemed there to have lavished all her gifts. The climate was perfect, the soil fertile, and streams of all kinds watered the land, but in spite of all it was almost depopulated. Desiring to change this state of things, His Catholic Majesty had decided to make a present of all the agricultural products for a certain number of years to industrious colonists. He had consequently invited the Swiss Catholics and had paid their expenses for the journey. The Swiss arrived, and the Spanish government did its best to provide them with lodging and spiritual and temporal superintendence. Olivides was the soul of this scheme. He conferred with the ministers to provide the new population with magistrates, priests, a governor, craftsmen of all kinds to build churches and houses, and especially a bull ring, a necessity for the Spaniards, but a perfectly useless provision as far as the simple Swiss were concerned. In the documents which Don Pablo Olivides had composed on the subject, he demonstrated the inexpediency of establishing any religious orders in the new colony. But if he could have proved his opinion to be correct with foot and rule, he would none the less have drawn on his head the implacable hatred of the monks, and of the bishop in whose diocese the new colony was situated. The secular clergy supported Olivides, but the monks cried out against his impiety, and as the Inquisition was eminently monkish in its sympathies, persecution had already begun, and this was one of the subjects of conversation at the dinner at which I was present. I listened to the arguments, sensible and otherwise, which were advanced, and I finally gave my opinion, as modestly as I could, that in a few years the colony would vanish like smoke, and this for several reasons. The Swiss, I said, are a very peculiar people. If you transplant them to a foreign shore, they languish and die. They become a prey to homesickness. When this once begins in a Switzer, the only thing is to take him home to the mountain, the lake, or the valley where he was born, or else he will infallibly die. It would be wise, I think, I continued, to endeavor to combine a Spanish colony with the Swiss colony, so as to effect a mingling of races. At first, at all events, their rules, both spiritual and temporal, should be Swiss, and above all, you would have to ensure them complete immunity from the Inquisition. The Swiss who has been bred in the country has peculiar customs and manners of love-making, of which the Spanish Church might not exactly approve. But the least attempt to restrain their liberty in this respect would immediately bring about a general homesickness. At first Olivides thought I was joking, but he soon found out that my remarks had some sense in them. He begged me to write out my opinions on the subject, and to give him the benefit of my knowledge. I promised to do so, and Mengs fixed a day for him to come and dine with me at his house. The next day I moved my household goods to Mengs's house, and began my philosophical and physiological treatise on the colony. I called on Don Emmanuel de Roda, who was a man of letters, a rara avis in Spain. He liked Latin poetry, had read some Italian, but very naturally gave the palm to the Spanish poets. He welcomed me warmly, begged me to come and see him again, and told me how sorry he had been at my unjust imprisonment. The Duke of Lausada congratulated me on the way in which the Venetian ambassador spoke of me everywhere, and encouraged me in my idea of getting some place under government, promising to give me his support in the matter. The Prince della Cattolica invited me to dinner with the Venetian ambassador, and in the course of 3 weeks I had made a great number of valuable acquaintances. I thought seriously of seeking employment in Spain, as not having heard from Lisbon I dared not go there on the chance of finding something to do. I had not received any letters from Pauline of late, and had no idea as to what had become of her. I passed a good many of my evenings with a Spanish lady, named Sabatini, who gave tertulias or assemblies, frequented chiefly by fifth-rate literary men. I also visited the Duke of Medina Sidonia, a well-read and intelligent man, to whom I had been presented by Don Domingo Varnier, one of the gentlemen of the King's Chamber, whom I had met at Mengs's house. I paid a good many visits to Donna Ignacia, but as I was never left alone with her, these visits became tiresome. When I suggested a party of pleasure with her and her cousins, she replied that she would like it as much as I, but as it was Lent and near Holy Week, in which God died for our salvation, it was more fit to think of penance than pleasure. After Easter, she said, we might consider the matter. Ignacia was a perfect example of the young Spanish devotee. A fortnight after, the king and court left Madrid for Aranjuez. M. de Mosnigo asked me to come and stay with him, as he would be able to present me at court. As may be imagined, I should have been only too glad to accept, but on the eve of my departure, as I was driving with Mengs, I was suddenly seized with a fever, and was convulsed so violently that my head was dashed against the carriage window, which it shivered to fragments. Mengs ordered the coachman to drive home, and I was put to bed. In 4 hours I was seized with a sweating fit, which lasted for 10 or 12 hours. The bed and 2 mattresses were soaked through with my perspiration, which dripped onto the floor beneath. The fever abated in 48 hours, but left me in such a state of weakness that I was kept to my bed for a whole week and could not go to Aranjuez till Holy Saturday. The ambassador welcomed me warmly, but on the night I arrived a small lump, which I had felt in the course of the day, grew as large as an egg, and I was unable to go to Mass on Easter Day. In 5 days the excrescence became as large as an average melon, much to the amazement of Manucci and the ambassador, and even of the king's surgeon, a Frenchman who declared he had never seen the like before. I was not alarmed personally, for, as I suffered no pain and the lump was quite soft, I guessed it was only a collection of lymph, the remainder of the evil humors which I had sweated away in the fever. I told the surgeon the history of the fever and begged him to lance the abscess, which he did, and for 4 days the opening discharged an almost incredible amount of matter. On the 5th day, the wound was almost healed, but the exhaustion had left me so weak that I could not leave my bed. Such was my situation when I received a letter from Mengs. It is before me at the present moment, and I give below a true copy. Yesterday the rector of the parish in which I reside affixed to the church door a list of those of his parishioners who are atheists and have neglected their Easter duties. Amongst them your name figures in full, and the aforesaid rector has reproached me bitterly for harboring a heretic. I did not know what answer to make, for I feel sure that you could have stopped in Madrid a day longer to discharge the duties of a Christian, even if it were only out of regard for me. The duty I owe to the king, my master, the care I am bound to take of my reputation, and my fears of being molested, all make me request you to look upon my house as yours no longer. When you return to Madrid, you may go where you will, and my servants shall transport your effects to your new abode. I am, etc., Antonio Raphael Mengs. I was so annoyed by this rude, brutal, and ungrateful letter that if I had not been 7 leagues from Madrid, and in a state of the utmost weakness, Mengs should have suffered for his insolence. I told the messenger who had brought it to be gone, but he replied that he had orders to await my reply. I crushed the letter in my hand and flung it at his face, saying, "Go and tell your unworthy master what I did with his letter, and tell him that is the only answer that such a letter deserves." The innocent messenger went his way in great amazement. My anger gave me strength, and having dressed myself and summoned a sedan chair, I went to church, and was confessed by a grey friar, and at 6 o'clock the next morning I received the sacrament. My confessor was kind enough to give me a certificate to the effect that I had been obliged to keep my bed since my arrival al sitio, and that in spite of my extreme weakness I had gone to church, and had confessed and communicated like a good Christian. He also told me the name of the priest who had affixed the paper containing my name to the door of the church. When I returned to the ambassador's house, I wrote to this priest, telling him that the certificate enclosed would inform him as to my reasons for not communicating. I expressed a hope that, being satisfied of my orthodoxy, he would not delay in removing my name from his church doors, and I concluded by begging him to hand the enclosed letter to the Chevalier Mengs. To the painter, I wrote that I felt that I had deserved the shameful insult he had given me by my great mistake in acceding to his request to honor him by staying in his house. However, as a good Christian who had just received the Holy Communion, I told him that his brutal behavior was forgiven, but I bade him to take to heart the line, well known to all honest people and doubtless unknown to him. Terpius igiciter quam non admittitur hosps. After sending the letter, I told the ambassador what had happened, to which he replied, "I am not at all surprised at what you tell me. Mengs is only liked for his talents in painting. In everything else he is well known to be little better than a fool." As a matter of fact, he had only asked me to stay with him to gratify his own vanity. He knew that all the town was talking of my imprisonment, and of the satisfaction the Count of Aranda had accorded me, and he wanted people to think that his influence had obtained the favor that had been shewn me. Indeed, He had said in a moment of exaltation that I should have compelled the alcalde Mesa to escort me not to my own house, but to his, as it was in his house that I had been arrested. Mengs was an exceedingly ambitious and a very jealous man. He hated all his brother painters. His color and design were excellent, but his invention was very weak, and invention is as necessary to a great painter as a great poet. I happened to say to him one day, just as every poet should be a painter, so every painter should be a poet. And he got quite angry, thinking that I was alluding to his weakness of imagination, which he felt but would not acknowledge. He was an ignorant man and liked to pass for a scholar. He sacrificed to Bacchus and Camus and would fain be thought sober. He was lustful, bad-tempered, envious, and miserly, but yet would be considered a virtuous man. He loved hard work, and this forced him to abstain, as a rule, from dinner, as he drank so inordinately at that meal that he could do nothing after it. When he dined out, he had to drink nothing but water, so as not to compromise his reputation for temperance. He spoke 4 languages, and all badly, and could not even write his native tongue with correctness, and yet he claimed perfection for his grammar and orthography, as for all his other qualities. While I was staying with him, I became acquainted with some of his weak points, and endeavored to correct them, at which he took great offense. The fellow writhed under a sense of obligation to me. Once I prevented his sending a petition to the court, which the king would have seen, and which would have made Mengs ridiculous. In signing his name he had written, El Mas Inclito, wishing to say your most humble. I pointed out to him that El Mas Inclito meant the most illustrious, and that the Spanish for the expression he wanted was El Mas Humilde. The proud fool was quite enraged, telling me that he knew Spanish better than I, but when the dictionary was searched, he had to swallow the bitter pill of confessing himself in the wrong. Another time, I suppressed a heavy and stupid criticism of his on someone who had maintained that there were no monuments still existing of the antediluvian period. Mengs thought he would confound the author by citing the remains of the Tower of Babel, a double piece of folly. For in the first place there are no such remains, and in the second, the Tower of Babel was a post-diluvian building. He was also largely given to the discussion of metaphysical questions, on which his knowledge was simply nil, and a favorite pursuit of his was defining beauty in the abstract, and when he was on this topic, the nonsense he talked was something dreadful. Mengs was a very passionate man, and would sometimes beat his children most cruelly. More than once I have rescued his poor sons from his furious hands. He boasted that his father, a bad Bohemian artist, had brought him up with the stick. Thus, he said, he had become a great painter, and he wished his own children to enjoy the same advantages. He was deeply offended when he received a letter, of which the address omitted his title of Chevalier, and his name, Raphael. One day I ventured to say that these things were but trifles after all, and that I had taken no offense at his omitting the Chevalier on the letters he had written to me, though I was a knight of the same order as himself. He very wisely made no answer, but his objection to the omission of his baptismal name was a very ridiculous one. He said he was called Antonio after Antonio Correggio, and Raphael after Raphael de Urbino, and that those who omitted these names, or either of them, implicitly denied his possession of the qualities of both these great painters. Once I dared to tell him that he had made a mistake in the hand of one of his figures, as the ring finger was shorter than the index. He replied sharply that it was quite right, and showed me his hand by way of proof. I laughed, and showed him my hand in return, saying that I was certain that my hand was made like that of all the descendants of Adam. Then whom do you think that I am descended from? I don't know, but you are certainly not of the same species as myself. You mean you are not of my species. All well-made hands of men, and women too, are like mine and not like yours. I'll wager 100 doubloons that you are in the wrong. He got up, threw down brushes and palette, and rang up his servants, saying, "We shall see which is right." The servants came, and on examination he found that I was right. For once in his life, he laughed and passed it off as a joke, saying, "I am delighted that I can boast of being unique in one particular, at all events." Here I must note another very sensible remark of his. He had painted a Magdalene, which was really wonderfully beautiful. For 10 days he had said every morning, "The picture will be finished tonight." At last I told him that he had made a mistake in saying it would be finished, as he was still working on it. "No, I have not," he replied, 99 connoisseurs out of 100 would have pronounced it finished long ago, but I want the praise of the 100th man. There's not a picture in the world that can be called finished save in a relative sense. This Magdalene will not be finished till I stop working at it, and then it will be only finished relatively, for if I were to give another day's work to it, it would be more finished still. Not one of Petrarch's sonnets is a really finished production, no, nor any other man's sonnets. Nothing that the mind of man can conceive is perfect, save it be a mathematical theorem. I expressed my warm approval of the excellent way in which he had spoken. He was not so sensible another time when he expressed a wish to have been Raphael. He was such a great painter. Certainly, said I, but what can you mean by wishing you had been Raphael? This is not sense. If you had been Raphael, you would no longer be existing. But perhaps you only meant to express a wish that you were tasting the joys of paradise. In that case, I will say no more. No. I mean, I would have liked to have been Raphael without troubling myself about existing now, either in soul or body. Really, such a desire is an absurdity. Think it over, and you will see it for yourself. He flew into a rage, and abused me so heartily that I could not help laughing. Another time, he made a comparison between a tragic author and a painter, of course to the advantage of the latter. I analyzed the matter calmly, showing him that the painter's labor is to a great extent purely mechanical, and can be done whilst engaged in casual talk, whilst a well-written tragedy is the work of genius pure and simple. Therefore, the poet must be immeasurably superior to the painter. Find me if you can, said I, a poet who can order his supper between the lines of his tragedy, or discuss the weather whilst he is composing epic verses. When Mengs was beaten in an argument, instead of acknowledging his defeat, he invariably became brutal and insulting. He died at the age of 50, and is regarded by posterity as a Stoic philosopher, a scholar, and a compendium of all the virtues. And this opinion must be ascribed to a fine biography of him in royal quarto, choicely printed, and dedicated to the King of Spain. This panegyric is a mere tissue of lies. Mengs was a great painter, and nothing else. And if he had only produced the splendid picture which hangs over the high altar of the Chapel Royal at Dresden, he would deserve eternal fame, though indeed he is indebted to the great Raphael for the idea of the painting. We shall hear more of Mengs when I describe my meeting with him at Rome, 2 or 3 years later. I was still weak and confined to my room when Manucci came to me, and proposed that I should go with him to Toledo. The ambassador, he said, is going to give a grand official dinner to the ambassadors of the other powers, and as I have not been presented at court, I am excluded from being present. However, if I travel, my absence will not give rise to any remarks. We shall be back in 5 or 6 days. I was delighted to have the chance of seeing Toledo and of making the journey in a comfortable carriage, so I accepted. We started the next morning and reached Toledo in the evening of the same day. For Spain, we were lodged comfortably enough, and the next day we went out under the charge of a cicerone, who took us to the Alcazar, the Louvre of Toledo, formerly the palace of the Moorish kings. Afterwards we inspected the cathedral, which is well worthy of a visit, on account of the riches it contains. I saw the great tabernacle used on Corpus Christi. It is made of silver, and is so heavy that it requires 30 strong men to lift it. The Archbishop of Toledo has 300,000 duros a year, and his clergy have 400,000, amounting to 2 million francs in French money. One of the canons, as he was showing me the urns containing the relics, told me that one of them contained the 30 pieces of silver for which Judas betrayed our Lord. I begged him to let me see them, to which he replied severely that the king himself would not have dared to express such indecent curiosity. I hastened to apologize, begging him not to take offense at a stranger's heedless questions, and this seemed to calm his anger. The Spanish priests are a band of knaves, but one has to treat them with more respect than one would pay to honest men elsewhere. The following day we were shewn the Museum of Natural History. It was rather a dull exhibition, but at all events, one could laugh at it without exciting the wrath of the monks and the terrors of the Inquisition. We were shewn, amongst other wonders, a stuffed dragon, and the man who exhibited it said, "This proves, gentlemen, that the dragon is not a fabulous animal, but I thought there was more of art than nature about the beast." He then showed us a basilisk, but instead of slaying us with a glance, it only made us laugh. The greatest wonder of all, however, was nothing else than a Freemason's apron, which, as the curator very sagely declared, proved the existence of such an order, whatever some might say. The journey restored me to health, and when I returned to Aranjuez, I proceeded to pay my court to all the ministers. The ambassador presented me to Marquis Grimaldi, with whom I had some conversations on the subject of the Swiss colony, which was going on badly. I reiterated my opinion that the colony should be composed of Spaniards. "Yes," said he, "but Spain is thinly peopled everywhere, and your plan would amount to impoverishing one district to make another rich." "Not at all, for if you took 10 persons who are dying of poverty in the Asturias and placed them in the Sierra Morena, they would not die till they had begotten 50 children. This 50 would beget 200, and so on." My scheme was laid before a commission, and the Marquis promised that I should be made governor of the colony if the plan was accepted. An Italian opera comique was then amusing the court, with the exception of the king, who had no taste for music. His Majesty bore a considerable resemblance to a sheep in the face, and it seemed as if the likeness went deeper, for sheep have not the slightest idea of sound. His favorite pursuit was sport, and the reason will be given later on. An Italian musician at the court desired to compose some music for a new opera, and as there was no time to send to Italy, I offered to compose the libretto. My offer was accepted, and by the next day the first act was ready. The music was composed in 4 days, and the Venetian ambassador invited all the ministers to the rehearsal in the grand hall of his palace. The music was pronounced exquisite, the 2 other acts were written, and in a fortnight the opera was put upon the stage. The musician was rewarded handsomely, but I was considered too grand to work for money, and my reward was paid me in the court money of compliments. However, I was glad to see that the ambassador was proud of me, and that the minister's esteem for me seemed increased. In writing the libretto, I had become acquainted with the actresses. The chief of them was a Roman named Pelixia, neither pretty nor ugly, with a slight squint and but moderate talents. Her younger sister was pretty if not handsome, but no one cared for the younger, while the elder was a universal favorite. Her expression was pleasant, her smile delightful, and her manners most captivating. Her husband was an indifferent painter, plain-looking, and more like her servant than her husband. He was indeed her very humble servant, and she treated him with great kindness. The feelings she inspired me with were not love, but a sincere respect and friendship. I used to visit her every day and wrote verses for her to sing to the Roman airs she delivered so gracefully. On one of the days of rehearsals, I was pointing out to her the various great personages who were present. The manager of the company, Merscalchi by name, had entered into an arrangement with the governor of Valencia to bring the company there in September to play comic opera in a small theater which had been built on purpose. Italian opera had hitherto never been presented at Valencia, and Merscalchi hoped to make a good deal of money there. Madame Pelixia knew nobody in Valencia and wanted a letter of introduction to someone there. She asked me if I thought she could venture to ask the Venetian ambassador to do her the favor, but I advised her to try the Duke of Arcos. "Where is he?" "That gentleman who is looking in your direction now." "How can I dare to ask him?" "He is a true nobleman, and I am sure he will be only too happy to oblige you. Go and ask him now, you will not be denied." "I haven't the courage to do so. Come with me and introduce me." "That would spoil everything. He must not even think that I am your advisor in the matter. I am just going to leave you. You must make your request directly afterwards." I walked towards the orchestra, and looking round I saw that the Duke was approaching the actress. "The thing's as good as done," I said to myself. After the rehearsal was over, Madame Pelixia came and told me that the Duke would give her the letter on the day on which the opera was produced. He kept his word, and she received a sealed letter for a merchant and banker, Don Diego Valencia. It was then May, and she was not to go to Valencia till September, so we shall hear what the letter contained later on. I often saw the king's gentleman of the chamber, Don Domingo Varnier, another gentleman in the service of the Princess of the Asturias, and one of the princess's bedchamber women. This most popular princess succeeded in suppressing a good deal of the old etiquette, and the tone of her court had lost the air of solemnity common in Spanish society. It was a strange thing to see the King of Spain always dining at 11 o'clock, like the Parisian cordwainers in the 17th century. His meal always consisted of the same dishes. He always went out hunting at the same hour, coming back in the evening thoroughly fatigued. The king was ugly, but everything is relative. He was handsome compared with his brother, who was terrifically ugly. This brother never went anywhere without a picture of the Virgin, which Mengs had painted for him. It was 2 feet high by 3.5 broad. The figure was depicted as seated on the grass with legs crossed after the Eastern fashion and uncovered up to the knees. It was, in reality, a voluptuous painting, and the prince mistook for devotion that which was really a sinful passion, for it was impossible to look upon the figure without desiring to have the original within one's arms. However, the prince did not see this, and was delighted to find himself in love with the mother of the Savior. In this, he was a true Spaniard. They only love pictures of this kind, and interpret the passions they excite in the most favorable sense. At Madrid, I had seen a picture of the Madonna with the child at her breast. It was the altarpiece of a chapel in the Cal, St. Geronimo. The place was filled all day by the devout, who came to adore the Mother of God, whose figure was only interesting by reason of her magnificent breast. The alms given at this chapel were so numerous that in the 150 years since the picture had been placed there, the clergy had been able to purchase numerous lamps and candlesticks of silver, and vessels of silver gilt and even of gold. The doorway was always blocked by carriages, and a sentinel was placed there to keep order amongst the coachmen. No nobleman would pass by without going in to pray to the Virgin, and to contemplate those Beta Ubera, qui lactiverunt aeterni patris filium. But there came a change. When I returned to Madrid, I wanted to pay a visit to the Abbé Pico, and told my coachman to take another way so as to avoid the crush in front of the chapel. "It is not so frequented now, Senor," said he. "I can easily get by it." He went on his way, and I found the entrance to the chapel deserted. As I was getting out of the carriage, I asked my coachman what was the reason of the change, and he replied, "Oh, Senor, men are getting more wicked every day." This reason did not satisfy me, and when I had taken my chocolate with the abbé, an intelligent and venerable old man, I asked him why the chapel in question had lost its reputation. He burst out laughing and replied, "Excuse me, I really cannot tell you. Go and see for yourself, your curiosity will soon be satisfied." As soon as I left him, I went to the chapel, and the state of the picture told me all. The breast of the Virgin had disappeared under a kerchief which some profane brush had dared to paint over it. The beautiful picture was spoilt, the magic and fascination had disappeared. Even the teat had been painted out, the child held on to nothing, and the head of the Virgin no longer appeared natural. This disaster had taken place at the end of the Carnival of 1768. The old chaplain died, and the vandal who succeeded him pronounced the painting to be a scandalous one and robbed it of all its charm. He may have been in the right as a fool, but as a Christian and a Spaniard, he was certainly in the wrong, and he was probably soon convinced of the mistake he had made by the diminution in the offerings of the faithful. My interest in the study of human nature made me call on this priest, whom I expected to find a stupid old man. I went one morning, but instead of being old, the priest was an active, clever-looking man of 30, who immediately offered me chocolate with the best grace imaginable. I refused, as was my duty as a stranger, and indeed the Spaniards offer visitors chocolate so frequently at all hours, that if one accepted it, all one would be choked. I lost no time in exordiums, but came to the point at once, by saying that as a lover of paintings, I had been grieved at finding the magnificent Madonna spoilt. "Very likely," he replied, "but it was exactly the physical beauty of the picture that rendered it in my eyes unfit to represent one whose aspect should purify and purge the senses, instead of exciting them. Let all the pictures in the world be destroyed, if they be found to have caused the commission of one mortal sin. Who allowed you to commit this mutilation? The Venetian state inquisitors, even M. Barbarigo, though he is a devout man, would have put you under the leads for such a deed. The love of paradise should not be allowed to interfere with the fine arts, and I am sure that St. Luke himself, who was a painter, as you know, would condemn you if he could come to life again." "Sir," I needed no one's leave or license. I have to say Mass at that altar every day, and I am not ashamed to tell you that I was unable to consecrate. You are a man and a Christian, you can excuse my weakness. That voluptuous picture drew away my thoughts from holy things. Who obliged you to look at it? I did not look at it. The devil, the enemy of God, made me see it in spite of myself. Then you should have mutilated yourself like Origen. Your generative organs, believe me, are not so valuable as the picture you have ruined. Sir, you insult me. Not at all, I have no intention of doing so. That young priest showed me the door with such brusqueness that I felt sure he would inform against me to the Inquisition. I knew he would have no difficulty in finding out my name, so I resolved to be beforehand with him. Both my fear and my resolve were inspired by an incident which I shall mention as an episode. A few days before, I had met a Frenchman named Seingalt, who had just come out of the prisons of the Inquisition. He had been shut up for 3 years for committing the following crime. In the hall of his house there was a fountain, composed of a marble basin and the statue of a naked child, who discharged the water in the same way as the well-known statue of Brussels, that is to say, by his virile member. The child might be a Cupid or an infant Jesus, as you pleased, but the sculptor had adorned the head with a kind of aureole. And so the fanatics declared that it was a mocking of God. Poor Seingalt was accused of impiety, and the Inquisition dealt with him accordingly. I felt that my fault might be adjudged as great as Seingalt, and not caring to run the risk of a like punishment, I called on the bishop, who held the office of Grand Inquisitor, and told him word for word the conversation I had had with the iconoclast chaplain. I ended by craving pardon if I had offended the chaplain, as I was a good Christian and orthodox on all points. I had never expected to find the Grand Inquisitor of Madrid a kindly and intelligent, though ill-favored, prelate. But so it was, and he did nothing but laugh from the beginning to the end of my story, for he would not let me call it a confession. The chaplain, he said, is himself blameworthy and unfit for his position in that he has adjudged others to be as weak as himself. In fact, he has committed a wrong against religion. Nevertheless, my dear son, it was not wise of you to go and irritate him. As I had told him my name, he showed me, smilingly, an accusation against me, drawn up by someone who had witnessed the fact. The good bishop gently chid me for having called the friar confessor of the Duke of Medina an ignoramus. He had refused to admit that a priest might say Mass a second time on a high festival, after breaking his fast, on the command of his sovereign prince, who, by the hypothesis, had not heard Mass before. You were quite right in your contention, said the Inquisitor, but yet every truth is not good to utter, and it was wrong to call the man an ignoramus in his presence. For the future you would do well to avoid all idle discussion on religious matters, both on dogma and discipline. And I must also tell you, in order that you may not leave Spain with any harsh ideas on the Inquisition, that the priest who affixed your name to the church door amongst the excommunicated has been severely reprimanded. He ought to have given you a fatherly admonition, and, above all, inquired as to your health, as we know that you were seriously ill at the time. Thereupon I knelt down and kissed his hand, and went my way, well pleased with my call. To go back to Aranjuez. As soon as I heard that the ambassador could not put me up at Madrid, I wrote to the worthy cobbler, Don Diego, that I wanted a well-furnished room, a closet, a good bed, and an honest servant. I informed him how much I was willing to spend a month, and said I would leave Aranjuez as soon as I heard that everything was ready. I was a good deal occupied with the question of colonizing the Sierra Morena. I wrote principally on the subject of the civil government, a most important item in a scheme for a new colony. My articles pleased the Marquis Grimaldi and flattered Mosnigo, for the latter hoped that I should become governor of the colony, and that his embassy would thereby shine with a borrowed light. My labors did not prevent my amusing myself, and I frequented the society of those about the court who could tell me most of the king and royal family. Don Varnier, a man of much frankness and intelligence, was my principal source of information. I asked him one day whether the king was fond of Gregorio Squillace only because he had been once his wife's lover. That's an idle calumny, he replied. If the epithet of chaste can be applied to any monarch, Charles Roman III certainly deserves it better than any other. He has never touched any woman in his life except his wife, not only out of respect or the sanctity of marriage, but also as a good Christian. He has avoided this sin that his soul may remain pure, and so as not to have the shame of confessing it to his chaplain. He enjoys an iron constitution, sickness is unknown to him, and he is a thorough Spaniard in temperament. Ever since his marriage, he has paid his duty to his wife every day, except when the state of her health compelled her to call for a truce. In such seasons, this chaste husband brought down his fleshly desires by the fatigue of hunting and by abstinence. You can imagine his distress at being left a widower, for he would rather die than take a mistress. His only resource was in hunting, and in so planning out his day that he should have no time left wherein to think of women. It was a difficult matter, for he cares neither for reading nor writing, music wearies him, and conversation of a lively turn inspires him with disgust. He has adopted the following plan, in which he will preserve till his dying day. He dresses at 7, then goes into his closet and has his hair dressed. At 8 o'clock he says his prayers, then hears Mass, and when this is over he takes chocolate and an enormous pinch of snuff, over which his big nose ruminates for some minutes. This is his only pinch in the whole day. At 9 o'clock he sees his ministers and works with them till 11. Then comes dinner, which he always takes alone, then a short visit to the Princess of the Asturias, and at 12 sharp he gets into his carriage and drives to the hunting grounds. At 7 o'clock he takes a morsel wherever he happens to be, and at 8 o'clock he comes home, so tired that he often goes to sleep before he can get his clothes off. Thus he keeps down the desires of the flesh. Poor voluntary martyr! He thought of marrying a second time, but when Adelaide of France saw his portrait she was quite frightened and refused him. He was very mortified and renounced all thoughts of marriage, and woe to the courtier who should advise him to get a mistress. In further speaking of his character, Don Domingo told me that the ministers had good cause for making him inaccessible, as whenever anyone did succeed in getting at him and asked a favor, he made a point of granting it, as it was at such times that he felt himself really a king. Then he is not a hard man, as some say. Not at all. Kings seldom have the reputation they deserve. The most accessible monarchs are the least generous. They are overwhelmed with importunate requests, and their first instinct is always to refuse. But as Charles Roman III is so inaccessible he can have no opportunity of either granting or refusing. People catch him when he is hunting. He is usually in a good humor then. His chief defect is his obstinacy. When he has once made up his mind, there is no changing it. He has the greatest liking for his brother, and can scarce refuse him anything, though he must be master in all things. It is thought he will give him leave to marry for the sake of his salvation. The king has the greatest horror of illegitimate children, and his brother has 3 already. There were an immense number of persons at Aranjuez who persecuted the ministers in the hope of getting employment. They will go back as they come, said Don Domingo, and that is empty-handed. Then they ask impossibilities. They don't ask anything. What do you want? Says a minister. What your excellency will let me have. What can you do? I am ready to do whatever your excellency pleases to think best for me. Please leave me. I have no time to waste. That is always the way. Charles Roman III died a madman. The Queen of Portugal is mad. The King of England has been mad and, as some say, is not really cured. There is nothing astonishing in it. A king who tries to do his duty is almost forced into madness by his enormous task. I took leave of M. Mosnigo 3 days before he left Aranjuez, and I embraced Manucci affectionately. He had been most kind to me throughout my stay. My cobbler had written to tell me that for the sum I had mentioned, he could provide me with a Biscayan maid who could cook. He sent me the address of my new lodging in the Cal Alcala. I arrived there in the afternoon, having started from Aranjuez in the morning. I found that the Biscayan maid could speak French. My room was a very pleasant one, with another chamber annexed where I could lodge a friend. After I had had my effects carried up, I saw my man, whose face pleased me. I was anxious to test the skill of my cook, so I ordered her to get a good supper for me, and I gave her some money. I have some money, she replied, and I will let you have the bill tomorrow. After taking away whatever I had left with Mengs, I went to Don Diego's house, and to my astonishment found it empty. I went back and asked Philippe, my man, where Don Diego was staying. It's some distance, sir. I will take you there tomorrow. Where is my landlord? In the floor above, but they are very quiet people. I should like to see him. He is gone out and won't be home till 10. At 9 o'clock, I was told that my supper was ready. I was very hungry, and the neatness with which the table was laid was a pleasant surprise in Spain. I was sorry that I had had no opportunity of expressing my satisfaction to Don Diego, but I sat down to supper. Then indeed I thought the cobbler a hero. The Biscayan maid might have entered into rivalry with the best cook in France. There were 5 dishes, including my favorite delicacy, las criadillas, and everything was exquisite. My lodging was dear enough, but the cook made the whole arrangement a wonderful bargain. Towards the end of supper, Philippe told me that the landlord had come in, and that, with my leave, he would wish me a good evening. Show him in by all means. I saw Don Diego and his charming daughter enter. He had rented the house on purpose to be my landlord. Chapter 6. My amours with Donna Ignazia return of M. de Mosnino to Madrid. All you barons, counts, and marquises who laugh at an untitled man who calls himself a gentleman, pause and reflect. Spare your disdain till you have degraded him. Allow him a gentle title so long as he does gentle deeds. Respect the man that defines nobility in a new way, which you cannot understand. With him, nobility is not a series of descents from father to son. He laughs at pedigrees, in which no account is taken of the impure blood introduced by wifely infidelities. He defines a nobleman as one who does noble deeds, who neither lies nor cheats, who prefers his honor to his life. This latter part of the definition should make you tremble for your lives if you meditate his dishonor. From imposture comes contempt, from contempt hatred, from hatred homicide, which takes out the blot of dishonor. The cobbler Don Diego might have feared, perhaps, that I should laugh at him when he told me he was noble, but feeling himself to be really so, he had done his best to prove it to me. The fineness of his behavior when I was in prison had given me some idea of the nobility of his soul, but he was not content with this. On the receipt of my letter, he had taken a new house only to give up the best part of it to me. No doubt he calculated on not losing in the long run, as after I had left he would probably have no difficulty in letting the apartment, but his chief motive was to oblige me. He was not disappointed. Henceforth I treated him entirely as an equal. Donna Ignazia was delighted at what her father had done for me. We talked an hour, settling our business relations over a bottle of excellent wine. I succeeded in my contention that the Biscayan cook should be kept at my expense. All the same, I wanted the girl to think that she was in Don Diego's service, so I begged him to pay her every day, as I should take all my meals at home, at all events, till the return of the ambassador. I also told him that it was a penance to me to eat alone, and begged him to keep me company at dinner and supper every day. He tried to excuse himself, and at last gave in on the condition that his daughter should take his place when he had too much work to do. As may be imagined, I had anticipated this condition, and made no difficulty about it. The next morning, feeling curious to see the way in which my landlord was lodged, I paid him a visit. I went into the little room sacred to Donna Ignazia. A bed, a chest, and a chair made up the whole furniture. But beside the bed was a desk before a picture, 4 feet high, representing Saint Ignatius de Loyola as a fine young man, more calculated to irritate the sense than to arouse devotion. My cobbler said to me, "I have a much better lodging than I had before, and the rent of your room pays me for the house 4 times over. How about the furniture and the linen? It will all be paid in the course of 4 years. I hope this house will be the dower of my daughter. It is an excellent speculation, and I have to thank you for it." "I am glad to hear it, but what is this? You seem to be making new boots." "Quite so, but if you look you will see that I am working on a last which has been given me. In this way I have not to put them on, nor need I trouble myself whether they fit well or ill." "How much do you get?" 30 reals. "That's a larger price than usual." "Yes, but there's a great difference between my work and my leather, and the usual work and leather of the bootmakers." "Then I will have a last made, and you shall make me a pair of shoes if you will. But I warn you they must be of the finest skin and the soles of Morocco. They will cost more and not last so long." "I can't help that, I can't bear any but the lightest boots." Before I left him, he said his daughter should dine with me that day, as he was very busy. I called on the Count of Aranda, who received me coldly, but with great politeness. I told him how I had been treated by my parish priest and by Mengs. "I heard about it. This was worse than your imprisonment, and I don't know what I could have done for you if you had not communicated and obliged the priest to take out your name. Just now they are trying to annoy me with posters on the walls, but I take no notice. What do they want your excellency to do? To allow long cloaks and low-crowned hats, you must know all about it. I only arrived at Madrid yesterday evening." "Very good. Don't come here on Sunday, as my house is to be blown up." "I should like to see that, my lord, so I will be in your hall at noon." "I expect you will be in good company." I duly went, and never had I seen it so full. The Count was addressing the company. Under the last poster threatening him with death, 2 very energetic lines were inscribed by the person who put up the poster, knowing that he was at the same time running his head into the noose. "Si mi cogen mi horqueren, Piero no mi cageren." If they catch me, they will hang me, so I shall not let them catch me. At dinner, Donna Ignazia told me how glad she was to have me in the house, but she did not respond to all my amorous speeches after Philippe had left the room. She blushed and sighed, and then being obliged to say something, begged me to forget everything that had passed between us. I smiled and said that I was sure she knew she was asking an impossibility. I added that even if I could forget the past, I would not do so. I knew that she was neither false nor hypocritical, and felt sure that her behavior proceeded from devotion, but I knew this could not last long. I should have to conquer her by slow degrees. I had had to do so with other devotees who had loved me less than she. Nevertheless, they had capitulated. I was therefore sure of Donna Ignazia. After dinner, she remained a quarter of an hour with me, but I refrained from any amorous attempts. After my siesta I dressed, and went out without seeing her. In the evening when she came in for her father, who had supped with me, I treated her with the greatest politeness without showing any ill humor. The following day I behaved in the same manner. At dinner she told me she had broken with her lover at the beginning of Lent, and begged me not to see him if he called on me. On Whit Sunday I called on the Count of Aranda, and Don Diego, who was exquisitely dressed, dined with me. I saw nothing of his daughter. I asked after her, and Don Diego replied with a smile that she had shut herself up in her room to celebrate the feast of Pentecost. He pronounced these words in a manner and with a smile that he would not have dared to use if he had been speaking to a fellow Spaniard. He added that she would, no doubt, come down and sup with me, as he was going to sup with his brother. "My dear Don Diego, don't let there be any false compliments between us. Before you go out, tell your daughter not to put herself out for me, and that I do not pretend to put my society in comparison with that of God. Tell her to keep her room tonight, and she can sup with me another time. I hope you will take my message to her. As you will have it so, you shall be obeyed." After my siesta, the worthy man said that Donna Ignazia thanked me and would profit by my kindness, as she did not want to see anyone on that holy day. I am very glad she has taken me at my word, and tomorrow I will thank her for it. I had some difficulty in shaping my lips to this reply, for this excess of devotion displeased me and even made me tremble for her love. I could not help laughing, however, when Don Diego said that a wise father forgives an ecstasy of love. I had not expected such a philosophically remark from the mouth of a Spaniard. The weather was unpleasant, so I resolved to stay indoors. I told Philippe that I should not want the carriage, and that he could go out. I told my Biscayan cook that I should not sup till 10. When I was alone, I wrote for some time, and in the evening the mother lit my candles instead of the daughter, so in the end I went to bed without any supper. At 9 o'clock next morning, just as I was awaking, Donna Ignazia appeared, to my great astonishment, telling me how sorry she was to hear that I had not taken any supper. Alone, sad, and unhappy, I replied, I felt that abstinence was the best thing for me. You look downcast. You alone can make me look cheerful. Here my barber came in, and she left me. I then went to Mass at the Church of the Good Success, where I saw all the handsome courtesans in Madrid. I dined with Don Diego, and when his daughter came in with dessert, he told her that it was her fault I had gone supperless to bed. It shall not happen again, said she. "Would you like to come with me to Our Lady of Atocha?" said I. "I should like it very much," she replied, with a side glance at her father. "My girl," said Don Diego, "true devotion and merriment go together, and the reason is that the truly devout person has trust in God and in the honesty of all men. Thus you can trust in Don Jaime as an honest man, though he has not the good fortune to be born in Spain." I could not help laughing at this last sentence, but Don Diego was not offended. Donna Ignazia kissed her father's hands and asked if she might bring her cousin too. "What do you want to take the cousin for?" said Don Diego. "I will answer for Don Jaime." "You are very kind, Don Diego, but if Ignazia likes her cousin to come, I shall be delighted, provided it be the elder cousin, whom I like better than the younger." After this arrangement, the father went his way, and I sent Philippe to the stables to put in 4 mules. When we were alone, Ignazia asked me repentantly to forgive her. "Entirely, if you will forgive me for loving you." "Alas, dearest, I think I shall go mad if I keep up the battle any longer." "There needs no battle, dearest Ignazia. Either love me as I love you, or tell me to leave the house and see you no more. I will obey you, but that will not make you happy." "I know that. No, you shall not go from your own house. But allow me to tell you that you are mistaken in your estimate of my cousin's characters. I know what influenced you, but you do not know all. The younger is a good girl, and though she is ugly, she too has succumbed to love. But the elder, who is 10 times uglier, is mad with rage at never having had a lover. She thought she had made you in love with her, and yet she speaks evil of you. She reproaches me for having yielded so easily, and boasts that she would never have gratified your passion. Say no more, we must punish her, and the younger shall come. I am much obliged to you. Does she know that we love each other?" "I have never told her, but she has guessed it, and pities me. She wants me to join her in a devotion to Our Lady de la Soledad, the effect of which would be a complete cure for us both." "Then she is in love too?" "Yes, and she is unhappy in her love, for it is not returned. That must be a great grief. I pity her, and yet, with such a face, I do not know any man who would take compassion on her. The poor girl would do well to leave love alone, but as to you, say nothing about me. My danger is greater than hers. I am forced to defend myself or to give in, and God knows there are some men whom it is impossible to ward off. God is my witness that in Holy Week I went to a poor girl with the smallpox, and touched her in the hope of catching it, and so losing my beauty. But God would not have it so, and my confessor blamed me, bidding me to do a penance I had never expected." "Tell me what it is." "He told me that a handsome face is the index of a handsome soul, and is a gift of God, for which a woman should render thanks continually, that in attempting to destroy this beauty I had sinned, for I had endeavored to destroy God's handiwork. After a good deal of rebuke in this style, he ordered me to put a little rouge on my cheeks whenever I felt myself looking pale. I had to submit, and I have bought a pot of rouge, but hitherto I have not felt obliged to use it. Indeed, my father might notice it, and I should not like to tell him that it is done by way of penance." "Is your confessor a young man?" "He is an old man of 70. "Do you tell him all your sins without reserve?" "Certainly, for the smallest circumstance may be really a great sin." "Does he ask you questions?" "No, for he sees that I am telling him the whole truth. It is a great trial, but I have to submit to it." "Have you had this confessor for long?" "For 2 years. Before him, I had a confessor who was quite unbearable. He asked me questions which made me quite indignant." "What questions were these?" "You must please excuse me telling you." "Why do you go to confession so often?" "Why, would to God I had not good cause, but after all I only go once a week." "That's too often." "Not so, for when I am in mortal sin I cannot sleep at night. I am afraid of dying in my sleep." "I pity you, dearest. I have a consolation which is denied you. I have an infinite trust in the infinite mercy of God." The cousin arrived and we set out. We found a good many carriages in front of the church door, and the church itself was full of devotees, both male and female. Amongst others, I saw the Duchess of Villadorias, notorious for her andromania. When the furor uterinae seized her, nothing could keep her back. She would rush at the man who had excited her, and he had no choice but to satisfy her passion. This had happened several times in public assemblies, and had given rise to some extraordinary scenes. I had seen her at a ball, She was still both young and pretty. As I entered the church, I saw her kneeling on the stones of the church floor. She lifted her eyes and gazed at me, as if doubtful whether she knew me or not, as she had only seen me in domino. After my devotees had prayed for half an hour, they rose to go, and the Duchess rose also, and as soon as we were out of the church she asked me if I knew her. I replied in the affirmative, and she asked why I had not been to see her, and if I visited the Duchess of Benevento. I told her that I did not visit her grace, and that I should have the honor of paying her a call before long. On our way, I explained to my two companions the nature of the Duchess's malady. Donna Ignazia asked me anxiously if I really meant to go and see her. She seemed reassured when I replied in the negative. A common and, to my mind, a ridiculous question is which of the two sexes enjoys the generative act the more. Homer gives us Jupiter and Juno disputing on this point. Tiresias, who was once a woman, has given a correct though amusing decision on the point. A laconic answer has it that a woman enjoys the act the most because with her it is sharper, repeated more frequently, and finally because the battle is fought in her field. She is at the same time an active and passive agent, while action is indispensable to the pleasure of the man. But the most conclusive reason is that if the woman's pleasure were not the greater nature would be unjust, and she never is or can be unjust. Nothing in this universe is without its use, and no pleasure or pain is without its compensation or balance. If woman had not more pleasure than man, she would not have more organs than he. The greater nervous power planted in the female organ is demonstrated by the andromania to which some women are subject, and which makes them either Messalines or martyrs. Men have nothing at all similar to this. Nature has given to women this special enjoyment to compensate for the pains they have to undergo. What man would expose himself, for the pleasure he enjoys, to the pains of pregnancy and the dangers of childbed? But women will do so again and again, so it must be concluded that they believe the pleasure to outbalance the pain, and so it is clearly the woman who has the better share in the enjoyment. In spite of this, if I had the choice of being born again as a woman, I should say no, for in spite of my voluptuousness, a man has pleasures which a woman cannot enjoy. Though, indeed, rather than not be born again, I would be a woman and even a brute, provided always that I had my memory, for without it I should no longer be myself. We had some ices, and my two companions returned home with me, well pleased with the enjoyment I had given them without offending God. Donna Ignazia, who was delighted with my continence during the day and apparently afraid of its not lasting, begged me to invite her cousin to supper. I agreed, and even did so with pleasure. The cousin was ugly and also a fool, but she had a great heart and was sympathetic. I knew that Donna Ignazia had told her all, and as she was no restraint on me, I did not mind her being at supper, while Ignazia looked upon her as a safeguard. The table had been laid for 3, when I heard a step coming up the stairs. It was the father, and I asked him to sup with us. Don Diego was a pleasant man, as I have said, but what amused me most of all about him was his moral maxims. He knew or suspected that I was fond of his daughter, though in an honorable way. He thought my honor or his daughter's piety would be a sufficient safeguard. If he had suspected what had really happened, I do not think he would ever have allowed us to be together. He sat beside his niece and facing his daughter, and did most of the talking, for your Spaniard, though grave, is eloquent, and fond of hearing the fine harmonies of his native tongue. It was very hot, so I asked him to take off his waistcoat, and to tell his daughter to do just as she would if only he and his wife had been present. Donna Ignazia had not to be entreated long before she took off her kerchief, but the poor cousin did not like having to show us her bones and swarthy skin. Donna Ignazia told her father how much she had enjoyed herself, and how they had seen the Duchess of Villadorias, who had asked me to come and see her. The good man began to philosophize and to jest on her malady, and he told me some stories, germane to the question, which the girls pretended not to understand. The good wine of La Mancha kept us at table till a late hour, and the time seemed to pass very quickly. Don Diego told his niece that she could sleep with his daughter in the room we were in, as the bed was big enough for 2. I hastened to add that if the ladies would do so, I should be delighted, but Donna Ignazia blushed and said it would not do, as the room was only separated from mine by a glass door. At this I smiled at Don Diego, who proceeded to harangue his daughter in a manner which amused me extremely. He told her that I was at least 20 years older than herself, and that in suspecting me she had committed a greater sin than if she allowed me to take some slight liberty. I am sure, he added, that when you go to confession next Sunday, you will forget to accuse yourself of having wrongfully suspected Don Jaime of a dishonorable action. Donna Ignazia looked at me affectionately, asked my pardon, and said she would do whatever her father liked. The cousin said nothing, and the father kissed his daughter, bade me a good night, and went away well pleased with the harangue he had delivered. I suspected that Donna Ignazia expected me to make some attempt on her honor, and feeling sure that she would resist for the sake of appearance, I determined to leave her in peace. Next morning, I got up and went into their room in the hope of playing some trick on them. However, the birds were flown, and I had no doubt that they had gone to hear Mass. Donna Ignazia came home by herself at 10 o'clock. She found me alone, dressed, and writing. She told me she had been in the church for 3 hours. You have been to confession, I suppose. No, I went last Sunday, and I shall wait till next Sunday. I am very glad that your confession will not be lengthened by any sins I have helped you to commit. You are wrong. Wrong, I understand, but you must know that I am not going to be damned for mere desires. I do not wish to torment you or to become a martyr myself. What you granted me has made me fall deeply in love with you, and it makes me shudder when I imagine that our love has become a subject of repentance with you. I have had a bad night, and it is time for me to think of my health. I must forget you, but to bring about that effect I will see you no longer. I will keep on the house, but I will not live in it. If your religion is an intelligent one, you will approve of my idea. Tell your confessor of it next Sunday, and you will see that he will approve it. You are right, but I cannot agree to it. You can go away if you like, and I shall say nothing, but I shall be the most unhappy girl in all Madrid. As she spoke these words, 2 big tears rolled down her cheeks and her face dropped. I was profoundly moved. I love you, dearest Ignazia, and I hope not to be damned for my love. I cannot see you without loving you, and to this love some positive proof is essential. Otherwise, I am unhappy. If I go, you say you will be unhappy, and if I stay, it is I that will be unhappy, my health will be ruined. But tell me which I shall do, stay or go? Say. Stay. Then you must be as loving and tender as you were before. Alas, I promise to commit that sin no more. I tell you to stay, because I am sure that in 8 or 10 days we shall have become so accustomed to one another that I shall be able to love you like a father, and you will be able to take me in your arms without any amorous sentiments. Are you sure of this? Yes, dearest, quite sure. You make a mistake. Let me be mistaken, and believe me, I shall be glad to be mistaken. Unhappy devotee. Why unhappy? Nothing, I may be too long, I shall endanger. Let us say no more about it, I will stay. I went out more pained with her state than my own, and I felt that the best thing I could do would be to forget her. For, said I to myself, even if I do enjoy her once, Sunday will come again, she will confess, repent, and I shall have to begin all over again. She confessed her love, and flatters herself that she will be able to subdue it, a foolish hope, which could only exist in a mind under the dominion of prejudice. I came home at noon, and Don Diego dined with me. His daughter did not appear till the dessert. I begged her to sit down, politely, but coldly. Her father asked her jestingly if I had paid her a visit in the night. I never suspected Don Jaime of such a thing, she replied, and I only objected out of shyness. I interrupted her by praising her modesty, and telling her that she would have done quite right to beware of me, if my sense of duty had not been stronger than any voluptuous desires inspired by her charms. Don Diego pronounced this declaration of love as good as anything to be found in the Morte d'Arthur. His daughter said I was laughing at her, but Don Diego said he was certain that I was in earnest, and that I had known her before taking her to the ball. You are utterly mistaken, said Donna Ignazia with some degree of fire. Your father is wiser than you, Senora, I replied. What, how, and when did you see me? At the church where I heard Mass, and you communicated when you went out with your cousin. I followed you at some distance, you can guess the rest. She was speechless, and her father enjoyed the consciousness of his superior intellect. "I am going to see the bullfight," said he. "It's a fine day and all Madrid will be there, so one must go early to get a good place. I advise you to go, as you have never seen a bullfight. Ask Don Jaime to take you with him, Ignacia." "Would you like to have my companionship?" said she tenderly. "Certainly I would, but you must bring your cousin, as I am in love with her." Don Diego burst out laughing, but Ignacia said slyly, "It is not so impossible after all." We went to see the splendid but barbarous spectacle in which Spaniards take so much delight. The two girls placed themselves in front of the only vacant box, and I sat behind on the second bench, which was 1.5 feet higher than the first. There were already 2 ladies there, and much to my amusement one of them was the famous Duchess of Villadorias. She was in front of me, and sat in such a position that her head was almost between my legs. She recognized me, and said we were fortunate in meeting one another. And then noticing Donna Ignacia, who was close to her, she congratulated me in French on her charms, and asked me whether she was my mistress or my wife. I replied that she was a beauty before whom I sighed in vain. She replied, with a smile, that she was rather a skeptical person, and turning to Donna Ignacia began a pleasant and amorous discourse, thinking the girl to be as learned in the laws of love as herself. She whispered something in her ear which made Ignacia blush, and the Duchess, becoming enthusiastic, told me I had chosen the handsomest girl in Madrid, and that she would be delighted to see us both at her country house. I promised to come, as I was obliged to do, but I begged to be excused naming the day. Nevertheless, she made me promise to call on her at 4 o'clock the next day, telling me, much to my terror, that she would be alone. She was pretty enough, but too notorious a character, and such a visit would have given rise to talk. Happily the fight began, and silence became general, for the Spaniards are passionately devoted of bull-fighting. So much has been written on the subject that my readers will pardon my giving a detailed account of the fight. I may say that the sport is, in my opinion, a most barbarous one, and likely to operate unfavorably on the national morals. The arena is sometimes drenched in the blood of bulls, horses, and even of the unfortunate picadors and matadors, whose sole defense is the red rag with which they irritate the bull. When it was over, I escorted the girls who had enjoyed themselves immensely back to the house, and made the ugly cousins stay to supper, as I foresaw that they would again sleep together. We supped together, but it was a melancholy affair, for Don Diego was away, and I did not feel in the humor to amuse my company. Donna Ignacia became pensive when, in reply to a question of hers, I said that it would be absolutely rude of me not to go to the Duchess. "You will come with me some day," I added, "to dine at her country house." "You need not look for that." "Why not?" "Because she is a madwoman. She talked to me in a way that would have offended me if I did not know that she fancied she was honoring me by laying aside her rank." We rose from table, and after I had dismissed my man, we sat on the balcony to wait for Don Diego and to enjoy the delicious evening breezes. As we sat near to each other in the twilight, so favorable to lovers' vows, I looked into Donna Ignacia's eyes and saw there that my hour had come. I clasped her to me with one arm, I clung with my lips to hers, and by the way she trembled, I guessed the flame which consumed her. "Will you go and see the Duchess?" "No, if you will promise me not to go to confession next Sunday." "But what will he say if I do not go?" "Nothing at all, if he understands his business, but let us talk it over a little." We were so tightly clasped together that the cousin, like a good girl, left us, and went to the other end of the balcony, taking care to look away from us. Without changing my position, in spite of the temptation to do so, I asked her if she felt in the humor to repent of the sin she was ready to commit. I was not thinking of repentance just then, but as you remind me of it, I must tell you that I shall certainly go to confession. "And after you have been to confession, will you love me as you love me now?" "I hope God will give me strength to offend him no more." "I assure you that if you continue loving me, God will not give you grace. Yet I feel sure that on Sunday evening you will refuse me that which you are now ready to grant." "Indeed I will, sweetheart, but why should we talk of that now?" "Because if I abandon myself to pleasure now, I shall be more in love with you than ever, and consequently more unhappy than ever, when the day of your repentance comes. So promise me that you will not go to confession whilst I remain at Madrid, or give the fatal order now, and bid me leave you. I cannot abandon myself to love today knowing that it will be refused me on Sunday." As I remonstrated thus, I clasped her affectionately in my arms, caressing her most ardently. But before coming to the decisive action, I asked her again whether she would promise not to go to confession next Sunday. "You are cruel," said she. "I cannot make you that promise for my conscience' sake." At this reply, which I had quite expected, I remained motionless, feeling sure that she must be in a state of desperate irritation at the work half begun and not concluded. I, too, suffered, for I was at the door of the sanctuary, and a slight movement would have sent me into the inmost shrine. But I knew that her torments must be greater than mine, and that she could not resist long. Donna Ignazia was indeed in a terrible state. I had not repulsed her, but I was perfectly inactive. Modesty prevented her asking me openly to continue, but she redoubled her caresses and placed herself in an easier position, reproaching me with my cruelty. I do not know whether I could have held out much longer, but just then the cousin turned round and told us that Don Diego was coming in. We hastened to arrange our toilette and to sit in a decent position. The cousin came up to us, and Don Diego, after making a few remarks, left us on the balcony, wishing us a good night. I might have begun over again, but I clung to my system of repression, and after wishing the girls good night with a melancholy air, I went to bed. I hoped Donna Ignazia would repent and come and keep me company, but I was disappointed. They left their room early in the morning, and at noon, Don Diego came to dine with me, saying his daughter had such a bad headache that she had not even gone to Mass. "We must get her to eat something." "No, I think abstinence will do her good, and in the evening I dare say she will be able to sup with you." I went to keep her company by her bedside after I had taken my siesta. I did my best for 3 hours to convince her of her folly, but she kept her eyes closed and said nothing, only sighing when I said something very touching. I left her to walk in St. Jerome's Park and told her that if she did not sup with me, I should understand that she did not wish to see me again. This threat had its effect. She came to table at supper time, but she looked pale and exhausted. She ate little and said nothing, for she knew not what to say. I saw that she was suffering, and I pitied her from my heart. Before going to bed, she asked me if I had been to see the Duchess. She seemed somewhat cheered when I answered in the negative. I told her that she might satisfy herself of the truth of my reply by asking Philippe, who had taken my note begging her grace to excuse me for that day. "But will you go another day?" "No, dearest, because I see it would grieve you." She gave a sigh of content, and I embraced her gently, and she left me as sad as I was. I could see that what I asked of her was a great deal, but I had good grounds for hope, as I knew her ardent disposition. It was not God and I that were disputing for her, but her confessor, and I, if she had not been a Catholic, I should have won her the first day. She had told me that she would get into trouble with her confessor if she did not go to him as usual. She had too much of fine Spanish honor in her to tell him what was not true, or to endeavor to combine her love with her religion. The Friday and the Saturday passed without any events of consequence. Her father, who could not blind himself to our love any longer, trusted, I suppose, to his daughter's virtue, and made her dine and sup with me every day. On Saturday evening, Donna Ignazia left me sadder than ever, and turned her head away when I would have kissed her as usual. I saw what was the matter. She was going to communicate the next day. I admired her consistency, in spite of myself, and pitied her heartily, for I could guess the storm that must be raging in her breast. I began to repent having demanded all, and wished I had been contented with a little. I wished to be satisfied with my own eyes, and got up early on Sunday morning and followed her. I knew that she would call for her cousin, so I went on to the church. I placed myself by the sacristy door, where I could see without being seen. I waited a quarter of an hour. Then they came in, and after kneeling down for a few moments, separated, each going to her own confessor. I only noticed Donna Ignazia. I saw her going to the confessional and the confessor turning towards her. I waited patiently. I thought the confession would never come to an end. "What is he saying?" I repeated to myself as I saw the confessor speaking to her now and again. I could bear it no longer, and I was on the point of going away when I saw her rise from her knees. Donna Ignacia, looking like a saint, came to kneel in the church, but out of my sight. I thought she would come forward to receive the Holy Communion at the end of the Mass that was being said, but instead of that she went towards the door, rejoined her cousin, and they left the church. I was astonished. My heart was seized with a pang of remorse. "It's all over," I said to myself. "The poor girl has made a sincere and full confession, she has avowed her love, and the priest's cruel duty has made him refuse her absolution. All is lost, what will come of it? My peace of mind and hers require me to leave her. Wretch that I am, to have lost all for all. I should have made allowance for the peculiar Spanish character. I might have enjoyed her by surprise now and again. The difficulty would have added piquancy to the intrigue. I have behaved as if I were once more 20, and I have lost all. At dinner, she will be all sad and tearful. I must find some way out of this terrible situation." Thus soliloquizing, I came home ill-pleased with the line of conduct I had adopted. My hairdresser was waiting for me, but I sent him away and told my cook not to serve my dinner till I ordered it. Then, feeling the need of rest, I flung myself on my bed and slept profoundly till 1 o'clock. I got up and ordered dinner to be brought in, and sent a message to the father and daughter that I was expecting them. My surprise may be imagined when Donna Ignacia appeared in a costume of black velvet, adorned with ribbons and lace. In my opinion, there is no more seductive costume in Europe when the wearer is pretty. I also noticed that every feature of her face breathed peace and calm. I had never seen her looking so well, and I could not help congratulating her. She replied with a smile, and I gave her a kiss, which she took as meekly as a lamb. Philippe arrived, and we sat down to table. I saw that my fair sweetheart had crossed the Rubicon. The day was won. "I am going to be happy," said she, "but let us say nothing, and it will come of itself." However, I did not conceal my bliss, and made love to her whenever the servant was out of the room. She was not only submissive, but even ardent. Before we left the table, she asked me if I still loved her. "More than ever, darling, I adore you." "Then take me to the bullfight." "Quick, fetch the hairdresser." When my hair was done, I made an elaborate toilette, and burning with impatience we set out on foot, as I was afraid we should not secure a good place if we waited till the carriage was ready. We found a fine box with only 2 persons in it, and Ignacia, after glancing round, said she was glad that the detestable Duchess was not anywhere near us. After some fine sport, my mistress begged me to take her to the Prado, where all the best people in Madrid are to be seen. Donna Ignacia leant on my arm, seemed proud to be thought mine, and filled me with delight. All at once we met the Venetian ambassador and his favorite, Manucci. They had just arrived from Aranjuez. We greeted each other with due Spanish politeness, and the ambassador paid me a high compliment on the beauty of my companion. Donna Ignacia pretended not to understand, but she pressed my arm with Spanish delicacy. After walking a short distance with us, M. de Mosnigo said he hoped I would dine with him on the following day, and after I had nodded acquiescence in the French style, we parted. Towards the evening we took some ices and returned home, and the gentle pressure of my arm on the way prepared me for the bliss I was to enjoy. We found Don Diego on the balcony waiting for us. He congratulated his daughter on her pleasant appearance and the pleasure she must have taken in my society. Charmed with Papa's good humor, I asked him to sup with us, and he accepted, and amused us with his witty conversation and a multitude of little tales that pleased me exceedingly. He made the following speech on leaving us, which I give word for word, but I cannot give the reader any idea of the inimitable Spanish gravity with which it was delivered. "Amigo Señor Don Jaime, I leave you here to enjoy the cool air with my daughter. I am delighted at your loving her, and you may be assured that I shall place no obstacle in the way of your becoming my son-in-law as soon as you can show your titles of nobility." When he was gone, I said to his daughter, "I should be only too happy, if it could be managed, but you must know that in my country they only are called nobles who have an hereditary right to rule the state. If I had been born in Spain, I should be noble, but as it is I adore you, and I hope you will make me happy." "Yes, dearest, but we must be happy together. I cannot suffer any infidelity." I give you my word of honor that I will be wholly faithful to you. Come then, corazon mio, let us go in. No, let us put out the lights and stay here a quarter of an hour. Tell me, my angel, whence comes this unexpected happiness? You owe it to a piece of tyranny which drove me to desperation. God is good, and I am sure he would not have me become my own executioner. When I told my confessor that I could not help loving you, but that I could restrain myself from all excess of love, he replied that this self-confidence was misplaced, as I had already fallen. He wanted me to promise never to be alone with you again, and on my refusing to do so, he would not give me absolution. I have never had such a piece of shame cast on me, but I laid it all in the hands of God and said, "Thy will be done." Whilst I heard Mass, my mind was made up, and as long as you love me, I shall be yours and yours only. When you leave Spain and abandon me to despair, I shall find another confessor. My conscience holds me guiltless. This is my comfort. My cousin, whom I have told all, is astonished, but then she is not very clever. After this declaration, which put me quite at my ease, and would have relieved me of any scruples if I had had them, I took her to my bed. In the morning, she left me tired out, but more in love with her than ever. Episode 27, Expelled from Spain. Chapter 7. I make a mistake, and Manucci becomes my mortal foe. His vengeance. I leave Madrid, Saragossa, Valenciennes. I arrive at Barcelona. If these memoirs, only written to console me in the dreadful weariness which is slowly killing me in Bohemia and which perhaps would kill me anywhere, since, though my body is old, my spirit and my desires are as young as ever. If these memoirs are ever read, I repeat, they will only be read when I am gone, and all censure will be lost on me. Nevertheless, seeing that men are divided into two sections, the one and by far the greater composed of the ignorant and superficial, and the other of the learned and reflective, I beg to state that it is to the latter I would appeal. Their judgment, I believe, will be in favor of my veracity, and, indeed, why should I not be veracious? A man can have no object in deceiving himself, and it is for myself that I chiefly write. Hitherto I have spoken nothing but the truth, without considering whether the truth is in my favor or no. My book is not a work of dogmatic theology, but I do not think it will do harm to anyone. While I fancy that those who know how to imitate the bee and to get honey from every flower will be able to extract some good from the catalogue of my vices and virtues. After this digression, it may be too long, but that is my business and none other's. I must confess that never have I had so unpleasant a truth to set down as that which I am going to relate. I committed a fatal act of indiscretion, an act which after all these years still gives my heart a pang as I think of it. The day after my conquest, I dined with the Venetian ambassador, and I had the pleasure of hearing that all the ministers and grandees with whom I had associated had the highest possible opinion of me. In 3 or 4 days the king, the royal family, and the ministers would return to town, and I expected to have daily conferences with the latter respecting the colony in the Sierra Morena, where I should most probably be going. Manucci, who continued to treat me as a valued friend, proposed to accompany me on my journey, and would bring with him an adventuress who called herself Portocarrero, pretending to be the daughter or niece of the late cardinal of that name, and thus obtained a good deal of consideration, though in reality she was only the mistress of the French consul at Madrid, the Abbé Bigliardi. Such was the promising state of my prospects when my evil genius brought to Madrid a native of Liege, Baron de Fraiture, chief huntsman of the principality, and a profligate, a gamester, and a cheat, like all those who proclaim their belief in his honesty nowadays. I had unfortunately met him at Spa and told him I was going to Portugal. He had come after me, hoping to use me as a means of getting into good society and of filling his pocket with the money of the dupes he aspired to make. Gamesters have never had any proof of my belonging to their infernal clique, but they have always persisted in believing that I, too, am a Greek. As soon as this baron heard that I was in Madrid, he called on me, and by dint of politeness obliged me to receive him. I thought any small civilities I might show or introductions I might give could do me no harm. He had a traveling companion to whom he introduced me. He was a fat, ignorant fellow, but a Frenchman and therefore agreeable. A Frenchman who knows how to present himself, who is well dressed, and has the society air, is usually accepted without demur or scrutiny. He had been a cavalry captain, but had been fortunate enough to obtain an everlasting furlough. 4 or 5 days after his appearance, the Baron asked me quietly enough to lend him a score of louis, as he was hard up. I replied as quietly, thanking him for treating me as a friend, but informing him that I really could not lend him the money, as I wanted what little I had for my own necessities. But we can do good business together, and you cannot possibly be moneyless. I do not know anything about good business, but I do know that I want my money and cannot part with it. We are at our wits' end to quiet our landlord. Come and speak to him. If I were to do so, I should do you more harm than good. He would ask me if I would answer for you, and I should reply that you are one of those noblemen who stand in need of no surety. All the same, the landlord would think that if I did not stand your surety, it must be from my entertaining doubts as to your solvency. I had introduced Fraiture to Count Manucci on the Pando, and he requested me to take him to see the Count, to which request I was foolish enough to accede. A few days later, the Baron opened his soul to Manucci. He found the Venetian disposed to be obliging, but wary. He refused to lend money himself, but introduced the Baron to someone who lent him money on pledges without interest. The Baron and his friend did a little gaming and won a little money, but I held aloof from them to the best of my ability. I had my colony and Donna Ignazia and wanted to live peacefully, and if I had spent a single night away from home, the innocent girl would have been filled with alarm. About that time, M. de Mosnigo went as ambassador to France and was replaced by M. Querini. Querini was a man of letters, while Mosnigo only liked music and his own peculiar kind of love. The new ambassador was distinctly favorable to me, and in a few days I had reason to believe that he would do more for me than ever Mosnigo would have done. In the meanwhile, the Baron and his friend began to think of beating a retreat to France. There was no gaming at the ambassador's and no gaming at the court. They must return to France, but they owed money to their landlord, and they wanted money for the journey. I could give them nothing, Manucci would give them nothing. We both pitied them, but our duty to ourselves made us cruel to everyone else. However, he brought trouble on us. One morning, Manucci came to see me in evident perturbation. "What is the matter?" said I. "I do not know exactly. For the last week I have refused to see the Baron Fraiture, as not being able to give him money, his presence only wearied me. He has written me a letter, in which he threatens to blow out his brains today if I will not lend him 100 pistoles. He said the same thing to me 3 days ago, but I replied that I would bet 200 pistoles that he would do nothing of the kind. This made him angry, and he proposed to fight a duel with me, but I declined on the plea that as he was a desperate man, either he would have an advantage over me or I over him. Give him the same answer, or, better still, no answer at all. I cannot follow your advice. Here are the 100 pistoles. Take them to him and get a receipt." I admired his generosity and agreed to carry out his commission. I called on the Baron, who seemed rather uncomfortable when I walked in, but considering his position, I was not at all surprised. I informed him that I was the bearer of 1,000 francs from Count Manucci, who thereby placed him in a position to arrange his affairs and to leave Madrid. He received the money without any signs of pleasure, surprise, or gratitude, and wrote out the receipt. He assured me that he and his friend would start for Barcelona and France on the following day. I then took the document to Manucci, who was evidently suffering from some mental trouble, and I remained to dinner with the ambassador. It was for the last time. 3 days after I went to dine with the ambassadors, for they all dined together. But to my astonishment, the porter told me that he had received orders not to admit me. The effect of this sentence on me was like that of a thunderbolt. I returned home like a man in a dream. I immediately sat down and wrote to Manucci, asking him why I had been subjected to such an insult, but Philippe, my man, brought me back the letter unopened. This was another surprise. I did not know what to expect next. "What can be the matter?" I said to myself. "I cannot imagine, but I will have an explanation or perish." I dined sadly with Donna Ignazia, without telling her the cause of my trouble, and just as I was going to take my siesta, a servant of Manucci's brought me a letter from his master and fled before I could read it. The letter contained an enclosure which I read first. It was from Baron de Fraiture. He asked Manucci to lend him 100 pistoles, promising to show him the man whom he held for his dearest friend to be his worst enemy. Manucci, honoring me, by the way, with the title of ungrateful traitors, said that the Baron's letter had excited his curiosity, and he had met him in St. Jerome's Park, where the Baron had clearly proved this enemy to be myself, since I had informed the Baron that though the name of Manucci was genuine, the title of Count was quite apocryphal. After recapitulating the information which Fraiture had given him, and which could only have proceeded from myself, he advised me to leave Madrid as soon as possible, in a week at latest. I can give the reader no idea of the shock this letter gave me. For the first time in my life, I had to confess myself guilty of folly, ingratitude, and crime. I felt that my fault was beyond forgiveness, and did not think of asking Manucci to pardon me. I could do nothing but despair. Nevertheless, in spite of Manucci's just indignation, I could not help seeing that he had made a great mistake in advising me, in so insulting a manner, to leave Madrid in a week. The young man might have known that my self-respect would forbid my following such a piece of advice. He could not compel me to obey his counsel or command, and to leave Madrid would have been to commit a second baseness worse than the first. A prey to grief, I spent the day without taking any steps one way or the other, and I went to bed without supping and without the company of Donna Ignazia. After a sound sleep, I got up and wrote to the friend whom I had offended a sincere and humble confession of my fault. I concluded my letter by saying that I hoped that this evidence of my sincere and heartfelt repentance would suffice, but if not, that I was ready to give him any honorable satisfaction in my power. "You may," I said, "have me assassinated if you like, but I shall not leave Madrid till it suits me to do so." I put a commonplace seal on my letter, and had the address written by Philippe, whose hand was unknown to Manucci, and then I sent it to Pando, where the king had gone. I kept my room the whole day, and Donna Ignazia, seeing that I had recovered my spirits to some degree, made no more inquiries about the cause of my distress. I waited in the whole of the next day, expecting a reply, but in vain. The third day, being Sunday, I went out to call on the Prince della Cattolica. My carriage stopped at his door, but the porter came out and told me in a polite whisper that His Highness had his reasons for not receiving me any longer. This was an unexpected blow, but after it I was prepared for anything. I drove to the Abbé Bigliardi, but the lackey, after taking in my name, informed me that his master was out. I got into my carriage and went to Varnier, who said he wanted to speak to me. "Come into my carriage," said I, "we will go and hear Mass together." On our way he told me that the Venetian ambassador, Mosnigo, had warned the Duke of Medina Sidonia that I was a dangerous character. "The Duke," he added, "replied that he would cease to know you as soon as he found out the badness of your character himself." These 3 shocks, following in such quick succession, cast me into a state of confusion. I said nothing till we heard Mass together, but I believe that if I had not then told him the whole story, I should have had an apoplectic fit. Varnier pitied me and said, "Such are the ways of the great when they have abjured all virtue and honesty. Nevertheless, I advise you to keep silence about it, unless you would irritate Manucci still farther." When I got home, I wrote to Manucci begging him to suspend his vengeance, or else I should be obliged to tell the story to all those who insulted me for the ambassador's sake. I sent the letter to M. Sodrini, the secretary of the embassy, feeling sure that he would forward it to Manucci. I dined with my mistress and took her to the bullfight, where I chanced to find myself in a box adjoining that in which Manucci and the 2 ambassadors were seated. I made them a bow which they were obliged to return, and did not vouchsafe them another glance for the rest of the spectacle. The next day the Marquis Grimaldi refused to receive me, and I saw that I should have to abandon all hope. The Duke of Lausada remained my friend on account of his dislike to the ambassador and his unnatural tastes, but he told me that he had been requested not to receive me, and that he did not think I had the slightest chance of obtaining any employment at court. I could scarcely believe in such an extremity of vengeance. Manucci was making a parade of the influence he possessed over his wife, the ambassador. In his insane desire for revenge, he had laid all shame aside. I was curious to know whether he had forgotten Don Emmanuel de Roda and the Marquis de la Mores. I found both of them had been forewarned against me. There was still the Count of Aranda, and I was just going to see him when a servant of His Highness's came and told me that his master wished to see me. I shuddered, for in my then state of mind, I drew the most sinister conclusions from the message. I found the great man alone, looking perfectly calm. This made me pluck up a heart. He asked me to sit down a favor he had not hitherto done me, and this further contributed to cheer me. "What have you been doing to offend your ambassador?" he began. "My lord, I have done nothing to him directly, but by an inexcusable act of stupidity, I have wounded his dear friend Manucci in his tenderest part. With the most innocent intentions, I reposed my confidence in a cowardly fellow who sold it to Manucci for 100 pistoles. In his irritation, Manucci has stirred up the great man against me. Hinc illi lacrimi. You have been unwise, but what is done is done. I am sorry for you, because there is an end to all your hopes of advancement. The first thing the king would do would be to make inquiries about you of the ambassador. I feel it to my sorrow, my lord, but must I leave Madrid? No, the ambassador did his best to make me send you away, but I told him that I had no power over you so long as you did not infringe the laws. He has calumniated a Venetian subject whom I am bound to protect, said he. In that case, I replied, you can resort to the ordinary law and punish him to the best of your ability. The ambassador finally begged me to order you not to mention the matter to any Venetian subjects at Madrid, and I think you can safely promise me this. My lord, I have much pleasure in giving your excellency my word of honor not to do so. Very good. Then you can stay at Madrid as long as you please, and indeed, Mosnigo will be leaving in the course of a week. From that moment, I made up my mind to amuse myself without any thought of obtaining a position in Spain. However, the ties of friendship made me keep up my acquaintance with Varnier, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, and the architect, Sabatini, who always gave me a warm welcome, as did his wife. Donna Ignazia had more of my company than ever, and congratulated me on my freedom from the cares of business. After the departure of Mosnigo, I thought I would go and see if Querini, his nephew, was equally prejudiced against me. The porter told me that he had received orders not to admit me, and I laughed in the man's face. 6 or 7 weeks after Manucci's departure I, too, left Madrid. I did so on compulsion, in spite of my love for Ignazia, for I had no longer hopes of doing anything in Portugal, and my purse was nearly exhausted. I thought of selling a handsome repeater and a gold snuff-box so as to enable me to go to Marseille, whence I thought of going to Constantinople and trying my fortune there without turning renegade. Doubtless, I should have found the plan unsuccessful, for I was attaining an age when fortune flies. I had no reason, however, to complain of fortune, for she had been lavish in her gifts to me, and I in my turn had always abused them. In my state of distress, the learned Abbé Pinzi introduced me to a Genoese bookseller, named Corrado, a thoroughly honest man, who seemed to have been created that the knavery of most of the Genoese might be pardoned. To him, I brought my watch and snuff-box, but the worthy Corrado not only refused to buy them, but would not take them in pledge. He gave me 1,700 francs with no other security than my word that I would repay him if I were ever able to do so. Unhappily, I have never been able to repay this debt, unless my gratitude be accounted repayment. As nothing is sweeter than the companionship between a man and the woman he adores, so nothing is bitterer than the separation. The pleasure has vanished away, and only the pain remains. I spent my last days at Madrid drinking the cup of pleasure, which was embittered by the thought of the pain that was to follow. The worthy Diego was sad at the thought of losing me, and could with difficulty refrain from tears. For some time, my man Philippe continued to give me news of Donna Ignazia. She became the bride of a rich shoemaker, though her father was extremely mortified by her making a marriage so much beneath her station. I had promised the Marquis de las Mores and Colonel Royas that I would come and see them at Saragossa, the capital of Aragon, and I arrived there at the beginning of September. My stay lasted for a fortnight, during which time I was able to examine the manners and customs of the Aragonese, who were not subject to the ordinances of the Marquis of Aranda, as long cloaks and low hats were to be seen at every corner. They looked like dark phantoms more than men, for the cloak covered up at least half the face. Underneath the cloak was carried el spadino, a sword of enormous length. Persons who wore this costume were treated with great respect, though they were mostly errant rogues. Still, they might possibly be powerful noblemen in disguise. The visitor to Saragossa should see the devotion which is paid to Our Lady del Pillar. I have seen processions going along the streets in which wooden statues of gigantic proportions were carried. I was taken to the best assemblies, where the monks swarmed. I was introduced to a lady of monstrous size, who, I was informed, was cousin to the famous Palafox, and I did not feel my bosom swell with pride, as was evidently expected. I also made the acquaintance of Canon Pignatelli, a man of Italian origin. He was president of the Inquisition, and every morning he imprisoned the procuress who had furnished him with the girl with whom he had supped and slept. He would wake up in the morning tired out with the pleasures of the night. The girl would be driven away and the procuress imprisoned. He then dressed, confessed, said mass, and after an excellent breakfast with plenty of good wine he would send out for another girl, and this would go on day after day. Nevertheless, he was held in great respect at Saragossa, for he was a monk, a canon, and an inquisitor. The bull fights were finer at Saragossa than at Madrid, that is to say, they were deadlier. And the chief interest of this barbarous spectacle lies in the shedding of blood. The Marquis de las Moras and Colonel Royas gave me some excellent dinners. The Marquis was one of the pleasantest men I met in Spain. He died very young 2 years after. The church of Nuestra Senora del Pilar is situated on the ramparts of the town, and the Aragonese fondly believe this portion of the town defenses to be impregnable. I had promised Donna Pelixia to go and see her at Valencia, and on my way I saw the ancient town of Saguntum on a hill at some little distance. There was a priest traveling with me, and I told him and the driver, who preferred his mules to all the antiquities in the world, that I should like to go and see the town. How the muleteer and the priest objected to this proposal. There are only ruins there, Senor. That's just what I want to see. We shall never get to Valencia tonight. Here's a crown, we shall get there tomorrow. The crown settled everything, and the man exclaimed, Valga me Dios, es un hombre de bien, so help me God, this is an honest man. A subject of his Catholic Majesty knows no heartier praise than this. I saw the massive walls still standing and in good condition, and yet they were built during the Second Punic War. I saw on 2 of the gateways inscriptions which to me were meaningless, but which Seingalt, the old friend of the Marquis Maffei, could no doubt have deciphered. The sight of this monument to the courage of an ancient race, who preferred to perish in the flames rather than surrender, excited my awe and admiration. The priest laughed at me, and I am sure he would not have purchased this venerable city of the dead if he could have done so by saying a mass. The very name has perished. Instead of Saguntum, it is called Murvidro from the Latin muri vetters, old walls. But time that destroys marble and brass destroys also the very memory of what has been. This place, said the priest, is always called Murvidro. It is ridiculous to do so, I replied. Common sense forbids us calling a thing old which was once young enough. That's as if you would tell me that New Castile is really new. Well, Old Castile is more ancient than New Castile. No, so. New Castile was only called so because it was the latest conquest, but as a matter of fact, it is the older of the two. The poor priest took refuge in silence, shaking his head and evidently taking me for a madman. I tried vainly to find Hannibal's head and the inscription in honor of Caesar Claudius, but I found out the remains of the amphitheater. The next day I remarked the mosaic pavement, which had been discovered 20 years before. I reached Valencia at 9 o'clock in the morning and found that I should have to content myself with a bad lodging, as Merscalchi, the opera manager, had taken all the best rooms for the members of his company. Merscalchi was accompanied by his brother, a priest, whom I found decidedly learned for his age. We took a walk together, and he laughed when I proposed going into a café, for there was not such a thing in the town. There were only taverns of the lowest class where the wine is not fit to drink. I could scarcely believe it, but Spain is a peculiar country. When I was at Valencia, a good bottle of wine was scarcely obtainable, though Malaga and Alicante were both close at hand. In the first 3 days of my stay at Valencia, the birthplace of Alexander Roman VI, I saw all the objects of interest in the town and was confirmed in my idea that what seems so admirable in the descriptions of writers and the pictures of artists loses much of its charm on actual inspection. Though Valencia is blessed with an excellent climate, though it is well watered, situated in the midst of a beautiful country, fertile in all the choicest products of nature, though it is the residence of many of the most distinguished of the Spanish nobility, though its women are the most handsome in Spain, though it has the advantage of being the seat of an archbishop. In spite of all these commodities, it is a most disagreeable town to live in. One is ill lodged and ill fed, there is no good wine and no good company, there is not even any intellectual provision. For though there is a university, lettered men are absolutely unknown. As for the bridges, churches, the arsenal, the exchange, the town hall, the 12 town gates, and the rest, I could not take pleasure in a town where the streets are not paved, and where a public promenade is conspicuous by its absence. Outside the town, the country is delightful, especially on the side towards the sea, but the outside is not the inside. The feature which pleased me most was the number of small one-horse vehicles which transport the traveler rapidly from one point to another, at a very slight expense, and will even undertake a 2 or 3 days' journey. If my frame of mind had been a more pleasant one, I should have traveled through the kingdoms of Murcia and Granada, which surpass Italy in beauty and fertility. Poor Spaniards! This beauty and fertility of your land are the cause of your ignorance, as the mines of Peru and Potosi have brought about that foolish pride and all the prejudices which degrade you. Spaniards, when will the impulse come? When will you shake off that fatal lethargy? Now you are truly useless to yourselves and the rest of the world. What is it you need? A furious revolution, a terrible shock, a conquest of regeneration. Your case is past gentle methods, it needs the cautery and the fire. The first call I paid was on Donna Pelixia. The first performance was to be given in 2 days. This was not a matter of any difficulty, as the same operas were to be presented as had been already played at Aranjuez, the Escurial, and the Grania, for the Count of Aranda would never have dared to sanction the performance of an Italian comic opera at Madrid. The novelty would have been too great, and the Inquisition would have interfered. The balls were a considerable shock, and 2 years after they were suppressed. Spain will never make any real advance until the Inquisition is suppressed also. As soon as Donna Pelixia arrived, she sent in the letter of introduction she had received from the Duke of Arcos 3 months before. She had not seen the Duke since their meeting at Aranjuez. "Madam," said Don Diego, the person to whom she was commended, "I have come to offer you my services, and to tell you of the orders His Grace has laid on me, of which you may possibly be ignorant." "I hope, sir," she replied, "that I am not putting you to any inconvenience, but I am extremely grateful to the Duke and to yourself, and I shall have the honor of calling on you to give you my thanks." "Not at all. I have only to say that I have orders to furnish you with any sums you may require, to the amount of 25,000 doubloons." 25,000 doubloons. "Exactly, madam, 250,000 francs in French money, and no more. Kindly read His Grace's letter. You do not seem to be aware of its contents." The letter was a brief one. "Don Diego, you will furnish Donna Pelixia with whatever sums she may require, not exceeding 25,000 doubloons, at my account. The Duc dos Arcos." We remained in a state of perfect stupefaction. Donna Pelixia returned the epistle to the banker, who bowed and took his leave. This sounds almost incredible generosity, but in Spain, such things are not uncommon. I have already mentioned the munificent gift of Medinaceli to Madame Pichona. Those who are unacquainted with the peculiar Spanish character and the vast riches of some of the nobility may pronounce such acts of generosity to be ridiculous and positively injurious, but they make a mistake. The spendthrift gives and squanders by a kind of instinct, and so he will continue to do as long as his means remain. But these splendid gifts I have described do not come under the category of senseless prodigality. The Spaniard is chiefly ambitious of praise. For praise he will do anything. But this very desire for admiration serves to restrain him from actions by which he would incur blame. He wants to be thought superior to his fellows, as the Spanish nation is superior to all other nations. He wants to be thought worthy of a throne, and to be considered as the possessor of all the virtues. I may also note that, while some of the Spanish nobility are as rich as the English lords, the former have not so many ways of spending their money as the latter, and thus are enabled to be heroically generous on occasion. As soon as Don Diego had gone, we began to discuss the Duke's noble behavior. Donna Pelixia maintained that the Duke had wished to show his confidence in her by doing her the honor of supposing her incapable of abusing his generosity. At all events, she concluded, I would rather die of hunger than take a single doubloon of Don Diego. The Duke would be offended, said a violinist. I think you ought to take something. You must take it all, said the husband. I was of the lady's opinion, and told her that I was sure the Duke would reward her delicacy by making her fortune. She followed my advice and her own impulse, though the banker remonstrated with her. Such is the perversity of the human mind that no one believed in Donna Pelixia's delicacy. When the king heard what had happened, he ordered the worthy actress to leave Madrid, to prevent the Duke ruining himself. Such is often the reward of virtue here below. But the malicious persons who had tried to injure Donna Pelixia by calumniating her to the king were the means of making her fortune. The Duke, who had only spoken once or twice to the actress in public and had never spent a penny on her, took the king's command as an insult and one not to be borne. He was too proud to solicit the king to revoke the order he had given, and in the end behaved in a way befitting so noble-minded a man. For the first time, he visited Donna Pelixia at her own house, and begging her to forgive him for having been the innocent cause of her disgrace, asked her to accept a rouleau and a letter which he laid on the table. The rouleau contained 100 gold ounces with the words for traveling expenses, and the letter was addressed to a Roman bank and proved to be an order for 24,000 Roman crowns. For 29 years, this worthy woman kept an establishment at Rome, and did so in a manner which proved her worthy of her good fortune. The day after Donna Pelixia's departure, the king saw the Duke of Arcos and told him not to be sad, but to forget the woman who had been sent away for his own good. By sending her away, your majesty obliged me to turn fiction into fact, for I only knew her by speaking to her in various public places, and I had never made her the smallest present. Then you never gave her 25,000 doubloons. Sire, I gave her double that sum, but only on the day before yesterday. Your majesty has absolute power, but if she had not received her dismissal, I should never have gone to her house, nor should I have given her the smallest present. The king was stupefied and silent. He was probably meditating on the amount of credit a monarch should give to the gossip that his courtiers bring him. I heard about this from M. Monino, who was afterwards known under the title of Castil de Florida Blanca, and is now living in exile in Murcia, his native country. After Marscalchi had gone, and I was making my preparations for my journey to Barcelona, I saw one day, at the bullfight, a woman whose appearance had a strange kind of fascination about it. There was a knight of Alcantara at my side, and I asked him who the lady was. She is the famous Nina. How famous? If you do not know her story, it is too long to be told here. I could not help gazing at her, and 2 minutes later an ill-looking fellow beside her came up to my companion and whispered something in his ear. The knight turned towards me and informed me in the most polite manner that the lady whose name I had asked desired to know mine. I was silly enough to be flattered by her curiosity, and told the messenger that if the lady would allow me, I would come to her box and tell her my name in person after the performance. From your accent, I should suppose you were an Italian. I am a Venetian. So is she. When he had gone away, my neighbor seemed inclined to be more communicative, and informed me that Nina was a dancer whom the Count de Ricla, the viceroy of Barcelona, was keeping for some weeks at Valencia, till he could get her back to Barcelona, whence the bishop of the diocese had expelled her on account of the scandals to which she gave rise. The Count, he added, is madly in love with her, and allows her 50 doubloons a day. I should hope she does not spend them. She can't do that, but she does not let a day pass without committing some expensive act of folly. I felt curious to know a woman of such a peculiar character, and longed for the end of the bull fight, little thinking in what trouble this new acquaintance would involve me. She received me with great politeness, and as she got into her carriage drawn by 6 mules, she said she would be delighted if I would breakfast with her at 9 o'clock on the following day. I promised to come, and I kept my word. Her house was just outside the town walls and was a very large building. It was richly and tastefully furnished and was surrounded by an enormous garden. The first thing that struck me was the number of the lackeys and the richness of their liveries, and the maids in elegant attire, who seemed to be going and coming in all directions. As I advanced, I heard an imperious voice scolding someone. The scold was Nina, who was abusing an astonished-looking man who was standing by a large table covered with stuffs and laces. "Excuse me," said she, "but this fool of a Spaniard wants to persuade me that this lace is really handsome." She asked me what I thought of the lace, and though I privately thought it lace of the finest quality, I did not care to contradict her, and so replied that I was no judge. "Madam," said the tradesman, "if you do not like the lace, leave it. Will you keep the stuffs?" "Yes," she replied, "and as for the lace, I will show you that it is not the money that deters me." So saying, the mad girl took up a pair of scissors and cut the lace into fragments. "What a pity," said the man who had spoken to me at the bull fight. "People will say that you have gone off your head." "Be silent, you pimping rogue," said she, enforcing her words with a sturdy box on the ear. The fellow went off, calling her strumpet, which only made her scream with laughter. Then, turning to the Spaniard, she told him to make out his account directly. The man did not want telling twice, and avenged himself for the abuse he had received by the inordinate length of his bill. She took up the account and placed her initials at the bottom, without deigning to look at the items, and said, "Go to Don Diego Valencia, he will pay you immediately." As soon as we were alone, the chocolate was served, and she sent a message to the fellow whose ears she had boxed to come to breakfast directly. "You needn't be surprised at my way of treating him," she said. "He's a rascal whom Ricla has placed in my house to spy out my actions, and I treat him as you have seen, so that he may have plenty of news to write to his master." I thought I must be dreaming. Such a woman seemed to me beyond the limits of the possible. The poor wretch, who came from Bologna and was a musician by profession, came and sat down with us without a word. His name was Molinari. As soon as he had finished his breakfast, he left the room, and Nina spent an hour with me talking about Spain, Italy, and Portugal, where she had married a dancer named Bergonzi. "My father," she said, "was the famous charlatan Palandi. You may have known him at Venice." After this piece of confidence, and she did not seem at all ashamed of her parentage, she asked me to sup with her, supper being her favorite meal. I promised to come, and I left her to reflect on the extraordinary character of the woman and on the good fortune which she so abused. Nina was wonderfully beautiful, but as it has always been my opinion that mere beauty does not go for much, I could not understand how a viceroy could have fallen in love with her to such an extent. As for Molinari, after which I had seen, I could only set him down as an infamous wretch. I went to supper with her for amusement's sake, for, with all her beauty, she had not touched my heart in the slightest degree. It was at the beginning of October, but at Valencia the thermometer marked 20 degrees Reaumur in the shade. Nina was walking in the garden with her companion, both of them being very lightly clad. Indeed, Nina had only her chemise and a light petticoat. As soon as she saw me, she came up and begged me to follow their example in the way of attire, but I begged to be excused. The presence of that hateful fellow revolted me in the highest degree. In the interval before supper, Nina entertained me with a number of lascivious anecdotes of her experiences from the time she began her present mode of living up to the age of 22, which was her age then. If it had not been for the presence of the disgusting Argus, no doubt all these stories would have produced their natural effect on me, but as it was, they had none whatever. We had a delicate supper and ate with appetite, and after it was over I would have gladly left them, but Nina would not let me go. The wine had taken effect, and she wished to have a little amusement. After all the servants had been dismissed, this Messalina ordered Molinari to strip naked, and she then began to treat him in a manner which I cannot describe without disgust. The rascal was young and strong, and though he was drunk, Nina's treatment soon placed him in a hearty condition. I could see that she wished me to play my part in the revels, but my disgust had utterly deprived me of all my amorous faculties. Nina, too, had undressed, and seeing that I viewed the orgy coldly, she proceeded to satiate her desires by means of Molinari. I had to bear with the sight of this beautiful woman coupling herself with an animal, whose only merit lay in his virile monstrosity, which she no doubt regarded as a beauty. When she had exhausted her amorous fury, she threw herself into a bath, then came back, drank a bottle of Momsey Madeira, and finally made her brutal lover drink till he fell onto the floor. I fled into the next room, not being able to bear it any longer, but she followed me. She was still naked, and seating herself beside me on an ottoman, she asked me how I had enjoyed the spectacle. I told her boldly that the disgust with which her wretched companion had inspired me was so great that it had utterly annulled the effect of her charms. That may be so, but now he is not here, and yet you do nothing. One would not think it to look at you. You are right, for I have my feelings like any other man, but he has disgusted me too much. Wait till tomorrow, and let me not see that monster so unworthy of enjoying you. He does not enjoy me. If I thought he did, I would rather die than let him have to do with me, for I detest him. What? You do not love him, and yet you make use of him in the way you do. Yes, just as I might use a mechanical instrument. In this woman, I saw an instance of the depths of degradation to which human nature may be brought. She asked me to sup with her on the following day, telling me that we would be alone, as Molinari would be ill. He will have got over the effects of the wine. I tell you he will be ill. Come tomorrow and come every evening. I am going the day after tomorrow. You will not go for a week, and then we will go together. That's impossible. If you go, you will insult me beyond bearing. I went home with my mind made up to depart without having anything more to do with her. And though I was far from inexperienced in wickedness of all kinds, I could not help feeling astonished at the unblushing frankness of this Madeira, who had told me what I already knew, but in words that I had never heard a woman use before. I only use him to satisfy my desires, and because I am certain that he does not love me. If I thought he did, I would rather die than allow him to do anything with me, for I detest him. The next day I went to her at 7 o'clock in the evening. She received me with an air of feigned melancholy, saying, "Alas, we shall have to sup alone. Molinari has got the colic. You said he would be ill. Have you poisoned him? I am quite capable of doing so, but I hope I never shall. But you have given him something. Only what he likes himself, but we will talk of that again. Let us sup and play till tomorrow, and tomorrow evening we will begin again. I am going away at 7 o'clock tomorrow. No, no, you are not, and your coachman will have no cause for complaint, for he has been paid. Here is the receipt." These remarks, delivered with an air of amorous despotism, flattered my vanity. I made up my mind to submit gaily, called her wanton, and said I was not worth the pains she was taking over me. "What astonishes me," said I, "is that with this fine house you do not care to entertain company. Everybody is afraid to come. They fear Rickla's jealousy, for it is well known that that animal who is now suffering from the colic tells him everything I do. He swears that it is not so, but I know him to be a liar. Indeed, I am very glad he does write to Rickla, and only wish he had something of real importance to write about. He will tell him that I have supped alone with you. All the better. Are you afraid?" "No, but I think you ought to tell me if I have anything really to fear." "Nothing at all. It will fall on me. But I should not like to involve you in a dispute which might be prejudicial to your interests." "Not at all. The more I provoke him, the better he loves me, and I will make him pay dearly when he asks me to make it up." "Then you don't love him?" "Yes, to ruin him, but he is so rich that there doesn't seem much hope of my ever doing that. Before me, I saw a woman as beautiful as Venus and as degraded as Lucifer, a woman most surely born to be the ruin of anyone who had the misfortune to fall in love with her. I had known women of similar character, but never one so dangerous as she. I determined to make some money out of her if I could. She called for cards and asked me to play with her at a game called Premiera. It is a game of chance, but of so complicated a nature that the best player always wins. In a quarter of an hour I found that I was the better player, but she had such luck that at the end of the game I had lost 20 pistoles, which I paid on the spot. She took the money, promising to give me my revenge. We had supper, and then we committed all the wantonness she wished, and I was capable of performing. For with me the age of miracles was past. The next day I called to see her earlier in the evening. We played again, and she lost, and went on losing evening after evening, till I had won a matter of 200 or 300 doubloons, no unwelcome addition to my somewhat depleted purse. The spy recovered from his colic and supped with us every evening, but his presence no longer interfered with my pleasure, since Nina had ceased to prostitute herself to him in my presence. She did the opposite, giving herself to me and telling him to write to the Comte de Ricla whatever he liked. The Count wrote her a letter which she gave me to read. The poor lovesick viceroy informed her that she might safely return to Barcelona, as the bishop had received an order from the court to regard her as merely an actress, whose stay in his diocese would only be temporary. She would thus be allowed to live there in peace so long as she abstained from giving cause for scandal. She told me that whilst she was at Barcelona I could only see her after 10 o'clock at night, when the Count always left her. She assured me that I should run no risk whatever. Possibly, I should not have stayed at Barcelona at all if Nina had not told me that she would always be ready to lend me as much money as I wanted. She asked me to leave Valencia a day before her and to await her at Tarragona. I did so, and spent a very pleasant day in that town, which abounds in remains of antiquity. I ordered a choice supper according to her instructions, and took care that she should have a separate bedroom so as to avoid any scandal. She started in the morning begging me to wait till the evening, and to travel by night so as to reach Barcelona by daytime. She told me to put up at the Santa Maria, and not to call till I had heard from her. I followed all the directions given me by this curious woman, and found myself comfortably lodged at Barcelona. My landlord was a Swiss who told me in confidence that he had received instructions to treat me well, and that I had only to ask for what I wanted. We shall see soon what was the result of all this. Chapter 8. My imprudence Passanoi, am imprisoned my departure from Barcelona. Madame Castelbajac, at Montpellier I arrive at Aix. Although my Swiss landlord seemed an honest and trustworthy kind of man, I could not help thinking that Nina had acted very imprudently in commending me to him. She was the viceroy's mistress, and though the viceroy might be a very agreeable man, he was a Spaniard, and not likely to be easygoing in his love affairs. Nina herself had told me that he was ardent, jealous, and suspicious, but the mischief was done, and there was no help for it. When I got up, my landlord brought me a valet de place, for whose character he said he could answer, and he then sent up an excellent dinner. I had slept till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After dinner, I summoned my host and asked him whether Nina had told him to get me a servant. He answered in the affirmative, and added that a carriage was awaiting my commands at the door. It had been taken by the week. I am astonished to hear it, for no one but myself can say what I can afford or not. Sir, everything is paid for. Paid for, I will not have it. You can settle that with her, but I shall certainly take no payment. I saw dangers ahead, but as I have never cared to cherish forebodings, I dismissed the idea. I had a letter of introduction from the Marquis de las Moras to Don Miguel de Cevallos, and another from Colonel Royas to Don Diego de la Secada. I took my letters, and the next day Don Diego came to see me, and took me to the Comte de Peralada. The day after, Don Miguel introduced me to the Comte de Ricla, Viceroy of Catalonia, and the lover of Nina. The Comte de Peralada was a young man with a pleasant face but with an ill-proportioned body. He was a great debauchee and lover of bad company, an enemy of religion, morality, and law. He was directly descended from the Comte de Peralada, who served Philip Roman II, so well that this king declared him Count by the grace of God. The original patent of nobility was the first thing I saw in his antechamber, where it was framed and glazed so that all visitors might see it in the quarter of an hour they were kept waiting. The Count received me with an easy and cordial manner, which seemed to say that he renounced all the dignities of his rank. He thanked Don Diego for introducing me, and talked a good deal about Colonel Royas. He asked me if I had seen the English girl he was keeping at Saragossa, and on my replying in the affirmative, he told me in a whisper that he had slept with her. He took me to his stables, where he had some splendid horses, and then asked me to dine with him the next day. The viceroy received me in a very different manner. He stood up so that he might not have to offer me a chair, and though I spoke Italian, with which language I knew him to be well acquainted, he answered me in Spanish, styling me Usha, a contraction of Vostra Senoria, your lordship, and used by everyone in Spain, while I gave him his proper title of excellence. He talked a good deal about Madrid, and complained that M. de Mosnigo had gone to Paris by Bayonne instead of Barcelona, as he had promised him. I tried to excuse my ambassador by saying that by taking the other route he had saved 50 leagues of his journey, but the viceroy replied that tenir la palabra, keeping to one's words, comes before all else. He asked me if I thought of staying long at Barcelona, and seemed surprised when I told him that, with his leave, I hoped to make a long stay. "I hope you will enjoy yourself," he said, "but I must warn you that, if you indulge in the pleasures which my nephew Paralotta will doubtless offer you, you will not enjoy a very good reputation at Barcelona." As the Comte de Ricla made this observation in public, I thought myself justified in communicating it to Paralotta himself. He was delighted, and told me, with evident vanity, that he had gone to Madrid 3 times, and had been ordered to return to Catalonia on each occasion. I thought my best plan would be to follow the viceroy's indirect advice, so I refused to join in any of the little parties of pleasure which Paralotta proposed. On the 5th day after my arrival, an officer came to ask me to dinner at the viceroy's. I accepted the invitation with much pleasure, for I had been afraid of the viceroy's having heard of my relations with Nina, and thought it possible that he might have taken a dislike to me. He was very pleasant to me at dinner, often addressing his observations to me, but always in a tone of great gravity. I had been in Barcelona for a week, and was beginning to wonder why I had not heard from Nina. But one evening she wrote me a note, begging me to come on foot and alone to her house at 10 o'clock the same night. If I had been wise, I should not have gone, for I was not in love with the woman, and should have remembered the respect due to the viceroy, but I was devoid of all wisdom and prudence. All the misfortunes I have experienced in my long life never taught me those 2 most necessary virtues. At the hour she had named I called on her, wearing my great coat, and with a sword for my only weapon. I found Nina with her sister, a woman of 36 or thereabouts, who was married to an Italian dancer nicknamed Schizza because he had a flatter nose than any Tartar. Nina had just been supping with her lover, who had left her at 10 o'clock, according to his invariable custom. She said she was delighted to hear I had been to dinner with him, as she had herself spoken to him in my praise, saying how admirably I had kept her company at Valencia. "I am glad to hear it, but I do not think you are wise in inviting me to your house at such late hours. I only do so to avoid scandal amongst my neighbors. In my opinion, my coming so late is only likely to increase the probability of scandal, and to make your viceroy jealous. He will never hear of your coming. I think you are mistaken." I went away at midnight, after a conversation of the most decent character. Her sister did not leave us for a moment, and Nina gave her no cause to suspect the intimacy of our relations. I went to see her every evening, without encroaching on the Count's preserves. I thought myself secure, but the following warning should have made me desist if I had not been carried away by the forces of destiny and obstinacy in combination. An officer in the Walloon Guards accosted me one day as I was walking by myself just outside the town. He begged me in the most polite manner to excuse him if he spoke on a matter which was indifferent to him, but of great consequence to me. "Speak, sir," I replied. "I will take whatever you say in good part." "Very good. You are a stranger, sir, and may not be acquainted with our Spanish manners. Consequently, you are unaware of the great risk you run in going to see Nina every evening after the Count has left her." "What risk do I run? I have no doubt that the Count knows all about it and does not object." "I have no doubt as to his knowing it, and he may possibly pretend to know nothing before her, as he fears as well as loves her. But if she tells you that he does not object, she either deceives herself or you. He cannot love her without being jealous, and a jealous Spaniard. Follow my advice, sir, and forgive my freedom. I am sincerely obliged to you for your kind interest in me, but I cannot follow your advice, as by doing so I should be wanting in politeness to Nina, who likes to see me and gives me a warm welcome. I shall continue to visit her till she orders me not to do so, or till the Count signifies to me his displeasure at my visits to his mistress. The Count will never do such a thing, he is too careful of his dignity. The worthy officer then narrated to me all the acts of injustice which Ricla had committed since he had fallen in love with this woman. He had dismissed gentlemen from his service on the mere suspicion that they were in love with her. Some had been exiled, and others imprisoned on one frivolous pretext or another. Before he had known Nina, he had been a pattern of wisdom, justice, and virtue, and now he had become unjust, cruel, blindly passionate, and in every way a scandal to the high position he occupied. All this should have influenced me, but it had not the slightest effect. I told him for politeness' sake that I would endeavor to part from her by degrees, but I had no intention of doing so. When I asked him how he knew that I visited Nina, he laughed and said it was a common topic of conversation all over the town. The same evening I called on her without mentioning my conversation with the officer. There would have been some excuse for me if I had been in love with her, but as it was, I acted like a madman. On the 14th of November, I went to see her at the usual time. I found her with a man who was showing her miniatures. I looked at him and found that he was the scoundrel Passano or Pagomez. My blood boiled. I took Nina's hand and led her into a neighboring room and told her to dismiss the rogue at once, or I would go to return no more. He's a painter. I am well acquainted with his history and will tell you all about it presently, but send him away or I shall go. She called her sister and told her to order the Genoese to leave the house and never to enter it again. The thing was done in a moment, but the sister told us that, as he went out, he had said, "Si ni pentira, he shall be sorry for it." I occupied an hour in relating some of the injuries I had received from this scoundrelly fellow. The next day, November 15th, I went to Nina at the usual time, and after spending 2 hours in pleasant converse with her and her sister, I went out as the clocks were striking midnight. The door of the house was under an arcade, which extended to the end of the street. It was a dark night, and I had scarcely gone 25 paces when 2 men suddenly rushed at me. I stepped back, drawing my sword and exclaiming, "Assassins!" and then with a rapid movement, I thrust my blade into the body of the nearest assailant. I then left the arcade and began to run down the street. The second assassin fired a pistol at me, but it fortunately missed me. I fell down and dropped my hat in my rapid flight and got up and continued my course without troubling to pick it up. I did not know whether I was wounded or not, but at last I got to my inn and laid down the bloody sword on the counter, under the landlord's nose. I was quite out of breath. I told the landlord what had happened, and on taking off my great coat, I found it to be pierced in 2 places just below the armpit. "I am going to bed," I said to the landlord, "and I leave my great coat and the sword in your charge. Tomorrow morning, I shall ask you to come with me before the magistrate to denounce this act of assassination, for if the man was killed, it must be shewn that I only slew him to save my own life. I think your best plan would be to fly Barcelona immediately." "Then you think I have not told you the strict truth?" "I am sure you have, but I know whence the blow comes, and God knows what will befall you." "Nothing at all, but if I fly I shall be accounted guilty. Take care of the sword. They tried to assassinate me, but I think the assassins got the worst of it." I went to bed somewhat perturbed, but I had the consoling thought that if I had killed a man I had done so to self-defense. My conscience was quite clear. At 7 o'clock the next morning I heard a knocking at my door. I opened it and saw my landlord, accompanied by an officer, who told me to give him all my papers, to dress, and to follow him, adding that he should be compelled to use force in case of resistance. "I have no intention of resisting," I replied. "By whose authority do you ask me for my papers?" "By the authority of the governor. They will be returned to you if nothing suspicious is found amongst them." "Where are you going to take me?" "To the citadel." I opened my trunk, took out my linen and my clothes, which I gave to my landlord, and I saw the officer's astonishment at seeing my trunk half filled with papers. "These are all the papers I have," I said. I locked the box and gave the officer the key. "I advise you, sir," he said, "to put all necessary articles into a portmanteau." He then ordered the landlord to send me a bed and finally asked me if I had any papers in my pockets. "Only my passports." "That's exactly what we want," he rejoined with a grim smile. "My passports are sacred. I will never give them to anyone but the Governor-General. Reverence your king. Here is his passport, here is that of the Count of Aranda, and here the passport of the Venetian ambassador. You will have to bind me hand and foot before you get them." "Be more moderate, sir. In giving them to me, it is just as if you gave them to the viceroy. If you resist, I will not bind you hand and foot, but I shall take you before the viceroy, and then you will be forced to give them up in public. Give them to me with a good grace, and you shall have an acknowledgment." The worthy landlord told me I should be wiser to give in, so I let myself be persuaded. The officer gave me a full quittance, which I put in my pocketbook. This he let me keep out of his kindness, and then I followed him. He had 6 constables with him, but they kept a good distance away. Comparing this with the circumstances of my arrest at Madrid, I thought myself well treated. Before we left the inn, the officer told me that I might order what meals I pleased, and I asked the landlord to let me have my dinner and supper as usual. On the way, I told him of my adventure of the night before. He listened attentively, but made no comments. When we reached the citadel, I was delivered to the officer of the guard, who gave me a room on the first floor. It was bare of furniture, but the windows looked onto a square and had no iron bars. I had scarcely been there 10 minutes when my carpet bag and an excellent bed were brought in. As soon as I was alone, I began to think over the situation. I finished where I ought to have begun. What can this imprisonment have to do with my last night's adventure? I reflected. I could not make out the connection. They are bent on examining my papers. They must think I have been tampering in some political or religious intrigue, but my mind is quite at ease on that score. I am well lodged at present, and no doubt shall be set free after my papers have been examined. They can find nothing against me there. The affair of my attempted assassination will, no doubt, be considered separately. Even if the rascal is dead, I do not see what they can do to me. On the other hand, my landlord's advice to fly from Barcelona looks ominous. What if the assassins received their orders from some person high in authority? It is possible that Ricla may have vowed my ruin, but it does not seem probable to me. Would it have been wise to follow the landlord's advice? Possibly, but I do not think so. My honor would have suffered, and I might have been caught and laid up in some horrid dungeon, whereas for a prison I am comfortable enough here. In 3 or 4 days, the examination of my papers will have been completed, and as there is nothing in them likely to be offensive to the powers that be, they will be returned to me with my liberty, which will taste all the sweeter for this short deprivation. As for my passports, they all speak in my favor. I cannot think that the all-powerful hand of the viceroy could have directed the assassin's sword. It would be a dishonor to him, and if it were so, he would not be treating me so kindly now. If it were his doing, he must have heard directly that the blow had failed, and in that case, I do not think he would have arrested me this morning. Shall I write to Nina? Will writing be allowed here? As I was puzzling my brains with these reflections, stretched on my bed, for I had no chair, I heard some disturbance, and on opening my window I saw, to my great astonishment, Pasano being brought into the prison by a corporal and 2 soldiers. As he was going in, the rascal looked up and saw me, and began to laugh. Alas, I said to myself, here is fresh food for conjecture. The fellow told Nina's sister that I should be sorry for what I had done. He must have directed some fearful calumny against me, and they are imprisoning him so as to be sure of his evidence. On reflection, I was well pleased at the turn affairs had taken. An excellent dinner was set before me, but I had no chair or table. The deficiency was remedied by the soldier who was in charge of me for the consideration of a duro. Prisoners were not allowed to have pen and ink without special permission, but paper and pencils were not included under this regulation, so my guard got them for me, together with candles and candlesticks, and I proceeded to kill time by making geometrical calculations. I made the obliging soldier sup with me, and he promised to commend me to one of his comrades who would serve me well. The guard was relieved at 11. On the fourth day, the officer of the guard came to me with a distressed look and told me that he had the disagreeable duty of giving me some very bad news. "What is that, sir?" "I have received orders to transfer you to the bottom of the tower." "To transfer me?" "Yes." "Then they must have discovered in me a criminal of the deepest dye. Let us go at once." I found myself in a kind of round cellar, paved with large flagstones, and lighted by 5 or 6 narrow slits in the walls. The officer told me I must order what food required to be brought once a day, as no one was allowed to come into the calabozo or dungeon by night. "How about lights?" "You may leave one lamp always burning, and that will be enough, as books are not allowed. When your dinner is brought, the officer on duty will open the pies and the poultry to see that they do not contain any documents, for here no letters are allowed to come in or go out." "Have these orders been given for my especial benefit?" "No, sir, it is the ordinary rule. You will be able to converse with the sentinel." "The door will be open then?" "Not at all." "How about the cleanliness of my cell?" "A soldier will accompany the officer in charge of your dinner, and he will attend to your wants for a trifle." "May I amuse myself by making architectural plans with the pencil?" "As much as you like." "Then, will you be good enough to order some paper to be bought for me?" "With pleasure." The officer seemed to pity me as he left me, and bolted and barred the heavy door behind which I saw a man standing sentry with his bayonet fixed. The door was fitted with a small iron grating. When I got my paper and my dinner at noonday, the officer cut open a fowl and plunged a fork in the other dishes so as to make sure that there were no papers at the bottom. My dinner would have sufficed for 6 people. I told the officer that I should be much honored by his dining with me, but he replied that it was strictly forbidden. He gave me the same answer when I asked if I might have the newspapers. It was a festival time for the sentinels, as I shared my meals and my good wine with them, and consequently, these poor fellows were firmly attached to me. I was curious to know who was paying for my good cheer, but there was no chance of my finding out, for the waiter from the inn was never allowed to approach my cell. In this dungeon, where I was imprisoned for 42 days, I wrote in pencil, and without other reference than my memory, my refutation of Emilat de la House's History of the Venetian Government. I was most heartily amused during my imprisonment, and in the following manner. While I was at Warsaw, an Italian named Tadini came to Warsaw. He had an introduction to Tomates who commended him to me. He called himself an oculist. Tomates used to give him a dinner now and again, but not being well off in those days, I could only give him good words and a cup of coffee when he chanced to come about my breakfast time. Tadini talked to everybody about the operations he had performed and condemned an oculist who had been at Warsaw for 20 years, saying that he did not understand how to extract a cataract, while the other oculist said that Tadini was a charlatan who did not know how the eye was made. Tadini begged me to speak in his favor to a lady who had had a cataract removed by the Warsaw oculist, only to return again a short time after the operation. The lady was blind of the one eye, but she could see with the other, and I told Tadini that I did not care to meddle with such a delicate matter. "I have spoken to the lady," said Tadini, "and I have mentioned your name as a person who will answer for me. You have done wrong. In such a matter I would not stand surety for the most learned of men, and I know nothing about your learning. But you know I am an oculist. I know you were introduced to me as such, but that's all. As a professional man, you should not need anyone's commendation. You should be able to say, operibus credit. That should be your motto." Tadini was vexed with my incredulity, and showed me a number of testimonials, which I might possibly have read, if the first which met my eye had not been from a lady who protested to all and singular that M. Tadini had cured her of amaurosis. At this, I laughed in his face and told him to leave me alone. A few days after I found myself dining with him at the house of the lady with the cataract. She had almost made up her mind to submit to the operation, but as the rascal had mentioned my name, she wanted me to be present at a dispute between Tadini and the other oculist who came in with the dessert. I disposed myself to listen to the arguments of the two rival professors with considerable pleasure. The Warsaw oculist was a German, but spoke French very well. However, he attacked Tadini in Latin. The Italian checked him by saying that their discourse must be conducted in a language intelligible to the lady, and I agreed with him. It was plain that Tadini did not know a word of Latin. The German oculist began by admitting that after the operation for cataract, there was no chance of the disease returning, but that there was a considerable risk of the crystalline humor evaporating, and the patient being left in a state of total blindness. Tadini, instead of denying this statement, which was inaccurate, had the folly to take a little box out of his pocket. It contained a number of minute round crystals. "What's that?" said the old professor. "A substance which I can place in the cornea to supply the loss of the crystalline matter." The German went off into a roar of laughter so long and loud that the lady could not help laughing. I should have liked to join them, but I was ashamed to be thought the patron of this ignorant fellow, so I preserved a gloomy silence. Tadini no doubt interpreted my silence as a mark of disapproval of the German's laughter, and thought to better matters by asking me to give my opinion. "As you want to hear it," said I, "here it is. There's a great difference between a tooth and the crystalline humor, and though you may have succeeded in putting an artificial tooth into a gum, this treatment will not do with the eye. Sir, I am not a dentist. No, nor an oculist either." At this, the ignorant rascal got up and left the room, and it was decidedly the best thing he could do. We laughed over this new treatment, and the lady promised to have nothing more to do with him. The professor was not content to despise his opponent in silence. He had him cited before the Faculty of Medicine to be examined on his knowledge of the eye, and procured the insertion of a satiric article in the news on the new operation for replacing the crystalline humor, alluding to the wonderful artist then in Warsaw who could perform this operation as easily as a dentist could put in a false tooth. This made Tadini furious, and he set upon the old professor in the street and forced him to the refuge in a house. After this, he no doubt left the town on foot, for he was seen no more. Now the reader is in a position to understand my surprise and amusement when, one day as I peered through the grating in my dungeon, I saw the oculist Tadini standing over me with gun in hand. But he at all events evinced no amusement whatever, while I roared and roared again with laughter for the 2 hours his duty lasted. I gave him a good meal and a sufficiency of my excellent wine, and at the end a crown, promising that he should have the same treatment every time he returned to the post. But I only saw him 4 times, as the guard at my cell was a position eagerly coveted and intrigued for by the other soldiers. He amused me by the story of his misadventures since he had left Warsaw. He had traveled far and wide without making a fortune, and at last arrived in Barcelona, where he failed to meet with any courtesy or consideration. He had no introduction, no diploma. He had refused to submit to an examination in the Latin tongue because, as he said, there was no connection between the learned languages and the diseases of the eye. And the result was that, instead of the common fate of being ordered to leave the country, he was made into a soldier. He told me in confidence that he intended to desert, but he said he should take care to avoid the galleys. "What have you done with your crystals?" "I have renounced them since I left Warsaw, though I am sure they would succeed." I never heard of him again. On December 28th, 6 weeks after my arrest, the officer of the guard came to my cell and told me to dress and follow him. "Where are we going?" "I am about to deliver you to an officer of the Viceroy, who is waiting." I dressed hastily, and after placing all my belongings in a portmanteau, I followed him. We went to the guardroom, and there I was placed under the charge of the officer who had arrested me, who took me to the palace. There a government official showed me my trunk, telling me that I should find all my papers intact, and he then returned me my 3 passports with the remark that they were genuine documents. I knew that all along. I suppose so, but we had reasons for doubting their authenticity. They must have been strange reasons, for, as you now confess, these reasons were devoid of reason. You must be aware that I cannot reply to such an objection. I don't ask you to do so. Your character is perfectly clear. All the same, I must request you to leave Barcelona in 3 days and Catalonia in a week. Of course, I will obey, but it strikes me that the Catalonian method of repairing injustice is somewhat peculiar. If you think you have ground for complaint, you are at liberty to go to Madrid and complain to the court. I have certainly grounds enough for complaint, sir, but I shall go to France and not to Madrid. I have had enough of Spanish justice. Will you please give me the order to leave in writing? That's unnecessary, you may take it for granted. My name is Emmanuel Badillo, I am a Secretary of State. That gentleman will escort you back to the room where you were arrested. You will find everything just as you have left it. You are a free man. Tomorrow I will send you your passport, signed by the Viceroy and myself. Good day, sir. Accompanied by the officer and a servant bearing my portmanteau, I proceeded to my old inn. On my way I saw a theatrical poster and decided to go to the opera. The good landlord was delighted to see me again and hastened to light me a fire, for a bitterly cold north wind was blowing. He assured me that no one but himself had been in my room, and in the officer's presence he gave me back my sword, my greatcoat, and to my astonishment, the hat I had dropped in my flight from the assassins. The officer asked me if I had any complaints to make, and I replied that I had none. I should like to hear you say that I had done nothing but my duty, and that personally I have not done you any injury. I shook his hand and assured him of my esteem. Farewell, sir, said he, I hope you will have a pleasant journey. I told my landlord that I would dine at noon, and that I trusted to him to celebrate my liberation in a fitting manner, and then I went to the post office to see if there were any letters for me. I found 5 or 6 letters, with the seals intact, much to my astonishment. What is one to make of a government which deprives a man of his liberty on some trifling pretext, and, though seizing all his papers, respects the privacy of his letters? But Spain, as I have remarked, is peculiar in every way. These letters were from Paris, Venice, Warsaw, and Madrid, and I have never had any reason to believe that any other letters had come for me during my imprisonment. I went back to my inn and asked my landlord to bring the bill. You do not owe me anything, sir. Here is your bill for the period preceding your imprisonment, and, as you see, it has been settled. I also received orders from the same source to provide for you during your imprisonment, and as long as you stayed at Barcelona. Did you know how long I should remain in prison? No, I was paid by the week. Who paid you? You know very well. Have you had any note for me? Nothing at all. What has become of the valet de place? I paid him and sent him away immediately after your arrest. I should like to have him with me as far as Perpignan. You are right, and I think the best thing you can do is to leave Spain altogether, for you will find no justice in it. What do they say about my assassination? Why, they say you fired the shot that people heard yourself, and that you made your own sword bloody, for no one was found there, either dead or wounded. That's an amusing theory. Where did my hat come from? It was brought to me 3 days after. What a confusion, but was it known that I was imprisoned in the tower? Everybody knew it, and 2 good reasons were given, the one in public and the other in private. What are these reasons? The public reason was that you had forged your passports. The private one, which was only whispered at the ear, was that you spent all your nights with Nina. You might have sworn that I never slept out of your inn. I told everyone as much, but no matter. You did go to her house, and for a certain nobleman that's a crime. I am glad you did not fly as I advised you, for as it is your character is cleared before everybody. I should like to go to the opera this evening. Take me a box. It shall be done, but do not have anything more to do with Nina, I entreat you. No, my good friend, I have made up my mind to see her no more. Just as I was sitting down to dinner, a banker's clerk brought me a letter which pleased me very much. It contained the bills of exchange I had drawn in Genoa in favor of M. Augustin Grimaldi. He now sent them back with these words: Passano has been vainly endeavoring to persuade me to send these bills to Barcelona, so that they may be protested, and you arrested. I now send them to you to convince you that I am not one of those who delight in trampling down the victims of bad fortune. Genoa, November 30th, 1768. For the 4th time, a Genoese had behaved most generously to me. I was almost persuaded that I ought to forgive the infamous Passano for the sake of his 4 excellent fellow countrymen. But this virtue was a little beyond me. I concluded that the best thing I could do would be to rid the Genoese name of the opprobrium which this rascal was always bringing on it, but I could never find an opportunity. Some years after I heard that the wretch died in miserable poverty in Genoa. I was curious at the time to know what had become of him, as it was important for me to be on my guard. I confided my curiosity to my landlord, and he instructed one of the servants to make inquiries. I only heard the following circumstance. Ascanio Pagomez, or Passano, had been released at the end of November, and had then been embarked on a felucca bound for Toulon. The same day I wrote a long and grateful letter to M. Grimaldi. I had indeed reason to be grateful, for if he had listened to my enemy, he might have reduced me to a state of dreadful misery. My landlord had taken the box at the opera in my name, and 2 hours afterwards, to everyone's great astonishment, the posters announcing the plays of the evening were covered by bills informing the public that 2 of the performers had been taken ill, that the play would not be given, and the theater closed till the 2nd day of the new year. This order undoubtedly came from the viceroy, and everybody knew the reason. I was sorry to have deprived the people of Barcelona of the only amusement they had in the evening, and resolved to stay indoors, thinking that would be the most dignified course I could adopt. Petrarch says, Amor chifa gentile uncor villano. If he had known the lover of Nina, he would have changed the line into Amor chifa villain uncor gentile. In 4 months, I shall be able to throw some more light on this strange business. I should have left Barcelona the same day, but a slight tinge of superstition made me desire to leave on the last day of the unhappy year I had spent in Spain. I therefore spent my 3 days of grace in writing letters to all my friends. Don Miguel de Cevallos, Don Diego de la Secada, and the Count de la Perelada came to see me, but separately. Don Diego de la Secada was the uncle of the Countess A.B., whom I had met at Milan. These gentlemen told me a tale as strange as any of the circumstances which had happened to me at Barcelona. On the 26th of December, the Abbé Marquisio, the envoy of the Duke of Modena, asked the viceroy, before a considerable number of people, if he could pay me a visit to give me a letter which he could place in no hands but mine. If not, he said, he should be obliged to take the letter to Madrid, for which town he was obliged to set out the next day. The count made no answer, to everyone's astonishment, and the abbé left for Madrid the next day, the eve of my being set at liberty. I wrote to the abbé, who was unknown to me, but I never succeeded in finding out the truth about this letter. There could be no doubt that I had been arrested by the despotic viceroy, who had been persuaded by Nina that I was her favored lover. The question of my passports must have been a mere pretext, for 8 or 10 days would have sufficed to send them to Madrid and have them back again if their authenticity had been doubted. Possibly, Passano might have told the viceroy that any passports of mine were bound to be false, as I should have had to obtain the signature of my own ambassador. This, he might have said, was out of the question as I was in disgrace with the Venetian government. As a matter of fact, he was mistaken if he really said so, but the mistake would have been an excusable one. When I made up my mind at the end of August to leave Madrid, I asked the Count of Aranda for a passport. He replied that I must first obtain one from my ambassador, who, he added, could not refuse to do me this service. Fortified with this opinion, I called at the embassy. M. Querini was at San Ildefonso at the time, and I told the porter that I wanted to speak to the secretary of embassy. The servant sent in my name, and the fop gave himself airs, and pretended that he could not receive me. In my indignation, I wrote to him saying that I had not called to pay my court to the secretary, but to demand a passport which was my right. I gave my name and my degree Doctor of Law, and begged him to leave the passport with the porter, as I should call for it on the following day. I presented myself accordingly, and the porter told me that the ambassador had left verbal orders that I was not to have a passport. I wrote immediately to the Marquis Grimaldi and to the Duke of Lausada, begging them to request the ambassador to send me a passport in the usual form, or else I should publish the shameful reasons for which his uncle Mosnigo had disgraced me. I do not know whether these gentlemen showed my letters to Querini, but I do know that the Secretary Oliveira sent me my passport. Thereupon the Count Aranda furnished me with a passport signed by the king. On the last day of the year I left Barcelona with a servant who sat behind my chaise, and I agreed with my driver to take me to Perpignan by January 3rd, 1769. The driver was a Piedmontese and a worthy man. The next day he came into the room of the wayside inn where I was dining, and in the presence of my man asked me whether I had any suspicion that I was being followed. "Well, I may be," I said, "but what makes you ask that question?" "As you were leaving Barcelona yesterday, I noticed 3 ill-looking fellows watching us, armed to the teeth. Last night they slept in the stable with my mules. They dined here today, and they went on 3/4 of an hour ago. They don't speak to anyone, and I don't like the looks of them. What shall we do to avoid assassination, or the dread of it? We must start late, and stop at an inn I know of, a league this side of the ordinary stage where they will be awaiting us. If they turn back and sleep at the same inn as ourselves, we shall be certain." I thought the idea a sensible one, and we started, I going on foot nearly the whole way. And at 5 o'clock we halted at a wretched inn, but we saw no signs of the sinister trio. At 8 o'clock I was at supper, when my man came in and told me that the 3 fellows had come back, and were drinking with our driver in the stable. My hair stood on end. There could be no more doubt about the matter. At present, it was true, I had nothing to fear, but it would be getting dark when we arrived at the frontier, and then my peril would come. I told my servant to show no sign, but to ask the driver to come and speak with me when the assassins were asleep. He came at 10 o'clock, and told me plainly that we should be all murdered as we approached the French frontier. "Then you have been drinking with them?" "Yes, and after we had dispatched a bottle at my expense, one of them asked me why I had not gone on to the end of the stage, where you would be better lodged. I replied that it was late and you were cold. I might have asked in my turn why they had not stayed at the stage themselves and where they were going, but I took care to do nothing of the kind. All I asked was whether the road to Perpignan was a good one, and they told me it was excellent all the way." "What are they doing now?" "They are sleeping by my mules, covered with their cloaks." "What shall we do?" "We will start at daybreak after them, of course, and we shall dine at the usual stage. But after dinner, trust me, we will take a different road, and at midnight we shall be in France safe and sound." If I could have procured a good armed escort, I would not have taken his advice, but in the situation I was in I had no choice. We found the 3 scoundrels in the place where the driver had told me we should see them. I gave them a searching glance and thought they looked like true sicarii, ready to kill anyone for a little money. They started in 1/4 of an hour, and half an hour later we set out, with a peasant to guide us, and so struck into a cross road. The mules went at a sharp pace, and in 7 hours we had done 11 leagues. At 10 o'clock we stopped at an inn in a French village, and we had no more to fear. I gave our guide a doubloon, with which he was well pleased, and I enjoyed once more a peaceful night in a French bed. For nowhere will you find such soft beds or such delicious wines as in the good land of France. The next day I arrived at the posting inn at Perpignan in time for dinner. I endeavored in vain to think who could have paid my assassins, but the reader will see the explanation when we get 20 days farther. At Perpignan I dismissed my driver and my servant, rewarding them according to my ability. I wrote to my brother at Paris, telling him I had had a fortunate escape from the dagger of the assassin. I begged him to direct his answer to Aix, where I intended to spend a fortnight, in the hope of seeing the Marquis d'Argens. I left Perpignan the day after my arrival, and slept at Narbonne, and the day after at Béziers. The distance from Narbonne to Béziers is only 5 leagues, and I had not intended to stop. But the good cheer which the kindest of landladies gave me at dinner made me stop with her to supper. Béziers is a town which looks pleasant even at the worst time of the year. A philosopher who wished to renounce all the vanities of the world, and an Epicurean who would enjoy good cheer cheaply, could find no better retreat than Béziers. Everybody at Béziers is intelligent, all the women are pretty, and the cooks are all artists. The wines are exquisite. What more could one desire? May its riches never prove its ruin. When I reached Montpellier, I got down at the White Horse, with the intention of spending a week there. In the evening I supped at the table d'hôte, where I found a numerous company, and I saw to my amusement that for every guest there was a separate dish brought to table. Nowhere is there better fare than at Montpellier. 'Tis a veritable land of cockagny. The next day I breakfasted at the café, an institution peculiar to France, the only country where the science of living is really understood, and addressed the first gentleman I met, telling him that I was a stranger and that I would like to know some of the professors. He immediately offered to take me to one of the professors who enjoyed a great reputation. Herein may be seen another of the good qualities of the French, who rank above other nations by so many titles. To a Frenchman, a foreigner is a sacred being. He receives the best of hospitality, not merely in form, but in deed, and his welcome is given with that easy grace which so soon sets a stranger at his ease. My new friend introduced me to the professor, who received me with all the polished courtesy of the French man of letters. He that loves letters should love all other lovers of letters, and in France that is the case, even more so than Italy. In Germany, the literary man has an air of mysterious reserve. He thinks he is proclaiming to all the world that he at all events is a man of no pretension, whereas his pride peeps through every moment. Naturally, the stranger is not encouraged by such a manner as this. At the time of my visit, there was an excellent company of actors at Montpellier, whom I went to see the same evening. My bosom swelled at finding myself in the blessed air of France after all the annoyances I had gone through in Spain. I seemed to have become young again, but I was altered, for several beautiful and clever actresses appeared on the stage without arousing any desires within me, and I would have it so. I had a lively desire to find Madame Castelbajac, not with any wish to renew my old relations with her. I wished to congratulate her on her improved position, but I was afraid of compromising her by asking for her in the town. I knew that her husband was an apothecary, so I resolved to make the acquaintance of all the apothecaries in the place. I pretended to be in want of some very rare drugs and entered into conversation about the differences between the trade in France and in foreign countries. If I spoke to the master, I hoped he would talk to his wife about the stranger who had visited the countries where she had been, and that would make her curious to know me. If, on the other hand, I spoke to the man, I knew he would soon tell me all he knew about his master's family. On the third day my stratagem succeeded. My old friend wrote me a note, telling me that she had seen me speaking to her husband in his shop. She begged me to come again at a certain time, and to tell her husband that I had known her under the name of Mdeel Blassen in England, Spa, Leipzig, and Vienna as a seller of lace. She ended her note with these words: "I have no doubt that my husband will finally introduce you to me as his wife." I followed her advice, and the good man asked me if I had ever known a young lace seller of the name of Mdeel Blassen of Montpellier. Yes, I remember her well enough, a delightful and most respectable young woman, but I did not know she came from Montpellier. She was very pretty and very sensible, and I expect she did a good business. I have seen her in several European cities, and the last time at Vienna, where I was able to be of some slight service to her. Her admirable behavior won her the esteem of all the ladies with whom she came in contact. In England, I met her at the house of a duchess. Do you think you would recognize her if you saw her again? By Jove, I should think so, but is she at Montpellier? If so, tell her that the Chevalier de Seingalt is here. Sir, you shall speak to her yourself, if you will do me the honor to follow me. My heart leapt, but I restrained myself. The worthy apothecary went through the shop, climbed a stair, and, opening a door on the first floor, said to me, "There she is." "What, mademoiselle, you here? I am delighted to see you." "This is not a young lady, sir. 'Tis my dear wife, but I hope that will not hinder you from embracing her." "I have never had such an honor, but I will avail myself of your permission with pleasure. Then you have got married at Montpellier. I congratulate both of you and wish you all health and happiness. Tell me, did you have a pleasant journey from Vienna to Lyon?" Madame Blassen, for so I must continue to designate her, answered my question according to her fancy, and found me as good an actor as she was an actress. We were very glad to see each other again, but the apothecary was delighted at the great respect with which I treated his wife. For a whole hour, we carried on a conversation of a perfectly imaginary character, and with all the simplicity of perfect truth. She asked me if I thought of spending the carnival at Montpellier, and seemed quite mortified when I said that I thought of going on the next day. Her husband hastened to say that that was quite out of the question. "Oh, I hope you won't go," she added. "You must do my husband the honor of dining with us." After the husband had pressed me for some time, I gave in and accepted their invitation to dinner for the day after next. Instead of stopping 2 days, I stopped 4. I was much pleased with the husband's mother, who was advanced in years but extremely intelligent. She had evidently made a point of forgetting everything unpleasant in the past history of her son's wife. Madame Blasson told me in private that she was perfectly happy, and I had every reason to believe that she was speaking the truth. She had made a rule to be most precise in fulfilling her wifely duties, and rarely went out unless accompanied by her husband or her mother-in-law. I spent these 4 days in the enjoyment of pure and innocent friendship, without there being the slightest desire on either side to renew our guilty pleasures. On the 3rd day after I had dined with her and her husband, she told me, while we were alone for a moment, that if I wanted 50 louis, she knew where to get them for me. I told her to keep them for another time if I was so happy as to see her again, and so unhappy as to be in want. I left Montpellier feeling certain that my visit had increased the esteem in which her husband and her mother-in-law held her, and I congratulated myself on my ability to be happy without committing any sins. The day after I had bade them farewell, I slept at Nimes, where I spent 3 days in the company of a naturalist, M. de Séguier, the friend of the Marquis Maffei of Verona. In his cabinet of natural history, I saw and admired the immensity and infinity of the Creator's handiwork. Nimes is a town well worthy of the stranger's observation. It provides food for the mind, and the fair sex, which is really fair there, should give the heart the food it likes best. I was asked to a ball where, as a foreigner, I took first place, a privilege peculiar to France, for in England, and still more in Spain, a foreigner means an enemy. On leaving Nimes, I resolved to spend the carnival at Aix, where the nobility is of the most distinguished character. I believe I lodged at the Three Dolphins, where I found a Spanish cardinal on his way to Rome to elect a successor to Pope Rezonico. Chapter 9. My stay at Aix. I fall ill. I am cared for by an unknown Lady the Marquis d'Argens Cagliostro. My room was only separated from his Castilian eminence, by a light partition, and I could hear him quite plainly reprimanding his chief servant for being too economical. "My lord, I do my best, but it is really impossible to spend more, unless I compel the innkeepers to take double the amount of their bills. And your eminence will admit that nothing in the way of rich and expensive dishes has been spared." "That may be, but you ought to use your wits a little. You might, for example, order meals when we shall not require any. Take care that there are always 3 tables, one for us, one for my officers, and the third for the servants. Why, I see that you only give the postilions a franc over the legal charge. I really blush for you. You must give them a crown extra at least. When they give you change for a louis, leave it on the table. To put back one's change in one's pocket is an action only worthy of a beggar. They will be saying at Versailles and Madrid, and maybe at Rome itself, that the Cardinal de la Cerda is a miser. I am no such thing, and I do not want to be thought one. You must really cease to dishonor me, or leave my service." A year before, this speech would have astonished me beyond measure, but now I was not surprised, for I had acquired some knowledge of Spanish manners. I might admire the Seigneur de la Cerda's prodigality, but I could not help deploring such ostentation on the part of a prince of the church about to participate in such a solemn function. What I had heard him say made me curious to see him, and I kept on the watch for the moment of his departure. What a man! He was not only ill-made, short and sunburnt, but his face was so ugly and so low that I concluded that Aesop himself must have been a little love beside his eminence. I understood now why he was so profuse in his generosity and decorations, for otherwise he might well have been taken for a stable boy. If the conclave took the eccentric whim of making him pope, Christ would never have an uglier vicar. I inquired about the Marquis d'Argens soon after the departure of his eminence, and was told that he was in the country with his brother, the Marquis d'Aiguille, president of the Parliament, so I went there. This Marquis, famous for his friendship for Frederick Roman II, rather than for his writings, which are no longer read, was an old man when I saw him. He was a worthy man, fond of pleasure, a thorough-paced Epicurean, and had married an actress named Cachua, who had proved worthy of the honor he had laid on her. He was deeply learned and had a thorough knowledge of Latin, Greek, and Hebrew literature. His memory was prodigious. He received me very well and recalled what his friend the marshal had written about me. He introduced me to his wife and to his brother, a distinguished jurist, a man of letters, and a strictly moral man by temperament as much as religion. Though a highly intellectual man, he was deeply and sincerely religious. He was very fond of his brother and grieved for his irreligion, but hoped that grace would eventually bring him back to the fold of the church. His brother encouraged him in his hopes, while laughing at them in private, but as they were both sensible men, they never discussed religion together. I was introduced to a numerous company of both sexes, chiefly consisting of relations. All were amiable and highly polished, like all the provincial nobility. Plays were performed on the miniature stage, good cheer prevailed, and at intervals we walked in the garden, in spite of the weather. In Provence, however, the winter is only severe when the wind blows from the north, which unfortunately often happens. Among the company were a Berlin lady, widow of the Marquis's nephew, and her brother. This young gentleman, who was gay and free from care, enjoyed all the pleasures of the house without paying any attention to the religious services which were held every day. If he thought on the matter at all, he was a heretic, and when the Jesuit chaplain was saying Mass, he amused himself by playing on the flute. He laughed at everything. He was unlike his sister, who had not only become a Catholic, but was a very devout one. She was only 22. Her brother told me that her husband, who had died of consumption, and whose mind was perfectly clear to the last, as is usually the case in phthisis, had told her that he could not entertain any hopes of seeing her in the other world unless she became a Catholic. These words were engraved on her heart. She had adored her husband, and she resolved to leave Berlin to live with his relations. No one ventured to oppose this design, her brother accompanying her, and she was welcomed joyfully by all her husband's kinsfolk. This budding saint was decidedly plain. Her brother, finding me less strict than the others, soon constituted himself my friend. He came over to Aix every day and took me to the houses of all the best people. We were at least 30 at table every day. The dishes were delicate without undue profusion, the conversation gay and animated without any improprieties. I noticed that whenever the Marquis d'Argens chanced to let slip any equivocal expressions, all the ladies made wry faces, and the chaplain hastened to turn the conversation. This chaplain had nothing Jesuitical in his appearance. He dressed in the costume of an ordinary priest, and I should never have known him if the Marquis d'Argens had not warned me. However, I did not allow his presence to act as a wet blanket. I told, in the most decent manner possible, the story of the picture of the Virgin suckling her divine child, and how the Spaniards deserted the chapel after a stupid priest had covered the beautiful breast with a kerchief. I do not know how it was, but all the ladies began to laugh. The disciple of Loyola was so displeased at their mirth that he took upon himself to tell me that it was unbecoming to tell such equivocal stories in public. I thanked him by an inclination of the head, and the Marquis d'Argens, by way of turning the conversation, asked me what was the Italian for a splendid dish of stewed veal, which Madame d'Argens was helping. Una crostata, I replied, but I really do not know the Italian for the beadles with which it is stuffed. These beadles were balls of rice, veal, champignons, artichoke, foie gras, etc. The Jesuit declared that in calling them beadles, I was making a mock of the glories of hereafter. I could not help roaring with laughter at this, and the Marquis d'Aigle took my part and said that beadles was the proper French for these balls. After this daring difference of opinion with his director, the worthy man thought it would be best to talk of something else. Unhappily, however, he fell out of the frying pan into the fire by asking me my opinion as to the election of the next pope. I believe it will be Ganganelli, I replied, as he is the only monk in the conclave. Why should it be necessary to choose a monk? Because none but a monk would dare to commit the excess which the Spaniards will demand of the new pope. You mean the suppression of the Jesuits? Exactly. They will never obtain such a demand. I hope not, for the Jesuits were my masters, and I love them accordingly. But all the same Ganganelli will be elected, for an amusing and yet a weighty reason. Tell us the reason. He is the only cardinal who does not wear a wig, and you must consider that since the foundation of the Holy See, the Pope has never been bewigged. This reason created a great deal of amusement, but the conversation was brought back to the suppression of the Jesuits, and when I told the company that I had heard from the Abbé Pinzi, I saw the Jesuit turn pale. The Pope could never suppress the order, he said. It seems that you have never been at a Jesuit seminary, I replied, for the dogma of the order is that the Pope can do everything, et aliquid plurris. This answer made everybody suppose me to be unaware that I was speaking to a Jesuit, and as he gave me no answer, the topic was abandoned. After dinner I was asked to stay and see Polyeucte played, but I excused myself and returned to Aix with the young Berliner, who told me the story of his sister, and made me acquainted with the character of the society to which the Marquis d'Aigul was chiefly addicted. I felt that I could never adapt myself to their prejudices, and if it had not been for my young friend, who introduced me to some charming people, I should have gone on to Marseille. What with assemblies, balls, suppers, and the society of the handsome Provençal ladies, I managed to spend the whole of the Carnival and a part of Lent at Aix. I had made a present of a copy of the Iliad to the learned Marquis d'Argens. To his daughter, who was also a good scholar, I gave a Latin tragedy. The Iliad had Porphyry's comment. It was a copy of a rare edition and was richly bound. As the Marquis came to Aix to thank me, I had to pay another visit to the country house. In the evening, I drove back in an open carriage. I had no cloak, and a cold north wind was blowing. I was perishing with cold, but instead of going to bed at once I accompanied the Berliner to the house of a woman who had a daughter of the utmost beauty. Though the girl was only 14, she had all the indications of the marriageable age, and yet none of the Provençal amateurs had succeeded in making her see daylight. My friend had already made several unsuccessful efforts. I laughed at him, as I knew it was all a cheat, and I followed him to the house with the idea of making the young impostor dismount from her high horse, as I had done in similar cases in England and Metz. We set to work, and, far from resisting, the girl said she would be only too glad to get rid of the troublesome burden. I saw that the difficulty only proceeded from the way she held herself, and I ought to have whipped her, as I had done in Venice 25 years ago, but I was foolish enough to try to take the citadel by storm. But my age of miracles was gone. I wearied myself to no purpose for a couple of hours, and then went to my inn, leaving the young Prussian to do his best. I went to bed with a pain in my side, and after 6 hours, sleep awoke feeling thoroughly ill. I had pleurisy. My landlord called in an old doctor, who refused to let me blood. A severe cough came on, and the next day I began to spit blood. In 6 or 7 days the malady became so serious that I was confessed and received the last sacraments. On the 10th day, the disease having abated for 3 days, my clever old doctor answered for my life, but I continued to spit blood till the 18th day. My convalescence lasted for 3 weeks, and I found it more trying than the actual illness, for a man in pain has no time to grow weary. Throughout the whole case, I was tended day and night by a strange woman of whom I knew nothing. She nursed me with the tenderest care, and I awaited my recovery to give her my sincere thanks. She was not an old woman, neither was she attractive-looking. She had slept in my room all the time. After Eastertide, feeling I was well enough to venture out, I thanked her to the best of my ability and asked who had sent her to me. She told me it was the doctor, and so bade me farewell. A few days later I was thanking my old doctor for having procured me such a capital nurse, but he stared at me and said he knew nothing about the woman. I was puzzled and asked my landlord if she could throw any light on the strange nurse's identity, but she knew nothing, and her ignorance seemed universal. I could not discover whence or how she came to attend me. After my convalescence, I took care to get all the letters which had been awaiting me, and amongst them was a letter from my brother in Paris. In answer to the epistle, I wrote him from Perpignan. He acknowledged my letter, and told me how delighted he had been to receive it, after hearing the dreadful news that I had been assassinated on the borders of Catalonia at the beginning of January. The person who gave me the news, my brother added, was one of your best friends, Count Manucci, an attaché at the Venetian embassy. He said there could be no doubt as to the truth of the report. This letter was like a flash of lightning to me. This friend of mine had pushed his vengeance so far as to pay assassins to deprive me of my life. Manucci had gone a little too far. He must have been pretty well qualified to prophesy, as he was so certain of my death. He might have known that in thus proclaiming in advance the manner of my death, he was also proclaiming himself as my murderer. I met him at Rome 2 years later, and when I would have made him confess his guilt, he denied everything, saying he had received the news from Barcelona. However, we will speak of this in its proper place. I dined and supped every day at the table d'hôte, and one day I heard the company talking of a male and female pilgrim who had recently arrived. They were Italians and were returning from St. James of Compostela. They were said to be high-born folks, as they had distributed large alms on their entry into the town. It was said that the female pilgrim, who had gone to bed on her arrival, was charming. They were staying at the same inn as I was, and we all got very curious about them. As an Italian, I put myself at the head of the band who proceeded to call on the pilgrims, who, in my opinion, must either be fanatics or rogues. We found the lady sitting in an armchair, looking very tired. She was young, beautiful, and melancholy-looking, and in her hands she held a brass crucifix some 6 inches long. She laid it down when we came in and got up and received us most graciously. Her companion, who was arranging cockleshells on his black mantle, did not stir. He seemed to say, by glancing at his wife, that we must confine our attentions to her. He seemed a man of 24 or 25 years of age. He was short and badly hung, and his face bore all the indications of daring, impudence, sarcasm, and imposture. His wife, on the other hand, was all meekness and simplicity, and had that modesty which adds so much to the charm of feminine beauty. They only spoke just enough French to make themselves understood on their journey, and when they heard me addressing them in Italian, they seemed much relieved. The lady told me she was a Roman, but I could have guessed as much from her accent. I judged the man to be a Neapolitan or Sicilian. Their passport, dated Rome, called him Balsamo, while she bore the names of Serafina Felicini, which she still retains. 10 years later, we shall hear more of this couple under the name of Cagliostro. "We are going back to Rome," said she, well pleased with our devotions to St. James of Compostela and to Our Lady del Pilar. "We have walked the whole way on foot, living on alms, so as to more surely win the mercy of the God whom I have offended so grievously. We have had silver and even gold money given us, and in every town we came to we gave what remained to the poor, so as not to offend God by lack of faith. My husband is strong and has not suffered much, but I have found so much walking very fatiguing. We have slept on straw or bad beds, always with our clothes on, to avoid contracting diseases it would be hard to rid one's self of. It seemed to me that this last circumstance was added to make us wish to find out whether the rest of her body could compare with her hands and arms in whiteness. Do you think of making any stay? My weariness will oblige us to stay here for 3 days. Then we shall go to Rome by the way of Turin, where we shall pay our devotion to the Holy Suttery. You know, of course, that there are several of them in Europe. So we have heard, but we are assured that the Suttery of Turin is the true one. It is the kerchief with which Saint Veronica wiped the face of our Lord, who left the imprint of his divine face upon it. We left them, well pleased with the appearance and manners of the Lady Pilgrim, but placing very little trust in her devotion. I was still weak from my illness, and she inspired me with no desires, but the rest would have gladly supped with her if they had thought there was anything to follow. Next day her husband asked me if I would come up and breakfast with them, or if they should come down and breakfast with me. It would have been impolite to have replied neither, so I said that I should be delighted to see them in my room. At breakfast I asked the pilgrim what he did, and he replied that he was an artist. He could not design a picture, but he could copy it, and he assured me that he could copy an engraving so exactly that none could tell the copy from the original. I congratulate you. If you are not a rich man, you are, at least, certain of earning a living with this talent. Everybody says the same, but it is a mistake. I have pursued this craft at Rome and at Naples, and found I had to work all day to make half a tester, and that's not enough to live on. He then showed me some fans he had done, and I thought them most beautiful. They were done in pen and ink, and the finest copperplate could not have surpassed them. Next, he showed me a copy from a Rembrandt, which, if anything, was finer than the original. In spite of all, he swore that the work he got barely supported him, but I did not believe what he said. He was a weak genius who preferred a vagabond life to methodical labor. I offered a louis for one of his fans, but he refused to take it, begging me to accept the fan as a gift and to make a collection for him at the table d'hôte, as he wanted to start the day after next. I accepted the present and promised to do as he desired, and succeeded in making up a purse of 200 francs for them. The woman had the most virtuous air. She was asked to write her name on a lottery ticket, but refused, saying that no honest girls were taught to write at Rome. Everybody laughed at this excuse except myself, and I pitied her, as I could see that she was of very low origin. Next day she came and asked me to give her a letter of introduction for Avignon. I wrote her out two, one to M. Audifrit the banker, and the other to the landlady of the inn. In the evening she returned me the letter to the banker, saying that it was not necessary for their purposes. At the same time, she asked me to examine the letter closely, to see if it was really the same document I had given her. I did so, and said I was sure it was my letter. She laughed and told me I was mistaken, as it was only a copy. Impossible. She called her husband, who came with the letter in his hand. I could doubt no longer, and said to him, "You are a man of talents, for it is much harder to imitate a handwriting than an engraving. You ought to make this talent serve you in good stead, but be careful, or it may cost you your life." The next day the couple left Aix. In 10 years I saw them again under the name of Count and Countess Pellegrini. At the present period, he is in a prison which he will probably never leave, and his wife is happy, maybe, in a convent. Chapter 10. My departure letter, from Henriette Marcelli's history, of Nina Neistier and Lugano Madame de Asterisk. As soon as I had regained my usual strength, I went to take leave of the Marquis d'Argens and his brother. I dined with them, pretending not to observe the presence of the Jesuit, and I then spent 3 delightful hours in conversation with the learned and amiable Marquis d'Argens. He told me a number of interesting anecdotes about the private life of Frederick Roman II. No doubt the reader would like to have them, but I lack the energy to set them down. Perhaps some other day, when the mists about ducks have dispersed, and some rays of the sun shine in upon me, I shall commit all these anecdotes to paper, but now I have not the courage to do so. Frederick had his good and his bad qualities, like all great men, but when every deduction on the score of his failings has been made, he still remains the noblest figure in the 18th century. The King of Sweden, who has been assassinated, loved to excite hatred that he might have the glory of defying it to do its worst. He was a despot at heart, and he came to a despot's end. He might have foreseen a violent death, for throughout his life he was always provoking men to the point of despair. There can be no comparison between him and Frederick. The Marquis d'Argens made me a present of all his works, and on my asking him if I could congratulate myself on possessing the whole number, he said yes, with the exception of a fragment of autobiography which he had written in his youth, and which he had afterwards suppressed. Why so? I asked. Because I was foolish enough to write the truth. Never give way to this temptation, if it assails you. If you once begin on this plan, you are not only compelled to record all your vices and follies, but to treat them in the severe tone of a philosophical historian. You must not, of course, omit the good you may have done, and so praise and blame is mingled on every page. All the evil you say of yourself will be held for gospel, your peccadillos will be made into crimes, and your good deeds will not only be received with incredulity, but you will be taxed with pride and vanity for having recorded them. Besides, if you write your memoirs, you make an enemy in every chapter if you once begin to tell the truth. A man should neither talk of himself nor write of himself, unless it be to refute some calumny or libel. I was convinced and promised never to be guilty of such a folly, but in spite of that I have been writing memoirs for the last 7 years, and though I repent of having begun, I have sworn to go on to the end. However, I write in the hope that my memoirs may never see the light of day. In the first place, the censure would not allow them to be printed, and in the second I hope I shall be strong-minded enough, when my last illness comes, to have all my papers burnt before my eyes. If that be not the case, I count on the indulgence of my readers, who should remember that I have only written my story to prevent my going mad in the midst of all the petty insults and disagreeables, which I have to bear day by day from the envious rascals who live with me in this castle of Count Waldstein, or Wallenstein, at Dux. I write 10 or 12 hours a day, and so keep black melancholy at bay. My readers shall hear more of my sufferings later on, if I do not die before I write them down. The day after Corpus Christi, I left Aix for Marseille. But here I must set down a circumstance that I had forgotten. I mean the procession of Corpus Christi. Everyone knows that this festival is celebrated with great ceremony all over Christendom. But at Aix, these ceremonies are of such a nature that every man of sense must be shocked at my recital. It is well known that this procession in honor of the Being of Beings, represented under the sacramental forms, is followed by all the religious confraternities, and this is duly done at Aix. But the scandalous part of the ceremony is the folly and the buffoonery which is allowed in a rite which should be designed to stir up the hearts of men to awe and reverence their Creator. Instead of that, the devil, death, and the 7 deadly sins are impersonated in the procession. They are clad in the most absurd costumes and make hideous contortions, beating and abusing each other in their supposed vexation at having to join in the Creator's praises. The people hoot and hiss them, the lower classes sing songs in derision of them, and play them all manner of tricks, and the whole scene is one of incredible noise, uproar, and confusion, more worthy of some pagan bacchanalia than a procession of Christian people. All the country folk from 5 or 6 leagues around Aix pour into the town on that day to do honor to God. It is the only occasion of the kind, and the clergy, either knavish or ignorant, encourage all this shameful riot. The lower orders take it all in good faith, and anyone who raised any objection would run some risk, for the bishop goes in front of the Saturnalia, and consequently it is all holy. I expressed my disapproval of the whole affair as likely to bring discredit on religion to a councillor of Parliament, M. de Saint Mark. But he told me gravely that it was an excellent thing, as it brought no less than 100,000 francs into the town on the single day. I could find no reply to this very weighty reason. Every day I spent at Aix, I thought of Henriette. I knew her real name, and remembering the message she had sent me by Marceline, I hoped to meet her in some assembly, being ready to adapt my conduct to hers. I had often heard her name mentioned, but I never allowed myself to ask any question, not wishing our old friendship to be suspected. Believing her to be at her country house, I had resolved on paying her a visit, and had only stayed on at Aix so as to recover my health before seeing her. In due course, I left Aix with a letter in my pocket for her, resolving to send it in, and to remain in my carriage till she asked me to get down. We arrived at her residence at 11 o'clock. A man came to the door, took my letter, and said Madam should have it without fail. Then she is not here. No, sir, she is at Aix. Since when? For the last 6 months. Where does she live? In her town house. She will be coming here in 3 weeks to spend the summer as usual. Will you let me write a letter? If you will get down, you will find all the necessary materials in Madam's room. I went into the house, and to my extreme surprise, found myself face to face with my nurse. You live here, then? Yes, sir. Since when? For the last 10 years. How did you come to nurse me? If you will step upstairs, I will tell you. Her story was as follows. Madam sent for me in haste, and told me to go and attend to you as if it were herself. She told me to say that the doctor had sent me if you asked any questions. The doctor said he didn't know you. Perhaps he was speaking the truth, but most likely he had received orders from Madam. That's all I know, but I wonder you haven't seen her at Aix. She cannot see any company, for I have been everywhere. She does not see any company at her own house, but she goes everywhere. It's very strange. I must have seen her, and yet I do not think I could have passed her by unrecognized. You have been with her 10 years. Yes, sir, as I had the honor of informing you. Has she changed? Has she had any sickness? Has she aged? Not at all. She has become rather stout, but I assure you you would take her for a woman of 30. I must be blind, or I cannot have seen her. I am going to write to her now. The woman went out, leaving me in astonishment, at the extraordinary situation in which I was placed. Ought I to return to Aix immediately? I asked myself. She has a townhouse but does not see company, but she might surely see me. She loves me still. She cared for me all through my illness, and she would not have done so if she had become indifferent to me. She will be hurt at my not recognizing her. She must know that I have left Aix, and will no doubt guess that I am here now. Shall I go to her, or shall I write? I resolved to write, and I told her in my letter that I should await her reply at Marseille. I gave the letter to my late nurse, with some money to ensure its being dispatched at once, and drove on to Marseille, where I alighted at an obscure inn, not wishing to be recognized. I had scarcely got out of my carriage when I saw Madame Skitza, Nina's sister. She had left Barcelona with her husband. They had been at Marseille 3 or 4 days and were going to Leghorn. Madame Skitza was alone at the moment, her husband having gone out. And as I was full of curiosity, I begged her to come up to my room while my dinner was getting ready. "What is your sister doing? Is she still at Barcelona?" "Yes, but she will not be there long, for the bishop will not have her in the town or the diocese, and the bishop is stronger than the viceroy. She only returned to Barcelona on the plea that she wished to pass through Catalonia of her way home, but she does not need to stay there for 9 or 10 months on that account. She will have to leave in a month for certain, but she is not much put out, as the viceroy is sure to keep her wherever she goes, and she may eventually succeed in ruining him. In the meanwhile, she is reveling in the bad repute she has gained for her lover. I know something of her peculiarities, but she cannot dislike a man who has made her rich. Rich, she has only got her diamonds. Do you imagine this monster capable of any feelings of gratitude? She is not a human being, and no one knows her as I do. She has made the Count commit 100 acts of injustice so that all Spain may talk of her, and know that she has made herself mistress of his body and soul, and all he has. The worse his actions are, the more certain she feels that people will talk of her, and that is all she wants. Her obligations to me are beyond counting, for she owes me all, even to her existence, and instead of continuing my husband in her service, she has sent him about his business. Then I wonder how she came to treat me so generously. If you knew all, you would not feel grateful to her. Tell me all then. She only paid for your keep at the inn and in prison to make people believe you were her lover, and to shame the Count. All Barcelona knows that you were assassinated at her door, and that you were fortunate enough to run the fellow through. But she cannot have been the instigator of, or even the accomplice in, the plot for my assassination. That's against nature. I dare say, but everything in Nina is against nature. What I tell you is the bare truth, for I was a witness of it all. Whenever the viceroy visited her, she wearied him with praise of your gallantry, your wit, your noble actions, comparing you with the Spaniards, greatly to their disadvantage. The Count got impatient and told her to talk of something else, but she would not, and at last he went away, cursing your name. 2 days before you came to grief, he left her, saying, "Valga me Dios, I will give you a pleasure you do not expect." I assure you that when we heard the pistol shot after you had gone, she remarked, without evincing the slightest emotion, that the shot was the pleasure her rascally Spaniard had promised her. I said that you might be killed. "All the worse for the Count," she replied, "for his turn will come also." Then she began laughing like a madcap. She was thinking of the excitement your death would cause in Barcelona. At 8 o'clock the following day, your man came and told her that you had been taken to the citadel, and I will say it to her credit, she seemed relieved to hear you were alive. My man did not know that he was in correspondence with her. No, I suppose not, but I assure you the worthy man was very much attached to you. I am sure he was. Go on. Nina then wrote a note to your landlord. She did not show it me, but it no doubt contained instructions to supply you with everything. The man told us that he had seen your sword all red with blood and that your cloak had a bullet hole through it. She was delighted, but do not think it was because she loved you. She was glad you had escaped that you might take your revenge. However, she was troubled by the pretext on which the Count had had you arrested. Ricla did not come to see her that day, but he came the next day at 8 o'clock, and the infamous creature received him with a smiling face. She told him she had heard he had imprisoned you, and that she was obliged to him, as he had, of course, done so to protect you from any fresh attempts on your life. He answered, dryly, that your arrest had nothing to do with anything that might have happened the night before. He added that you had only been seized pending the examination of your papers, and that if they were found to be in good form, you would be set at liberty in the course of a few days. Nina asked him who was the man that you had wounded. He replied that the police were inquiring into the matter, but that so far they had neither found a dead man, nor a wounded man, nor any traces of blood. All that had been found was Casanova's hat, and this had been returned to him. I left them alone together till midnight, so I cannot say what further converse they may have had on the subject, but 3 or 4 days later everybody knew that you were imprisoned in the tower. Nina asked the Count the reason of this severity in the evening, and he replied that your passports were thought to be forgeries, because you were in disgrace with the state inquisitors, and therefore would not be in a position to get a passport from the Venetian ambassador. On this supposition, he said you had been placed in the tower, and if it proved to be a true one, you would be still more severely punished. This news disturbed us, and when we heard that Pagomas had been arrested, we felt certain he had denounced you in revenge for your having procured his dismissal from Nina's house. When we heard that he had been let out and sent to Genoa, we expected to hear of your being set at liberty, as the authorities must have been satisfied of the genuine character of your passports. But you were still shut up, and Nina did not know what to think, and the Count would not answer her when she made inquiries about you. She had made up her mind to say no more about it, when at last we heard you had been set free and that your passports had been declared genuine. Nina thought to see you in the pit of the opera house and made preparations for a triumph in her box, but she was in despair when she heard no performance was to be given. In the evening, the Count told her that your passports had been returned with the order to leave in 3 days. The false creature praised her lover's prudence to his face, but she cursed him in her heart. She knew you would not dare to see her, and when you left without writing her a note, she said you had received secret orders not to hold any further communications with her. She was furious with the viceroy. If Casanova had had the courage to ask me to go with him, I would have gone, said she. Your man told her of your fortunate escape from 3 assassins. In the evening, she congratulated Ricla on the circumstance, but he swore he knew nothing about it. Nina did not believe him. You may thank God from the bottom of your heart that you ever left Spain alive after knowing Nina. She would have cost you your life at last, and she punishes me for having given her life. What, are you her mother? Yes, Nina, that horrible woman, is my daughter. Really, everybody says you are her sister. That is the horrible part of it, everybody is right. Explain yourself. Yes, though it is to my shame. She is my sister and my daughter, for she is the daughter of my father. What, your father loved you? I do not know whether the scoundrel loved me, but he treated me as his wife. I was 16 then. She is the daughter of the crime, and God knows she is sufficient punishment for it. My father died to escape her vengeance. May he also escape the vengeance of God. I should have strangled her in her cradle, but maybe I shall strangle her yet. If I do not, she will kill me. I remained dumb at the conclusion of this dreadful story, which bore all the marks of truth. Does Nina know that you are her mother? Her own father told her the secret when she was 12, after he had initiated her into the life she has been living ever since. He would have made her a mother in her turn if he had not killed himself the same year, maybe to escape the gallows. How did the Comte de Ricla fall in love with her? It is a short story and a curious one. 2 years ago, she came to Barcelona from Portugal and was placed in one of the ballets for the sake of her pretty face, for as to talents she had none and could only do the ribaltade, a sort of skip and pirouette, properly. The first evening she danced, she was loudly applauded by the pit, for as she did the ribaltade she showed her drawers up to her waist. In Spain, any actress who shows her drawers on the stage is liable to a fine of a crown. Nina knew nothing about this, and, hearing the applause, treated the audience to another skip of the same kind, but at the end of the ballet she was told to pay 2 crowns for her immodesty. Nina cursed and swore, but she had to give in. What do you think she did to elude the law, and at the same time avenge herself? Danced badly, perhaps. She danced without any drawers at all, and did her ribaltade as before, which caused such an effervescence of high spirits in the house as had never been known at Barcelona. The Comte de Ricla had seen her from his box, and was divided between horror and admiration, and sent for the inspector to tell him that this impudent creature must be punished. In the meantime, said he, bring her before me. Presently Nina appeared in the viceroy's box and asked him impudently what he wanted with her. You are an immodest woman and have failed in your duty to the public. What have I done? You perform the same skip as before. Yes, but I haven't broken your law, for no one can have seen my drawers as I took the precaution not to put any on. What more can I do for your cursed law, which has cost me 2 crowns already? Just tell me. The viceroy and the great personages around him had much ado to refrain from laughter, for Nina was really in the right, and a serious discussion of the violated law would have been ridiculous. The viceroy felt he was in a false position, and merely said that if she ever danced without drawers again, she should have a month's imprisonment on bread and water. A week after one of my husband's ballets was given, it was so well received that the audience encored it with enthusiasm. Rikla gave orders that the public should be satisfied, and all the dancers were told they would have to reappear. Nina, who was almost undressed, told my husband to do as best he could, as she was not going to dance again. As she had the chief part, my husband could not do without her, and sent the manager to her dressing room. She pushed the poor man out with so much violence that he fell against the wall of the passage, head foremost. The manager told his piteous tale to the viceroy, who ordered 2 soldiers to bring her before him. This was his ruin, for Nina is a beautiful woman, and in her then state of undress, she would have seduced the coldest of men. The count reproved her, but his voice and his manner were ill-assured, and growing bolder as she watched his embarrassment, Nina replied that he might have her torn to pieces if he liked, but she would not dance against her will, and nowhere in her agreement was it stipulated that she should dance twice in the same evening, whether for his pleasure or anyone else's. She also expressed her anger at making her appear before him in a state of semi-nudity, and swore she would never forgive his barbarous and despotic conduct. I will dance no more before you or your people. Let me go away, or kill me if you like, do your worst on me, and you shall find that I am a Venetian and a free woman. The viceroy sat astonished, and said she must be mad. He then summoned my husband and told him she was no longer in his service. Nina was told she was free and could go where she would. She went back to her dressing room and came to us, where she was living. The ballet went on without her, and the poor viceroy sat in a dream, for the poison had entered into his veins. Next day a wretched singer named Molinari called on Nina and told her that the viceroy was anxious to know whether she were really mad or not, and would like to see her in a country house, the name of which he mentioned. This was just what the wretched woman wanted. Tell His Highness, she said to Molinari, that I will come, and that he will find me as gentle as a lamb and as good as an angel. This is the way in which the connection began, and she fathomed his character so astutely that she maintained her conquest as much with ill-treatment and severity as with her favors. Such was the tale of the hapless Madame Schitza. It was told with all the passion of an Italian divided between repentance for the past and the desire of vengeance. The next day, as I had expected, I received a letter from Henriette. It ran as follows. My dear old friend, nothing could be more romantic than our meeting at my country house 6 years ago, and now again, after a parting of so many years. Naturally, we have both grown older, and though I love you still, I am glad you did not recognize me. Not that I have become ugly, but I am stout, and this gives me another look. I am a widow, and well enough off to tell you that if you lack money, you will find some ready for you in Henriette's purse. Do not come back to Aix to see me, as your return might give rise to gossip, but if you chance to come here again after some time, we may meet, though not as old acquaintances. I am happy to think that I have perhaps prolonged your days by giving you a nurse for whose trustworthiness I would answer. If you would like to correspond with me, I should be happy to do my part. I am very curious to know what happened to you after your flight from the Leads, and after the proofs you have given me of your discretion, I think I shall be able to tell you how we came to meet at Cesena and how I returned to my country. The first part is a secret for everyone. Only M. Danton is acquainted with a portion of the story. I am grateful for the reticence you have observed, though Marceline must have delivered the message I gave her. Tell me what has become of that beautiful girl. Farewell. I replied, accepting her offer to correspond, and I told her the whole story of my adventures. From her I received 40 letters in which the history of her life is given. If she die before me, I shall add these letters to my memoirs, but at present she is alive and happy, though advanced in years. The day after I went to call on Madame Audiobook, and we went together to see Madame N.N., who was already the mother of 3 children. Her husband adored her, and she was very happy. I gave her good news of Marceline and told the story of Croce and Charlotte's death, which affected her to tears. In turn, she told me about Rosalie, who was quite a rich woman. I had no hopes of seeing her again, for she lived at Genoa, and I should not have cared to face M. Grimaldi. My niece, as I once called her, mortified me unintentionally. She said I was aging. Though a man can easily make a jest of his advancing years, a speech like this is not pleasant when one has not abandoned the pursuit of pleasure. She gave me a capital dinner, and her husband made me offers which I was ashamed to accept. I had 50 louis, and, intending to go on to Turin, I did not feel uneasy about the future. At Marseille, I met the Duc de Villardi, who was kept alive by the art of truncheon. This nobleman, who was governor of Provence, asked me to supper, and I was surprised to meet at his house the self-styled Marquis d'Aragon. He was engaged in holding the bank. I staked a few coins and lost, and the Marquis asked me to dine with him and his wife, an elderly Englishwoman who had brought him a dowry of 40,000 guineas absolutely, with 20,000 guineas which would ultimately go to her son in London. I was not ashamed to borrow 50 louis from this lucky rascal, though I felt almost certain that I should never return the money. I left Marseille by myself, and after crossing the Alps arrived at Turin. There I had a warm welcome from the Chevalier Rayberty and the Comte de la Pérouse. Both of them pronounced me to be looking older, but I consoled myself with the thought that, after all, I was only 44. I became an intimate friend of the English ambassador, Sir N., a rich, accomplished, and cultured man who kept the choicest of tables. Everybody loved him, and amongst others this feeling was warmly shared by a Parmese girl named Campioni, who was wonderfully beautiful. As soon as I had told my friends that I intended to go into Switzerland to print at my own expense a refutation in Italian of the history of the Venetian government, by a Milot de la House, they all did their best by subscribing and obtaining subscriptions. The most generous of all was the Comte de la Pérouse, who gave me 250 francs for 50 copies. I left Turin in a week with 2,000 lire in my purse. With this I should be able to print the book one had composed in my prison, but I should have to rewrite it ab initio, with the volume to my hand, as also the History of Venice, by Nanny. When I had got these works I set out with the intention of having my book printed at Lugano, as there was a good press there and no censure. I also knew that the head of the press was a well-read man, and that the place abounded in good cheer and good society. Lugano is near Milan, Como, and Lake Maggiore, and I was well pleased with the situation. I went to the best inn, which was kept by a man named Tagoretti, who gave me the best room in the house. The day after my arrival I called on Dr. Agnelli, who was at once printer, priest, theologian, and an honest man. I made a regular agreement with him, he engaging to print at the rate of 4 sheets a week, and on my side I promised to pay him every week. He reserved the right of censorship, expressing a hope that our opinions might coincide. I gave him the preface and the preliminary matter at once, and chose the paper and the size, large octavo. When I got back to my inn, the landlord told me that the Bargello, or chief constable, wanted to see me. Although Lugano is in Switzerland, its municipal government is modeled after that of the Italian towns. I was curious to hear what this ill-omened personage could have to say to me, so I told him to show him in. After giving me a profound bow, with his hat in his hand, Signor Bargello told me that he had come to offer me his services, and to assure me that I should enjoy complete tranquility and safety in Lugano, whether from any enemies within the state or from the Venetian government, in case I had any dispute with it. I thank you, Signor, I replied, and I am sure that you are telling me the truth, as I am in Switzerland. I must take the liberty of telling you, sir, that it is customary for strangers who take up their residence in Lugano to pay some trifling sum, either by the week, the month, or the year. And if they refuse to pay, then their safety is not so sure. Money does everything in Lugano, I suppose. But, sir, I understand, But let me tell you that I have no fears, and I shall consequently beg to be excused from paying anything. You will forgive me, but I happen to know that you have some disputes with the Venetian government. You are making a mistake, my good fellow. No, I am not. If you are so sure, find someone to bet me 200 sequins that I have reason to fear the Venetian government. I will take the bet and deposit the amount. The Bargello remained silent, and the landlord told him he seemed to have made some kind of mistake, so he went away, looking very disappointed. My landlord was delighted to hear that I thought of making some stay at Lugano, and advised me to call on the high bailiff, who governed the place. He's a very nice Swiss gentleman, said he, and his wife a clever woman and as fair as the day. I will go and see him tomorrow. I sent in my name to the high bailiff at noon on the day following, and what was my surprise to find myself in the presence of M. de R. and his charming wife. Beside her was a pretty boy, 5 or 6 years old. Our mutual surprise may be imagined.